At Huang, Mak Tuithach, at the foot of HXA in the immortal world, a pack of level 3 desert wolf demons is frantically chasing the top 3 young people. They were running for their lives while constantly crying out for help. They were just hunting level 1 scorpions, but ended up stumbling upon this deadly monster. The 3 of them, a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all level 3. Facing the desert wolves was indeed a bit of a stretch. The level 3 warrior is the team leader. But in this situation he couldn't come up with any solution other than telling his 2 teammates to try and run. Just as they saw some desert acacias in front of them, the desert wolves couldn't climb trees. If they hurried and climbed up first, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Even so, deep down she was extremely tense because, more than anyone, she knew that the desert wolf monsters were ferocious creatures, and once they locked onto a target, it was very hard to let go. Meanwhile, they were already injured from the previous battle, and the last 2 pieces of equipment they had left were also just broken. Even worse, just as she was about to reach the edge of the forest, the female mage behind her suddenly tripped. The desert wolves chased after her rapidly, leaping up in an instant to seize her. This person seemed to have fallen into despair, unable to run faster or fight back. But just then, a light suddenly flashed. No one saw clearly, only knowing that after regaining composure, a wolf demon was defeated. It was knocked out with a single move, a sharp sword piercing through the creature's ferocious throat. Then, a person dressed in a full-body cloak appeared, and the female mage thought that was the one who saved her, quietly letting out a breath. But the system shows that this person is only level 1, and she falls into despair once again. With 10 of us, even if we're lucky enough to kill a desert wolf demon, how can we possibly keep up when facing an entire pack? The young man at this moment also lowered his hood to reveal a handsome face and eyes full of coldness. He muttered to himself, "The strength of a level 3 monster is only so much." The desert wolves paused briefly after sensing the threat, but quickly regained their ferocity and charged forward. The young man didn't hesitate, immediately drawing his sword and rushing forward. And in the blink of an eye, he had taken down all of them. The 3 level 3 team members were extremely shocked, almost losing their lives at the hands of this desert wolf pack. But somehow a level 1 young man like him was able to defeat them, even taking down 4 at once with ease. His calm demeanor clearly didn't resemble a novice at all. Something's wrong. Everyone, look. The female mage suddenly collapsed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and realized that, somehow, dozens of desert wolves had gathered here. It was really unlucky to suddenly have so many wolves appear like this. Maybe the desert wolves nearby happened to sense their comrades' blood and charged aggressively. The 3 of them quickly ran away. And before leaving, the female squad leader didn't forget to warn the young man, "Run away now. This is a pack of desert wolves, powerful enough to wipe out an entire village of enemies. This is no joke. You'll be torn to pieces. So what if I do?" After speaking, he reached out his hand, and several cards appeared along with a message from the system. Player Lam Uyen. "Are you sure you want to revive the dry bone warrior?" Lam Uyen remains expressionless, confidently confirming his request, and the cards in his hand instantly shoot out. When they land, they create a massive formation, emitting a strange blue light. And then, the ground began to crack open, and from beneath, the white bones started to twist and rise. They are level 3 dry fog soldiers with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense power, and an active skill called Tramsat. Lam Uyen's white mist army, even more ferocious than the desert wolves, is confident in this. Let's see who will be torn to pieces first. And so, both sides immediately charged at each other like monsters that hadn't bloodied themselves in a long time. 15 minutes later, the entire desert wolf pack of 16 was completely wiped out by Lam Yen's dry fog army. He gained 160 experience points, along with 16 fang teeth and 16 sets of their fur and hide. The group hiding nearby was so shocked they couldn't believe what they saw. They could never have imagined in their dreams that Lam Uyen could accomplish such an incredible feat alone, especially since he was just a level 1 player when the danger was already resolved. So the female mage in the group, Monmen, stepped forward to start a conversation. "May I ask, are you a mage? The spell you just used seems to be a resurrection spell." "Right. I'm also a mage, but I've never seen a skill like yours before." "Who said I'm a mage?" Lam Uyen replied with an extremely indifferent expression. The other person wanted to ask about his true profession, but Lam Uyen only smiled mysteriously without intending to explain. Because his true profession is a soul reaper, a forbidden class with an SSS talent called Shadow Resurrection Magic. As for Lam Uyen's identity, it is also very special. He is actually a space traveler from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious giant celestial body named Martin suddenly appear near Earth. 3 months later, A mysterious company suddenly launched a virtual reality game called Immortal World that far surpasses the technology of the era, shocking the entire world. To join this game, players must put on the virtual reality headset provided by the publisher. Then they will enter a different world with almost entirely realistic sensations. Here, humans are divided into different professions, and by continuously leveling up, they gain enough strength to confront the monsters in the game. At first, everyone didn't pay much attention because, after all, it was just a game. But until one day, some people in the real world also gained abilities like in the game, and they started calling this group of people the Chosen Ones. Since then, a group calling themselves the Believers of the Immortal Non-Demon God has emerged from the game into the real world, carrying out countless brutal massacres against humanity. Lam Uyen's parents also lost their lives in the early days of that disaster. To resolve the crisis, humanity united the power of all the Chosen Ones worldwide to rise up and fight back. Unfortunately, they were repeatedly defeated by the faith leader of the immortal non-demon god, and had to retreat step by step. Lam Uyen also sacrificed himself in that final decisive battle, but unexpectedly, just 1 hour ago, I was reborn and returned to the moment I first entered the immortal world. Moreover, this time the system assigned me a forbidden class that cannot be interfered with by anyone, with an SSS-level talent. This makes Lam Uyen believe that his rebirth also came with the mission to protect his family and the earth, pushing him to quickly level up and increase his strength. Back in the present, standing before the corpses of those wolves, Lam Uyen didn't want to waste such a valuable resource. He immediately used the dark resurrection spell on the bodies of these desert wolves. Immediately, the wolf packs seemed to come back to life, able to stand up and even look more ferocious than before. The biggest feature of this forbidden profession is that it gives Lam Uyen a warrior-like physique, while also allowing him to use the shadow resurrection technique to turn monster corpses into zombies to fight on his behalf. Moreover, these zombie monsters not only inherit their level and skills from when they were alive, but also gain a new ability called Death Spirit Body, which makes them immune to certain negative effects during combat. Lam Uyen also has another innate talent called the Gate of the Underworld. This talent allows him to store the resurrected monsters, using shadow resurrection magic in the underworld space, and the number of stored creatures will also increase gradually based on the user's level. In other words, as long as Lam Uyen's level is high enough, he will possess a powerful and unmatched army of undead. As they watched Lam Uyen revive the corpses of the desert demons and take them away, the three girls couldn't help but smile, prompting their team leader to ask, "So you're reviving the dead into powerful undead. Who exactly are you?" "There isn't much time left," Lam Uyen replied indifferently, because he knew that the boss, Qulang Tu Vong, was about to appear in this rocky desert. But instead of being tense, Lam Yen was very eager. It was time for him to fight the boss. Immediately after, the desert storm suddenly appeared with many early signs. Then, the water level rose, and the crack kept widening, signaling that the death of the cursed dragon had arrived. Some players remembered that the official game website stated this boss's attack range was up to 50 meters, so others started fleeing in panic. But not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The death of the great dragon truly lives up to its terrifying name. It's huge, powerful, and ferocious, and as soon as it appears, it sends many players to their doom. Although it is so fierce, no one dares to stand up and fight back, because this level 6 boss has very high health, attack, and defense stats. No single player can defeat it. If you players don't work together and have a clear strategy, you'll only have the path of selling salt. In the immortal world, every sensation is incredibly real. So when facing the Death Tower, every player felt breathless and even believed that such a terrifying monster could not be defeated. But that view doesn't include Lam Yen, because while everyone else was busy finding a place to hide, he appeared alone and unarmed. The other players watching Lam Uyen's lonely every move couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Even though that determined look was clear, Lam Yen was still just a newcomer. They didn't believe he could hurt that monster. In the immortal world, monsters are ranked from weakest to strongest as common, elite, leader, lord, king, overlord, and divine. Among them, level lord monsters, though only among the lower ranks of world bosses, still pose a deadly threat to new players. But at this moment, Lam Uyen had already stopped right in front of the former Death Wolf. The other players saw this and were terrified. Some couldn't help but scream, "Hey, are you crazy? Turn back now. You're just a newbie. Going up there is just asking to get yourself killed." Lam Uyen heard it but didn't care because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss was now just so-so, and he was confident he could take it down. The fallen wolf looked furious as it saw him standing alone in front of it, its mouth suddenly opening, blood of other players still on its lips. This boss has activated its active skill, howling of the evil wolf. And before its roar, the ground trembles and seems about to crack apart. Lam Uyen remains steady amidst the storm, but it doesn't stop there. The former death wolf quickly lunged at him, aiming to finish off his opponent with another active skill called the Death Claw. Everyone's hearts were clenched. Everyone thought that Lam Uyen would surely die a horrible death. But he remained remarkably calm. Lam Uyen remembered that in his previous life, this level 6 ancient wolf had a real health value of 3,400 points, and an attack power of 510 points due to the boss's power boost. For the explorers in the Broken Rock Desert at that time, the highest level was only level 3, so they could only rely on team battles to have a chance to face it. And in the previous life, Lam Uyen almost lost his life in this group battle. But his current self, after countless bloody fights before, is no longer the Lam Uyen of the past. As the sharp claws of the monster prepared to strike down, Lam Uyen quickly dodged to the side, causing many players to look on with serious expressions because of how fast he was. Because of the failure, the former wolf was even angrier, entering a berserk state and becoming much more aggressive. But Lam Uyen showed no sign of being threatened. He lowered his empty hands and activated a teleportation formation to summon his Ming Realm Gate. When the gate opened, Lam Uyen's powerful Death Spirit Legion appeared. This scene amazed the crowd even more. It was the first time they had seen something so strange, and when the zombie monsters spilled out, they wondered even more how Lam Uyen could turn so many level 3 desert ghost wolves into zombies all by himself. On the way here, Lam Uyen kept fighting off small monsters and level 3 demon hunters, and the storage limit of the underworld gate also reached 30. The hatred mechanism in the immortal world means that if the summoner is stronger than the summoned monster, then when both appear, the monster's first target will be the summoner. Unless it is actively attacked by the summoned monster, it will not change its target. At this moment, Lam Uyen's former zombie pack is surrounding the fallen zombie and continuously attacking it. This is the moment Lam Uyen has been waiting for to charge forward and attack. He used the hate mechanism to draw its attention when the boss was about to attack its summoned creature. In order to prevent too many casualties among the zombies, Lam Uyen's sharp, ghostly sword slashes across the creature's body, making it arch its neck and cry out in pain. Immediately, the attention of the former death wolf shifts back to Lam Uyen. It started ignoring the zombies and chasing after him. But right at this moment, Lam Uyen commanded his zombie army to attack it again to trigger the hatred mechanism once more. With 3,400 health points remaining, the former death wolf won't last much longer. From the beginning, the battle was led by Lam Uyen, and it was clear to everyone that the life of the former Wolf King was gradually slipping away. While he looked very composed, they admired how powerful Lam Uyen was. But at the same time, a few thugs were glaring at him with sly smiles, as if plotting something. A few minutes later, Lam Uyen had almost drained the old wolf's blood, and now the boss's health was only 500 left. He quickly seized the opportunity and launched a nearly fatal attack with his sword. As they were distracted, the former wolf was immediately knocked down to the ground, falling into a state of imminent death with 10 health points. Just then, the thugs from behind the door arrived, waiting for this moment to swoop in and loot, since Lam Uyen's zombie army had been completely wiped out by the boss. From then on, a few players behind, unable to watch this scene, loudly warned him to be careful. But unfortunately for the thugs, Lam Uyen was not someone easy to bully. He turned around, colder than ever, and unleashed a sharp sword strike, sending the 3 thugs flying. Unaware of his limits, Lam Uyen opened his mouth, uttering a few icy words. Although the fate of those 3 was well deserved, the witnesses still couldn't help but feel shocked. Part of them couldn't believe that Lam Yen could actually take down all 3 third-level cultivators with a single move. At this moment, the former wolf servant, with his last bit of blood, limped to his feet behind Lam Yen, but its fate was already sealed. So Li quickly swung his sword for one more strike. This time truly a critical hit. The former death wolf was defeated, and Lam Uyen initially received 480 experience points, along with a soul crystal shard. I'm really curious to see what rewards the first world boss in the game will drop. A moment later, a spirit crystal and a parchment fell from the monster. Soul crystal is a version of the gem containing spiritual power. When enough are collected, you can go to the Eternal Council to exchange for legendary level equipment, but players can only advance to the Eternal Council, the home of the spirit tribes. After reaching level 60, it's still too early for Lam Uyen. But this soul crystal spirit is the easiest way to obtain legendary gear. In the immortal world, equipment levels are ranked from common star, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, to mythic. New players usually only have common equipment and rarely get hack the gear. Then, he was lucky to pick up a bronze duong bao, guarded by them. Inside was a black jade magic robe, a bronze-level equipment, with effects of +30 defense, +10 spirit, and +10 agility. And now, thanks to being the first to defeat the world boss, Lam Uyen has received a hunter's title. Its effect is to increase attack power by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10% when equipped. In the immortal world, different titles can grant players various attributes or statuses. This hunter title indeed has a good effect, and Lam Yen is quite satisfied. Finally, it's time to open that silver notification box. Inside are a bunch of items. First is the Silver Moon Blade, a silver quality sword, imbued with moonlight energy that increases attack power by 100 and agility attributes by 10. Next is a ring called Death's End Silver, which also has a silver quality. When equipped, it increases spirit attribute by 40 points. It also comes with an erosion beam skill that can be leveled up. At level 1, this skill deals 200% of the corrosive damage as magic damage to one enemy, followed by consumable items that restore 20% of health and mana. Using the level 1 skill scroll will increase skill proficiency by 100 points and monster essence, which can be used to craft potions or consumed directly. After drinking, his strength, physique, agility, or spirit attributes increase by 10 points. Lam Uyen shows no major change in expression, but secretly, he's overjoyed. This harvest is really big. The world's first bot in the game indeed provides very generous rewards. At this point, the experience points have been calculated, and Lam Uyen's data has been updated by the system. He has advanced from level 3 to level 4. Every time a player levels up, they receive 5 attribute points to allocate freely. And this time, Lam Uyen assigned 3 points to mental strength and 2 points to strength. After this level up, Lam Uyen's attributes are now the highest among all players in the Desert of Chaos. And the storage limit of the Underworld Gate has also increased to 40 slots. Although all of Lam Uyen's demon wolf corpses sacrificed themselves in this battle, he still gained the corpse of the deceased old wolf without any loss. In the face of Lam Uyen's power, that old wolf once again rose up, beyond its previous skills. It also learned a new skill called the Wrath of the Immortal, which increases its allies' attack power by 10% and critical hit rate by 20%. The Death Wolf King truly lives up to its reputation as a world boss, with skills that deal area damage and an impressive crowd control ability. Having turned into a deadly wave, it also gained an entirely new skill beyond the deathly body effect. With the help of this ancient wolf wave, Lam Uyen is confident that very soon she will be able to fully replenish the positions in the Underworld Gate. Watching Lam Uyen turn the world boss into his own killing wave and herd it into that gate like chasing chickens, the nearby players couldn't stop swallowing nervously. They felt that Lam Uyen was even more terrifying than the world boss. And when faced with his icy cold gaze, everyone automatically stepped aside, trying to pretend they didn't exist. Those 3 disciples have fallen, and from them a black iron-level sword dropped. It's a pretty good weapon for low-level new players. But Lam Uyen already has the Silver Moon Blade, so he drew this sword and moved toward the lucky surviving players hiding behind the bushes. The tense atmosphere surrounds the group. Everyone thinks Lam Uyen is here to fight them, but they are too scared to run. Lam Uyen walks straight up to a player, the one who shouted to warn him when attacked by 3 bandits, and asks, "That was you warning me earlier, right?" "Ah. That." This person hesitated to reply but couldn't speak. So impatiently, Lam Uyen didn't even wait for him to finish and shoved the sword into his hand. The guy froze, not understanding what Lam Uyen meant. "Thanks. I think you'll find this useful." After finishing, he quickly walks away. The guy tightly grips the sword in his hand, staring blankly at Lam Yen's back for a long time. Meanwhile, the other players quickly gathered around him, marveling. "No way. Did he come here just to give you a sword?" Upon closer inspection, this sword is truly of high-quality metal, now worth several 10,000 yuan. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert, Lam Uyen suddenly felt that something was off. If I'm not mistaken, this feeling must be from a virtual reality headband. There's no other choice. Lam Uyen had to log out of the immortal world and temporarily return to his real world. The screen in front of the computer still shows the interface of this game. The immortal world is a hyper-realistic open-world game divided into various login zones based on different countries. In addition, each login area includes different countries in the game to provide players with more diverse options. Using the El Pas region where Lam Uyen is located, as an example, it is divided into 4 countries: the ancient T-Mark Nation, the southern Kwai Empire, the northern Min Empire, and the Chairman Archipelago. After rebirth, Lam Uyen made the same choice as before, which was to be born in the ancient T-Mark country because in the previous plan, before passing away, He discovered a secret. Lam Uyen suddenly remembered the gem in his chest that he had seen before. The Golden Demon Gem, which is the emblem of the T-Mark Ancient Nation Guild. The first person to follow the divine will of the starry sky god was actually a human player. Lam Uyen sat on the chair, his fingers lightly brushing his chin, his eyes quietly lost in thought. Remembering that the first signal was the key figure in bringing the Tathan back to Lam Tin, that thought just flashed through his mind, and a trace of coldness immediately flickered in his eyes. There are only 3 years left before the day of the divine resurrection. If I can kill him during that time, maybe I can prevent the tragedy from repeating itself. Lam Uyen let out a silent sigh. Holding on to the only hope, could it really just be that badge? As the faint light falls, he gently rests his chin in thought. Only the guild in the western outskirts of the main city has yellow gemstones. To reach the city lord's residence, I need to reach the required level. To uncover this old rat's background, I must level up quickly. Suddenly, Lam Uyen paused as if recalling something. That's right. A system interface appeared before him, flickering with blue light. Whenever the blue lightning flashed, the space in front of Lam Uyen was truly sealed off, as if a trap had been triggered. In the palm of his hand, the object he crushed was among the immortal world, players who could bring the power from the game into the real world as soon as they entered. Such individuals are called heavenly selections, also known as heavenly destiny children, each possessing a powerful hidden profession and extremely high luck stats. Lam Uyen is the main fighting force against the evil gods in the final stage, and he gently recalled that he only gained the abilities of his game character when the catastrophe on Lam Tin erupted in the real world. But this time it came much earlier, and Ming smiles, his facial muscles tense to hide the rising emotion. This forbidden death hunter profession is truly not simple, but it's just that I wonder how this differs from a chosen one with an hidden class. Suddenly, a knocking on the door interrupted Lam Uyen's train of thought. An stepped up and stopped in front of the door. Yes. At this time, in front of Lam's parents was a steaming hot meal. Mr. Lam's face full of curiosity. Uyen, Uyen. And here is Lam Uyen holding a plate of chicken to place in the center. All done. Let's eat now. She picked up the chopsticks happily and patted his shoulder. Old Mr. Lam. Don't you recognize me? It's rare for me to do this. It's Uyen's favorite. Hurry up and eat. Mr. Lam nodded. All right. Lam Uyen recalls the days when Dudu was playing games in the room, ignoring the world outside. And the peaceful days were forgotten as arguments echoed around him. If this child keeps obsessing over games like that, he will completely ruin himself. Can't you say a little less? So Uyen won't be upset later. Lam Uyen witnessed her parents die before her eyes. And only when the disaster took everything did she painfully realize her past ignorance. Anne stood there, her pupils constricting as tears welled up. Back in the present, Lam Uyen sat down and served food for them. Today is Sunday. Why isn't Tuadan coming home for dinner? Mrs. Lam takes a piece of meat and puts it in her mouth happily. Dan says recently they have to prepare for the trial exam and bring lunch to school for practice. That's right. Whenever there's time, give the rice to the girl. Takeout is never as good as freshly cooked rice. As soon as she took a bite, she kept praising it. I didn't expect Uyen to know how to cook. This chicken wing is delicious. Lao Lam. Don't compete with me. He's spoiled me. All right. Everything is for me. Mr. Lam looked at his movements with some suspicion. Lam Uyen picked up food for him and smiled, saying he would learn more dishes in the future. Both of them looked at each other in surprise and then burst out laughing. Mrs. Lam was moved to tears, and Mr. Lam nodded gently with a smile. In the following days, he began intense physical training, aiming to have a strong enough physique in the future to better control the power gained from the game in the real world. Lam Uyen struggles to hit the sandbag to boost his stamina. In the following days, he continued running, lifting his watch to check 50 meters in 5 seconds. Not bad, but still room for improvement. Sweat dripped down his face as if he didn't know fatigue, and it was time to go home. Instantly, the system panel lit up, revealing a mysterious new space full of wonder. That energy surrounds him, gradually guiding Lam Uyen through the new space as he enters the shattered desert, where sunlight spills and shadows of birds glide softly over the ground. They swiftly glide overhead with screams, and Lam Uyen slightly raises his eyebrows, his sharp gaze scanning above. The fierce beast swoops down from above, tearing through the wind straight toward him. It opens its sharp-toothed beak, and at the same time the system announces that the fierce beast, common level 2, has 40 health, 20 attack, 2 defense, and a piercing attack skill. Lam Uyen calmly raised his sword in a swift motion, cutting it in two before it could scream. defeating 3 destructive beasts and earning 15 experience points. He turned his head with a cold, contemptuous look. Only 15 experience points, but a flicker of something crossed Lam Uyen's eye. A stream of vibrant blue light spread across its body. Suddenly, a giant foot with sharp claws emerged from the darkness. The desert wolves gradually advance, their blood-red eyes flashing in the golden haze. He quietly stands behind the cliff, observing every movement ahead. No wonder he's one of the desert wolf demon's favorites, attracting such a large pack of hyenas immediately. Lam Uyen quickly uncorks a vial of medicine from his shirt and drinks it without hesitation right in front of them. In just a blink, Lam Uyen charged forward, spinning like a whirlwind that swept everything in front of him. The monster's essence was used up. Attributes increased by 10. But now, the desert wolf demon slashed with its claws straight at him with terrifying force. Keep pushing yourself. Lam Uyen moved straight ahead, his sword flashing like lightning, slicing through their heads, successfully killing 4 desert wolf demons. Suddenly, 2 desert wolf demons rush out from nowhere. He charges forward, swinging his sword to finish quickly. Having successfully defeated 10 desert wolf demons, Lam Uyen's feet touch the ground, his strength anchoring him firmly. The continuous howling roars from their side. The desert wolves keep changing strategies, surrounding him from all directions. Lam Uyen's breathing grew rapid as he clenched his sword tightly, his gaze radiating a cold, commanding aura just in time. Lam Uyen advances straight ahead, his sword flashing as it sweeps through them, blood splattering with each strike. You have successfully defeated 40 desert wolf demons. Congratulations on reaching level 5. They turn around and step into the open gate of the underworld. And after 2 battles, the number of demon corpses at the underworld gate has been fully replenished. The system suddenly announced that player Lam Yen, level 5. Class, Hunter of the Spirit. Forbidden. With innate talent, Shadow Rebirth. Entered the gate of the underworld with 50% health. Strength 22. Physique 20. Agility 45. Spirit 48. And 38% experience, 1,252. His gaze flicked slightly downward. And after consuming the monster essence to boost 4 main attributes, his combat power is now enough to solo elite monsters of the same level. The dust settles, and Lam Uyen looks straight at that city. It's time to go find that person now. In a town called Hat Tra, crowds of people come and go. Lan Yuan walks through the crowd and stops in front of a small house. The door slowly opens, and the outside light filters into the interior space. Inside the house, a person with a flushed face holding a bunch of grapes asks, "Who is that?" "That's Kuai Shi, the guiding mage at Black Sandtown." Lam Uyen stepped inside and said, "Master Kuai Shi, I've come to learn skills. In the immortal world, skills are usually obtained from skill books dropped by monsters and blood essence. But besides that, each profession has a mentor responsible for teaching skills." He quietly recalled his past, realizing this was his mentor from his previous life when he was still a mage. "Kuai Shi," he said drunkenly, "so I have enough money to drink for the next half-month." Lam Uyen remembered his past life, when he was a mage, and the Tu Lin hunter was a forbidden profession. "So I know very little about this profession. But in terms of combat style, it can be considered a magic-based profession." Lam Uyen figures it out that before acquiring the unique skills of a death spirit hunter, he should still be able to learn the common skills of a mage. Then he took out a small bag of money. "I want to learn soul fire magic, healing magic, and stealth magic." The money bag disappeared from Lam Yuen's hand and appeared right in Quincy's. With money, it's easier to talk. Seeing the bag full of coins, his heart couldn't help but feel happy. Quincy reached out his hand. A green energy sphere appeared in it. "Young man, try your best. The wizard's light will shine brightly on your path." As soon as Quincy used the skill on him, the system sound kept ringing, congratulating the player on receiving 3 skills. The mage profession, Fire Spirit, Dark Metal, Level 1. Deals 100% magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana, with a 10-second cooldown. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Healing spell, Dark Iron, Level 1. Effect: applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% health. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown of 3 minutes. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Stealth technique, Dark Iron, Level 1. Effective: enters stealth mode for 5 seconds. Costs 10 mana. Cooldown of 3 minutes. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Looking at the information on the system panel, Yen Yao gently strokes her chin in thought. Fire Spirit magic guarantees long-range attack power, and healing magic can heal herself and her allies. But these are just the basic skills. To learn more advanced abilities, you need to find additional resources. Let's keep going to level up. At a mountain called Black Family Mountain, in the eastern part of Black Family City. He just entered when the system announced that the player had discovered the dog-headed miner's cave. Long Yen recalled that the Hellhound is a level 5 monster living in nearby caves and underground tunnels, with a very keen sense of smell that can detect enemies in the dark, ambush effectively, and is very aggressive, usually gathering in groups of about 100. He frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes, because in terms of both quantity and level, the Hellhound is the most suitable monster for me to use the Wave Slaughter Legion to train. Then Long Yen took out a potion he bought from the NPC merchant half an hour ago, and the system notification appeared again. The potion is a night vision potion that provides a 3-meter radius of visibility in dark environments for 30 minutes. He stands by the gate as the giant desert wolf demon appears, using them not only for leveling but also to master stealth techniques and soul fire magic. While opening a few treasure chests, Long Yen pointed the forging tool forward, giving the order for them to go ahead and clear the way. And the system displayed a notification, normal forging. Effective. 5-meter vision radius. He and the demonic wolf pack slowly moved deeper into the mountain, and 15 minutes later, Yen and the others were still walking through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly, he hesitated, his eyes becoming alert and calm. Immediately after, the forging tree was forcibly pushed back inside. The forging tree immediately illuminated the space inside. The system sounds, identifying the dog-headed miner as a common level 5 with 120 health, 30 attack power, 6 defense, and skills in mining and breaking. He quietly thought to himself, the dog-headed miner has appeared. A sudden blaze of red light burst forth, illuminating everything around. The demon wolves of the desert howled and charged like a sandstorm, their fur bristling as they rushed forward, killing them all, without leaving a single one alive. The dog-headed miner clenched his weapon tightly, his fierce teeth bared as he roared and charged into the attack. He charged into the crowd, his sword swinging rapidly, each strike tearing through the air and cutting them apart, killing 2 of the dog-headed miners. They roar together and rush forward, weapons aimed straight at the savage wolf demons of the desert, activating their destructive skills. On the other side, Yen quickly takes action and easily takes down a few dog-headed miners in just a few moves. 8 dog-headed miner enemies have been eliminated. They are not very strong individually, but the key is to avoid their axes. No matter how many of them I take down, they keep appearing, and the pack of dog-headed miners rushes forward with their weapons raised, howling. A fleeting smile appeared on his lips as he quietly activated his stealth skill, hiding himself. Their axes swung through the air, embedding deep into the ground, splashing water everywhere. Suddenly, a mane of fur appears from behind, radiating coldness that makes your hair stand on end. Idiot. I am here. They didn't have time to turn around when the sword flashed, and Tu Chi was immediately cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. Having killed the 20-headed dog-headed miner, he leapt and landed steadily on a large rock, his cold gaze looking down below. Hearing the sound from the system panel, Long Yen simply smiled faintly. Using stealth, the hidden technique, level 1, which activates the stealth state. He silently thought that his mastery of stealth had indeed been refreshed. In that moment, Long Yen's crimson eyes flashed. But the attributes of these ordinary level dog-headed people are still too weak. Leveling up with them is too slow. In front of him, they radiated a dark aura and stared at him intently, as if waiting for orders. The system immediately started the check. Level 15, common level dog-headed miner. Health 120. Attack 30. Defense. Skills. Mining. Destruction. Death. Spirit body. Destruction. When attacking them, damage does not exceed 5% of the target's health. Every sword in Lam Yen's hand slowly rises, pointing forward, so you can replace the demonic wolf wave and go quickly to find the boss here. He and the others slowly stepped through the mist and gradually moved deeper into the mountain. As they walked, Lam Yen's steps suddenly halted in the quiet mountain path. In front of him, the paths opened up and overlapped like a maze deep within the mountain. And as he glanced at the fork in the road, Lam Yen's eyes flickered slightly and quickly shifted to the side. Something is gently moving on the stone surface, making a disturbing scratching sound. His lips move slightly, and a blue-green flame suddenly appears in his hand. "We've found the person." Yen's fur shot out flames like sparks, leaving streaks of blue light in the air, destroying 2 slimy mud creatures and gaining 4 experience points. Behind him, his glowing red eyes flickered in the darkness, fixed intently on him. Suddenly, several shadows lunged out from the darkness. It is a dog-headed forging expert, with fierce red eyes, wielding a powerful whip, a vigilant, sharp. Level 6, individual with 350 strength, 100 attack, 10 defense, skilled in mining and combat. The howling dog growled and lunged to seize the bird that was fluttering. As it has always done, the strong prey on the weak is an unchanging rule of survival in nature. A fundamental link in the food chain, where predators are also prey, but behind, a snake quietly emerged. Its flickering eyes following. The snake opened its mouth wide, its gleaming fangs rushing straight forward. Danger lurking in every shadow. The sound of the wind rushing past echoes as the figure of a dog-headed man is thrown forcefully, and dust billows up thickly, completely obscuring the figure inside. In that moment, the wolf suddenly turned around, its fangs sinking deep into the snake's neck. But sometimes predators appear silently in the guise of prey. Lam Uyen's fiery red eyes suddenly flashed, emanating a cold aura. Just like at this moment, amidst the thick smoke, he reached out and grabbed the approaching rope, holding it tightly so it couldn't move. Lam Uyen clenched his 5 fingers tightly, making a chilling cracking sound. Got you now. He suddenly jerked the rope hard, pulling it out and causing the human-headed dog to fly forward. Immediately after, it was knocked far away and slammed onto the ground. The human-dog hybrid got up, howling loudly, its red eyes blazing with anger. But then, a cold shadow suddenly streaked past. Lam Uyen's sword swung down, cutting into it fiercely, a flash of steel shining amid the dust. Killing the humanoid dog-headed creature instantly, it coldly delivered a series of slashes, tearing its body apart before collapsing to the ground. The massive body fell heavily, lying motionless, with heavy thuds echoing across the mountains. He tilts his head slightly, glancing quickly behind him. Suddenly, from the darkness, they burst out, nearly 100 in number. With a thunderous roar, they all lifted their heads and howled fiercely, bending their weapons to unleash their skills as the battlefield entered a bloodthirsty frenzy. The bloodthirsty state increases attack speed by 40%, movement speed by 25%, and lasts for 60 seconds. Amid the roaring thunder, Lam Uyen remained still, his gaze calm. Over 50 enemies. A promising number. But our side's formation isn't bad either. He raises his hand, murmuring a spell, as the green smoke from the army of the undead slowly emerges. Appear now. Lam Uyen quietly commands a stern look at the monsters, initiating the slaughter. He raised his hand to order them to charge, officially starting the battle. Both sides surged forward, and the clash erupted fiercely. Each strike and roar echoing loudly turned this place into a battlefield of madness. The undead howled and roared defiantly, the savage wolves howling in fury. The dog-headed foreman suddenly saw the evil's head spinning. They attacked, and the dog-headed man was falling into a fainting state. Lam Uyen's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light, and that was the moment. He raised his sword high, the steel shining brightly, and ordered, "Kill." The system notification rang out along with the pile of their corpses lying in disarray. You have successfully killed 5 dog-headed foremen, 20 dog-headed foremen, 10 dog-headed foremen, and 40 dog-headed foremen. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 6. They growl and lunge forward. The powerful dog-headed overseers. Elites, level 6. With 350 health points, 100 attack, 10 defense, and skills including excavation, national defense, and deathly body. Because the dog-headed orc officers panicked and scrambled to escape. From afar, Lam Uyen rushed forward like a lightning bolt, aiming to escape, as he swung his sword to cut through them. First, ask my sword. Suddenly, a object from above plunges down and hits Lam Uyen. The next attack heads straight for him, and Lam Uyen quickly dodges to the side as the boss activates a heavy strike skill. The dog-headed leader roared in anger. Level 7. Boss. With 1,000 health points, 150 attack, 80 defense, skilled in excavation and heavy strike. He snorted softly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The weapon lunged forward, clashing and unleashing blinding sparks, with his bright red aura illuminating the entire space. The talisman was embedded into the cliff with incredible force, causing rocks and water to spray out. The dog-headed leader was stunned, eyes fixed on the hammer lodged in the cliff face. Seizing the opportunity, Lam Uyen lunged forward with her sword like lightning, aiming straight at it. But it was unharmed. The sword in his hand was knocked away by the powerful strike. Lam Uyen quickly stepped back, eyes alert and ready to defend against the next attack. But how could it fail to pierce through such a formidable leader's defense? In a fit of rage, the dog-headed leader suddenly pulls out a talisman and growls. He suddenly freezes, eyes wide as he looks ahead. Lam Uyen's eyes fixed on the giant hammer about to crush them. As soon as the hammer touched, he suddenly leapt back, dirt and dust billowing at his feet. He is not as dull as the elite monsters. His overall strength is at least 2 to 3 times greater than that of the elite monsters. A blue flame erupts from Lam Uyen's fingertips, first extending the distance to ensure continuous attack. The pack of undead slowly approached, forming a circle, raising weapons, pounding and gnashing. As they all launched their attacks, it quickly countered. The boss unleashes a powerful attack, doubling critical damage. He raises his hand forward and gives a decisive command. Move. They immediately attack and tear at the dog-headed leader. The undead wolf pack roars, activating group skills. The Fury of the Immortal, dealing 10% area damage, with a 20% increased critical rate, even when thrown into the air. The remaining creatures still fiercely bite the dog-headed leader, unleashing the rage of the Immortal. With a 10% group attack bonus and a 20% critical hit rate, its eyes blazing red. Thunder roared down, lightning tearing through the sky, and the remaining creatures clung fiercely, refusing to let go of the dog-headed leader. A fireball blazes in Lam Yen's palm, activating the soul fire technique. The fireball splits into dozens of smaller flames that attack it. If I remember correctly, the head dog leader has very low resistance to magic. -20, -30, -30. The dog-headed leader roared in pain after being hit, its mouth wide open, saliva flying everywhere. With furious red eyes, the headless dog leader lunged forward, forcefully pushing with its arms straight at Lam Uyen. He barely smirked, his eyes sharp and confident, activating his stealth skill. Lam Uyen's body moved slightly, suddenly appearing behind it. If you're determined to come to the door yourself, I won't hold back anymore. He carefully observes and quickly spots the weak spot on the head of the dog-headed leader. Right here, where the skin is unprotected. Lam Uyen immediately strikes with his sword, aiming for the vital point. There was only a thud, and blood gushed from its body. The dog-headed leader's eyes widened in pain, except for 100. It suddenly swung its hammer back with great force, the strike rushing straight at him with terrifying power. Lam Uyen quickly leapt back and snapped his fingers. A foot suddenly shot up into the air, and he leapt up, grabbing its leather shoe tightly. The deadly attack soared up and then descended with a sound as dry as tearing through space. The living assassins charged to attack the dog-headed leader, but it swung its hammer to counterattack. Already pierced its armor, Lam Uyen concentrated his strength, creating a series of blue circular flames for the next strike. They rushed towards the dog-headed leader, smoke and fire billowing. Killing me. -30. -40. -40. It painfully lifts its head and howls loudly to the sky. Suddenly, the minions of the dog-headed leader rushed out from the shadows. Lam Uyen let out a cold snort, his sharp eyes following them as he struggled before dying. Both sides clashed, the sounds of impact rumbling, and the system notifications kept ringing out. You have successfully killed the wolf-headed man's minion X-15. You have successfully killed the dog-headed officer level 10. You have successfully killed the dog-headed officer level 20. You have successfully killed 35 wolf-headed soldiers. The wolf-headed leader realizes the danger and tries to escape, but you appear immediately to block his path. Lam Uyen's body suddenly flickered with blue lightning as he clenched his sword, ready to run. Lam Uyen slowly drew his sword with a cold snort, leaving his life behind. He leapt into the air, his sword slashing fiercely at the head of the dog-headed leader. With a single strike, its head was severed from its body, blood spraying everywhere. The large body of the dog-headed leader falls to the ground, along with the sound of the system. You have successfully killed a dog-headed leader, gaining 50 experience. Lam Uyen smiled and opened the system check panel, congratulating you on reaching level 7. He frowned thoughtfully, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Level 7. Very good. Player. Lam Uyen. Level 7. Profession Spirit Hunter. Taboo. Innate talent Shadow Curse Technique. Gate of the Underworld. 20 out of 70. Strength. 27. Physique. 23. Speed. 45. Spirit 50. Experience 168 out of 27. 451. He couldn't help but ponder. Another step closer to reaching the Western City Gate. Lam Uyen looked at the two screens in front of him, and his proficiency in the invisibility and soul fire techniques had also been raised to level 2, doubling their effects, including the soul fire technique. Black Iron. Level 2. Effect. Deals 200% magic damage to the target. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Proficiency 20 out of 200. The invisibility spell. Black Iron. Level 2. Effective. Enters stealth mode for 10 seconds. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown of 3 minutes. Proficiency 10 out of 200. His eyes suddenly flicked to the side as if he saw something. Lam Uyen stepped closer, and a strange symbol appeared on him. A copper talisman. He steps forward, pauses briefly, then slowly reaches out to open the yang. As the yang opens, a blinding light bursts forth. Immediately after, countless gold coins flew out. The system sound rang out. You received a dog leather bag. Indestructible foundation. Haunting fist technique. Opened item. Dog leather bag. Received 20 gold coins. I remember that soon major global banks will open channels for trading world commodity currency for gaming and reality. 20 gold coins will be exchanged for real-world currency, which is also 200. 0, 0, 0. Not bad. The system immediately appraises each newly appeared item, including the indestructible foundation and effects, providing a 3-meter vision range for players in dark environments. No time limit. Mist mask. Bronze staff. Type. Weapon. Effectiveness. After wearing, it can reduce 5% physical damage, plus 10 stamina, plus 10 strength. King Lam Uyen grabbed the haunting gauntlet that was glowing. The system immediately provided information about it. The haunting gauntlet. Silver grade. Type. Weapon. Effects. With the gauntlet comparable to the physical strength of a dog-headed human. Defense plus 30. Attack plus 30. He immediately equipped it. Luckily not bad. In the bronze tone, you open the silver grade weapon again, and the fist set matches the strength of a dog-headed person's head, really makes you eager to try. Outside near the dog-headed cave, their bodies lie scattered on the ground. Bloodo Society leader Huyen Fai Long. Profession warrior. Faction level 8. He stands on the high rock, throwing his weapon into the air. It seems his recent training has been effective. In just a minute, we've killed 30 demon wolves. He smiled again and said as long as our brothers go on the offense, nothing can stop us. Bloodo Society Vice President Huyen Fi Ho. Profession. Assassin. Faction level 5. The crowd standing nearby kept flattering them. No wonder they are the leader and deputy leader. Killing so many demon wolves in one strike. Their strength is indeed extraordinary. Yes. Facing the trash mobs from the Loi Min Guild, we can definitely kill them without waiting for the armor to break. Fi Ho let out a cold snort. If it weren't for that guy, Lam Uyen, somehow sneaking out of nowhere earlier, we would have already taken the boss's death item, and no guild would dare to step in front of us. On the large screen set up in the wilderness, the system voice announced that the world boss, the Death Old Wolf, had been slain by player Lam Uyen, and everyone was stunned upon hearing it. He pursed his lips with a look of disdain, not knowing what luck that guy has. If I ever meet him, watch me not give him any color to see. Pai Long quickly stepped back to remind Pai Hu. How many times have I told you not to act rashly? He frowned and assessed him. Lam Uyen's strength is not ordinary. Instead of fighting him, better to recruit him to fight for us. After Fai Long finished speaking, he slowly stepped forward. I remember there was a dog-headed dungeon nearby recently. I'll go confirm the location first. Stay put and wait for orders. Recover your stamina, and then nod your heads beside me. Thanks. On the contrary, he glared furiously at his back. Big brother has already scolded me 3 times for that stray dog. Damn it. Fai Ho couldn't hold it in and shouted loudly. Lam Uyen, wait for me. One day, I will get there. I have to tear out the teeth of the dog in front of the boss, cut off its head, and let the boss see who is the real strongest. Tiger God's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Vice President? Don't get angry over something insignificant. What is that person looking at? He suspiciously looked in the direction he pointed, wondering what it was. Fai Ho saw a figure approaching in the distance. A girl with blonde hair dressed like a witch. His eyes, and those of his subordinates behind him, immediately turned into greedy, lecherous smiles. On the other side, Lam Uyen wandered aimlessly, his gaze distant and unfocused. After just a few steps, the system voice announced the zombie leader with a dog head. Level 7. 1,000 health. 150 attack. 80 defense. With the skill burrowing. A zombie body. Heavy strike. Heavy strike. After hitting them, deal 200% of attack stat as damage to the target's health. With a 10% critical hit chance, he is satisfied. Another level 7 zombie leader has been added with significant combat power, and the number of zombie beasts in the bright world has increased to 70. We are continuing to maintain this pace. Lam Uyen coldly glances and hears someone shout, "Stay back. My body is covered in wounds over here. Don't come any closer or I won't hold back." He curled his lips into a sinister smile and stepped forward. Feeling truly pleased, who would have thought I'd meet such a lively girl today? Fai Ho standing beside him, laughing along. Don't worry. It's just playing with him. Compared to suffering, just enjoy it to the fullest. Ho Than nodded. That's right. As long as we satisfy the vice president, there will be many benefits. Amai threw her weapon into the air and shouted, anyone who comes near me won't be spared. He didn't hesitate and charged like the wind, delivering a kick to her, making Amai cry out in pain. Let me see who dares to be so unkind. Faiho grabbed her hair and sneered. A useless mage, thinking he could hurt us. He pins Amai to the ground with a greedy look in his eyes. Don't be naive anymore if you still refuse to give up. Keep trying and see what happens. Faiho opened his mouth wide, grabbing her head and forcing Amai to look straight at him. Come on. Keep resisting. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Faiho tears Amai's clothes apart, causing her to scream and her body to shudder. Suddenly, a powerful punch strikes him square in the face. The brutal fist clenched into a powerful punch. Immediately after, it delivered an even stronger blow, knocking Faiho backward with no end in sight. Dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The henchmen, witnessing the punch, were horrified and pale with fear. The vice president. Faiho was knocked to the ground, leaving deep gashes on the surface. His face was deeply sunken from the powerful strike. His body pressed tightly against the rock. The one who delivered the blow was Lam Uyen, his sharp eyes effective and more skillful than expected. One of the henchmen, panicking and unsure whether to live or die, quickly turned his back and ran to report. We need to find a way to inform the leader. The other two slowly steadied themselves, their faces tense as they pointed directly at Lam Uyen. Who are you, offending the Blood O Society? You're definitely dead. He unzipped his coat and looked coldly at them, as if he was looking at the badges on their chests. The Blood O Guild, the ancient immortal sect, is the top guild led by newcomers from the Black Mountain. He stands silently, deep in thought, with most guild members being notorious red-named players known for their evil and dangerous deeds. That is, only those who commit crimes such as malicious attacks, theft, or robbery, and are identified by the system as dangerous players with a crime score of 10 or higher. Lam Uyen pursed her lips. Although the demon of love hasn't infiltrated yet, being defeated doesn't cause real death in life. But losing equipment and dropping levels also cause significant damage to players. Now, he finally speaks slowly with a cold voice. You are members of the Blood O Guild A. In the previous life, these rats caused me quite a lot of trouble. The prince behind him frowned suspiciously. The water god confidently stood up and pointed at himself. That's right. The #1 guild known throughout the Dark Continent. You have offended our vice guild leader. Now you should be afraid. He paused for a moment, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to attack. It's too late, but if you don't want to die a horrible death. The two of them smirked, seemingly confident they could defeat Lam Yen. You broke both their arms and then crawled around like a dog, calling out Grandpa a few times. In just a moment, he decisively lunged forward, and the sharp sword sliced straight toward the arrogant pair. Their arms were instantly severed. They collapsed in pain, crying out, I've already pulled your arms back in. Your barking dogs can go howl on the way to hell. Amai then stood up with a fierce gaze. Too powerful. Over there, Faiho was still lying on the ground, unable to move. His hand gently brushed a vial of medicine that fell out. You used life-restoring water to recover 20% of your health and magic power. Faiho gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain. You little brat. After drinking, his body surged with energy as he stood up. You must die. Fai Long slowly approached them, wanting to see which cowardly punk was afraid of the bear, no longer willing to live, when the subordinate immediately blurted out that the leader was ahead. Hearing this, the two of them were startled and turned around. He pointed at Lam Yen, shouting that it was this kid, asking the vice president to check, and he looked around to see who it was. Fai Long was about to show his strength but suddenly hesitated and stopped. He noticed his gaze, cold and detached, yet full of authority, like a moon condensed into a blade of icy light that could cut through everything. In Fai Long's eyes at that moment, he was no different from a monster, and the aura emanating from him alone was enough to make people feel extremely suffocated. While he was still stunned, the underling shouted recklessly, President, hurry up and give this kid some color. You blind dog who dares to provoke me. Are you tired of living? Damn it. Go die. Fai Long gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment, already dying. With this much aura, and the sword formation likely being a boss-level monster bat. This guy is probably 80 to 90%, Lam Yen. At this moment, he was hesitating and dared not take a risk. These fools couldn't provoke anyone, yet they chose to provoke him. Indeed, in war, there is no certainty of victory. While the henchmen behind keep rushing forward, you're definitely going to die. You're dragging everyone down. He slowly spoke. You are the leader of the Blood O Guild. Fai Long's pride cannot be lost as he stands between a choice and cannot respond. After a moment of thought, he made up his mind. It seems today's battle cannot be avoided. Suddenly, another man rushed in from behind Lin Yen. Amai, panic-stricken, immediately stepped forward to shield him, carefully watching his back. Fai Ho roared loudly, gripping his twin swords tightly. Death to the old man. He rushes forward crazily to take revenge. Die. Fai Long on this side also happily spins his double-headed axe. Kid, fighting against our Blood Oath Guild is the stupidest decision you've ever made. He thought to himself. The opportunity has come. Immediately, Fai Long and Fai Ho rushed from two sides targeting the two of them. Just as he was about to get close, he hesitated for a moment. And what? The spot where Amai had just been standing was replaced by the dog-headed leader of the assassin wave. It saw the enemy baring its fangs and growling, then quickly raised its weapon and slammed the giant hammer into his stomach. Fai Ho was instantly knocked away several meters, and Long Yen seized the opportunity to rush forward, closing in on Fai Long. Faced with his awe, he simply coldly declared, "The next person is up." And Long Yen, stunned, froze in place before he could even speak. Long Yen swung his sword in a long arc. Fai Long then died a tragic death on the ground. He looked at his body with no emotion, leaving the guild, and not even having the right to be taken seriously. The system suddenly appeared again, issuing a warning. And upon checking, it showed that you had killed a human player, increasing your crime score by 2 points. Long Yen read the 2 points. He was unafraid, quietly calculating that if he didn't keep accumulating for a week, it would automatically disappear. Amai, waiting in the distance, suddenly gasped in shock. No, they're running away. Should I chase after them? Long Yen softly reassured her. They're just some fish. No need. Then he turned and headed toward Fai Ho's body. The weapons scattered after the recent battle include Fai Long's double-headed axe, the violent war cloak, the white silver, type, weapon, effect, unleashing a powerful explosion on targets and surrounding enemies, with an attack speed of 40 and a power of 30. Next are his twin swords. Long Na crossbow, white, silver, type, weapon, effect, unleashing fire upon the target. The fire will cling to the target's body, causing continuous burning damage, with a speed of 30 and an attack power of 40. Finally, a compact dagger with thorny bushes, made of bronze, a type of weapon, effective for piercing, with an attack power of 15 and a speed of 20. When everything was settled, Amai felt relieved and approached him, gratefully saying, "Great God, thank you for saving me today." Her voice was sincere. "I don't even know your name yet." Her sudden approach stunned Lam Uyen, who turned away slightly, softly muttering, "What's his name?" Lam Uyen frowned. "One day you will see my name on the top of the global strategy rankings. Top 19. Hearing that, Amai was so stunned she froze. Top 10. She quickly regained her composure and hurriedly followed him. Who cares about that broken board? Great God. Lead the way. Lam Uyen's journey quickly brought him to the Ihao Desert. Suddenly, a tough, scaled hide of a monster appeared behind him. They are Ihao scorpions. Common level 6. With 400 health, 110 attack, 20 defense, and the skill of paralyzing lightning. Now, in front of Lam Uyen, there are not just one but 3 at the same time. He quickly reacts, lowering his body into a stance. Lam Uyen only needs a few sword strokes to send them to the Western Paradise peacefully. His brows furrowed, and his eyes were as cold as if he wanted to kill them all. Lam Uyen spun around 360 degrees, sweeping his blade through the Ihao scorpions. The system displayed a message: a total of 60 Ihao scorpions have been defeated in this area. Level 8. After reading the system panel, he was satisfied and leveled up to level 8. Although collecting the paralysis grass was a bit troublesome, it was still an unexpected gain. The scene shifts to 2 days earlier, when Long Uyen had a meeting with an old man who, with a serious face, bid farewell and started a conversation. "Hero, I've finally been waiting for you." The system immediately displayed a notification, a quest from the alchemist Imor. Do you want to accept it? Including the request from Imor and the quest details. Travel to Ihao village to collect 100 immobilized herbs and deliver them to Imor within 1 day. The mission level is rare. Immobilized herbs are a type of lightning attribute rabbit herb that grows in the village. After reading, Long Uyen had to ponder for several minutes. After some time, a special dungeon would open in the main city area. The dungeon is filled with lightning attribute monsters, and to clear it, you need extremely high lightning resistance. Therefore, a powerful anti-electricity potion will become a rare treasure, worth over 10,000 gold, and in a past life, someone once used it to gain a significant recovery item. And completing this mission to collect paralysis grass will earn the high-efficiency electric resistance potion recipe. He continued to glance at the old man. Today is the first day Amor has reached the foot of black sand. After completing this mission, he will retreat into seclusion forever. In other words, this is the only chance for players to obtain this formula. The only chance. Hearing this, Lam Yen had no hesitation and fully committed to the plan. Back to the present. After dealing with the swarm of Ahau scorpions, he kicked their corpses aside. The level 6 Thunder Beast guarding the paralyzed grass is not a threat to his current strength. Lam Yen easily approached the herb and successfully completed the task. Also practicing the gathering skill she just learned to master it, he uses his hand to collect them, and the system also appears, showing the collection skill. Black Iron. Level 2. Effect. Increased collection speed. With a 5% chance to gather rare herbs. Consumes 1 mental point. Cooldown time of 3 seconds. Proficiency. 120 out of 200. Alright. Lam Yen stands up to observe and go inside to check. Suddenly, the ground where he stands keeps bulging. Lam Yen was stunned and confused. Suddenly, a monster erupted from beneath the ground. Using its sharp head to attack him, he took a few steps back, keeping his distance from the monster. Lam Yen's eyes suddenly became frantic and stunned. In front of him is a mutated beast. A deadly scorpion. And its appearance is accompanied by a series of danger alerts. Lam Yen was terrified and exclaimed in horror. I didn't expect a mutated demon beast to appear here. And now there's a bunch of information above its head, the deadly scorpion. Level 10. Health, 2,800. Attack 400. Defense 55. Skills, Paralysis, Thunder Strike. Poison Penetration. Earth-ripping Gold Explosion. Thunder Boulder Spirit Crystal. After a moment, he regained his composure. A faint smile on his lips. Though now it was a bit more difficult to deal with. As he spoke, Lam Yen excitedly shouted, "But today, I will use you to sharpen the white silver slash." He used his swift speed and successfully approached the scorpion spirit assassin. Lam Yen's sword kept striking its shell but made no impression. Seeing that, he fell into deep thought, as the armor was tightly sealed, with no gaps, completely impervious to any attack. At this moment, the scorpion spirit suddenly emits a blue light, and the system quickly alerts that Bot Thi is adjusting her paralysis thunder skill. Lam Yen grits his teeth and pours all his strength into stabbing his sword through its shell and the thunder attack, but it didn't wait for him to execute his plan and stabbed its tail forward, with the poison skill penetrating through. Lam Yen reacted quickly and successfully dodged this attack. He stepped back a bit, waving his sword in the air. Lam Yen frowned and assessed. Its strength exceeds expectations. I must first disperse its fighting power. The scorpion demon was also rushing over, and Yen quickly adjusted her abilities and prepared to counterattack. The dog-headed man, come here. Immediately, a group of dog-headed people rushes out. The dog-headed man swings his hammer, aiming a blow at the scorpion spirit. Lam Yen pursed her lips and observed silently, not activating the double berserk mode. It suddenly went berserk and surged, knocking the dog-headed people away, forcing her to carefully control her skills and avoid chaos. Before the scorpion spirit could cause chaos, he had already summoned several fireballs. The fireballs rushed to attack, causing it pain and preventing it from dodging. Lam Yen excitedly keeps attacking, testing the power of my upgraded fire magic. The scorpion spirit is gradually losing blood. 40, 50, 60, he sneered coldly, still continuously channeling his magic, and a rope quickly appeared, wrapping around its leg. The scorpion demon screams and struggles as it is restrained by the group of dog-headed people. When a dog-headed man seizes the opportunity and charges forward with a hammer, he struck the scorpion spirit's head with a powerful blow. Immediately the stats appeared, with 200 points, triggering the double critical hit. Lam Uyen was also surprised and felt a sense of awe. As the double critical hit appeared, the scorpion demon roared in pain and broke free from the restraints. It quickly realized it had to attack him first. But before it could act, Lam Uyen had already run away. He hovered in midair. Surprising the scorpion demon, Lam Uyen clenched his fist tightly. A surge of magic quickly unleashed, leaving no gap for an attack to break through. The system appears simultaneously, detecting that the player has equipped the Death Slayer title, increasing attack power by 10%, critical hit rate by 10%, and magic damage by 10%. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Then I will crush your entire body into a pile of wreckage. Get ready. The divine scorpion doesn't realize death is near, so it still roars to threaten. Immediately after, it was slammed into the ground by Lam Uyen, its horns shattered and flesh torn apart. The scorpion demon was pressed firmly onto the ground, and it immediately howled in agony from the pain. He quickly drew his sword and finished the job, successfully defeating the mutated demon beast. The scorpion spirit. The system quickly displays the information, awarding 560 experience points. Demon Scorpion Spirit. Level 10. Health 2,800. Attack 400. Defense 55. Skills include Paralysis, Poison, Piercing, Electric Roar, Crystal Storm, and Death, Spirit Body. Electro-Paralysis attack with set effect, causing stun for 1 second. Poison piercing damage with tail attack, plus 10 toxin damage. And Thunder Scream control after hitting them. Deal 250% of attack damage to the target's health, with crystal shards flying in all directions within a 360-degree radius, causing 100% of attack damage to the target. Suddenly, a swarm of fierce scorpions rushed from afar, startling Lam Uyen and making him turn his head. Only then did he see a group of fierce scorpions approaching from a distance. They just charged straight toward where he was standing. Lam Uyen slowly looked at the swarm of scorpions. How? Timing it perfectly. You better refine your skills and control the deadly scorpion from earlier, so I can use my newly tamed pet to play with you a bit. The system prompts use the skill Thunderous Crystal. A series of attacks significantly reduced the health bars of the AI scorpions, taking away 60 points. Lin Uyen quickly moved to the back of them. You struck a few times, causing the AI Hao scorpions to break into pieces and exposing their weak points. Soon, the last one fell at Lam Uyen's hands. Now underground is a pile of AI scorpion corpses. The system keeps notifying that your level has increased. Congratulations. You have reached level 10. At the same time, the status board displayed that the player Lam Uyen was at level 10, with the profession of Spirit Hunter. Forbidden Skill. Innate Talent. Resistance to Dark Magic. Gate of War. 20 out of 100. Strength. 32. Physique. 28. Agility. 47. Spirit 53. Experience 152 out of 5,000. 159. After reading, he felt satisfied. Leveling up twice in a row wasn't bad at all. The system begins awarding Lam Yen with rewards, including silver-level weapons, a blazing spear, a guardian's staff, a terrifying whip, and a spiritual bow. He quietly calculated that the spoils in his inventory were all silver-grade weapons. Selling a few items should be enough to improve his parents' lives significantly. Lam Uyen then turned to look at the scorpion assassins lying noisily on the ground. The system displays a message: all monsters in this area have been eliminated. Congratulations. You have received the gold skill book, tailored for your class. A glow begins to emanate around his body. Lam Uyen looks at the book gradually appearing in his hands. This is it. Just thinking about the system's introduction. The dark, golden words. The learning conditions, all dedicated to the Death Hunter. He placed his hand on the book, feeling it, and muttered in admiration. Not a bad luck. As Lam Yen cast her magic to use the book, the system also appeared simultaneously, and the skill book was automatically stored in the player's memory. Congratulations. You have acquired the Hunter of the Dead's exclusive skill. A blinding column of light now appears around you. Inside, the system displays the original Dark Words. Dark Words in gold. Level 1. Effect. Deals 20% damage to the target's health, or restore 20% health to the dead. Cost 100 mana. Cooldown of 10 seconds. Proficiency level 0 out of 100. Lam Uyen looked at the glowing flame in his hand with curiosity. Recovering 20% of the living target's health. He suddenly had a new idea and turned around. In front of Lam Uyen is the spirit scorpion with 60% health. Without hesitation, he decided to try and see what happens. The fire quickly rushed towards the scorpion spirit and immediately seemed to recover its life force. Shouting excitedly, the scorpion spirit mark above appears, with its health restored to 80%. Only then does Lam Uyen nod in satisfaction. The countdown is over. It's time to head to the main city. Just follow the wind and sand to find that first leader. A mysterious unidentified object suddenly appeared behind him and gently touched his shoulder. Lam Uyen was a bit surprised and turned around. Wait a minute. Could it be? The scene shifts outside, and the unidentified figure from earlier is Mrs. Lam, who nervously pats your shoulder and says it's not good. Uyen, your dad just hurt his back. Come here and help out. Lam Uyen quickly ran down to help Mr. Lam sit in the chair. Slow down a bit. Mrs. Lam helplessly scolded him. You're getting old. Why still try to do things? Even fixing the air conditioner wasn't careful enough. Wouldn't it be better to call someone to help? Now look at this. Your back is really hurt. Meanwhile, Mr. Lam was in so much pain he was trembling. He may have turned pale from the pain, but still stubbornly tried to comfort. Just save where you can. Last week the washing machine broke. Wasn't it enough that I fixed it with a simple tweak? Mister. Lam continued. This little bruise is nothing. Just a good night's sleep will fix it. And tomorrow I have to go to school to pick up the little one. But he silently stepped out without saying a word. Lam Uyen clenched her lips without saying a word. And time gradually passed until the next day, while he was still deeply asleep in bed. Mrs. Lam had already been awakened. She helped Mr. Lam up and headed toward the door. Uyen is your daughter. Why are you so energetic early in the morning? In front of them are two workers installing the TV on the wall. One of them suddenly approached and started a conversation, making Mr. and Mrs. Lam panic. May I ask if you are Mr. and Mrs. Lam? The new product that Mr. Lam Uyen ordered. We quickly brought it over for installation. Please kindly confirm and accept it. She pinched her cheek in disbelief. Hey Lam. Am I dreaming or what? What's going on here? Over here. He's training hard in the gym. While Lam Uyen is busy running on the treadmill, a voice suddenly interrupts, disturbing him. The gym staff approached and asked if you wanted to sign up for the VIP package, and we need to hold the payment for 1 year first. Hearing this, he took out his bank card and said, This is my bank card. Lam Uyen silently thought about selling unused equipment, renovating the house, and making a family gym card at the same time. As he thought of this, his face darkened again. After all, parents and Xiao Dan should start training early so that when they reach the immortal stage later, it will be easier for them to adapt. She here is still daydreaming about Lam Uyen. Wow. This guest has been working out for so long without getting red-faced or out of breath. And he has a really good figure too. Is having an older brother like him something to admire? The gym staff suddenly froze in shock as she nervously looked at the card in her hand. A top-tier VIP card only issued when there is over 5 million yuan deposited in the bank. He seemed to ignore her gaze and turned to answer the phone. Hello, yes, that was a bonus from the previous gaming tournament. Yes, today you two can rest at home. Leave the matter of the little guy to me. The gym staff member listened and became more and more captivated, thinking this guest is still very young. So impressive. The scene shifts again to No. 1-2 Tui High School, where students are rushing out as soon as class ends. Let's go. Let's form a team at the nearby internet cafe. And me too. A figure slowly stepped out from inside. Lam Dan's eyes kept scanning around. Behind her, two classmates were chatting. Wait. Come to my house today. I'm hosting a birthday party. My brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow. Having an older brother is so great. I'm so jealous. I wish I had an older brother too. Hearing that, Lam Dan's eyes darkened. Is having an older brother really something to admire? Memories of Lam Uyen, looking disheveled, gradually appeared in her mind. Thinking of that, Lam Dan quickly walked faster. I don't need an older brother. Before she could take a few steps, she was blocked by someone. The school's beauty, Lam Hoakoi shouted loudly. 4 worthless guys show up. We've invited them so many times but they never came. And now they personally invite us. Can't they show some respect? Lam Dan furrowed her brow in annoyance and asked, What do you want to do? Her two classmates hesitated and stepped closer. Who are they from our school? An Dung, emboldened, stepped closer to tease Lam Dan, seeing how soft and smooth her skin was. Let me see if I can squeeze some water out of her. She immediately angrily pushed him away. Damn it. Don't touch me. Get lost. Lam Dan pointed at them and threatened. If you keep clinging to me, I will call the police. An Dung saw this and immediately punched her hard in the back. Damn it. Ungrateful bastard. Lam Dan was hit and couldn't react in time, falling to the ground, while her two classmates immediately panicked. In the school classroom, he still doesn't know when to stop and keeps trying to hit her, constantly spouting dirty words. Pretending to value you. What are you pretending to be noble for? She couldn't fight back and could only raise her hand to shield herself. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Dung's arm. Lam Dan was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. Lam Uyen looked at him with a murderous gaze and whispered, Who gave you the right to bully my sister? She called his name in surprise. Lam Uyen. And seeing the wound on Lam Dan's face, his expression grew even more grim. Dung was immediately stopped and, furious, wanted to strike back. Damn it. Where did this damn mutt come from? Those guys also rushed to help. If I don't knock out all your teeth today, I'll take you away. You want to die. Don't talk too much. Break his arm first, then kick him. But right after that, Lam Uyen leaned in and punched the first guy directly in the face, quickly moving on to the second, then swiftly turning to kick the third in the head. And finally, Lam Uyen ruthlessly kicked Dung's face directly, even stomping hard on his face repeatedly until he was satisfied. The 4 of them are now just lying there, crying in pain as everyone watches. Lam Uyen nods to her to go, While Lam Dan and her friend are still stunned with their mouths open, the two gradually went outside. And on the way back she hesitated to speak first, asking why he came here today. Inside Lam, Dan kept feeling confused. This guy only knows how to bury himself in games all day. So why did he come to school to pick her up today? Lam Uyen explained emotionlessly that her father had a back injury and her mother was taking care of him at home, which made her startle when she heard it. Lam Dan quickly turned around in panic. Is your back pain serious? Don't worry, it's not that bad. As soon as Lam Uyen finished replying, the atmosphere returned to silence. Her eyes now started to flicker with emotion, as if it had been a long time since she last talked to him like this. Sorry. He, on the other side, still showed no expression at all. Suddenly, two girls waved their hands from behind, calling them back. Class president. Those two girls moved closer to Lam Dan and kept whispering. The class monitor. Your brother is so kind to come pick you up. Unlike my brother, that missile-looking guy. So it turns out you have a brother who's both handsome and talented. Why haven't I heard you mention him before? She then looked at Lam Uyen more closely, admiring him handsome. This guy is A. Who is this guy? Wow, he's so handsome. Yeah, it seems like a former student has returned to school. He looks much more dashing than the other guys here. Lam Dan looked thoughtfully at the expressions of those around him. His reputation is really high. Suddenly, a girl ran over to chat, greeting him, and Lam Uyen politely responded. Hello. She pouted. His height is also impressive. I didn't notice before. Maybe because I haven't been close enough to see clearly. Lam Dan almost lost himself in thought. Probably started going to the gym a long time ago. His muscles are clearly defined. I didn't expect that. Just after a fight, he's already so strong. What a surprise. She recalls his previous confident demeanor. Clearly the same person. Lam Uyen back then looked both timid and casual, only focused on his game. Thinking about this, Lam Dan was again lost in thought, feeling like the change was so natural and so much. Lam Dan, with a surprised look and wide eyes, watched her friends wave goodbye and say, see you tomorrow, then stood there in a daze, only seeing Lam Uyen bend down intending to carry her. The friends behind cheered. Go on. Lam Dan blushed, quickly waving her hand to refuse. No need, I can walk by myself. What is going on? I don't want to be carried on my back in front of so many people. But before she could take a step, she was suddenly pulled back with great force, causing Lam Dan's body to sway. Lam Uyen quickly bent down, reached out to pull her back, then lifted her onto his back, despite her struggles. Hey, brother. Lam Uyen stands up, looking calm and indifferent. The classmates have already left. If you can't walk, don't force yourself. His gaze gently lingered on her ankle. Where the wound still bled, she must have sprained it during the fall earlier. Lam Dan silently lowered his head, no longer crying out. And he realized when it happened. Lam Uyen quietly carried her into the house. We're home. Dad. Mom. Your parents exchange puzzled glances. Mr. Lam glances at her briefly, then slowly turns to observe the two of them. It's good that you're back. He went into the kitchen and started washing the pile of dishes in the sink. Mrs. Lam sat behind, holding her cheek proudly, and said, Dan, look at how he's walking now. Does he seem like a different person? He gently pats his hand in approval. That's right. He just learned to cook and wash dishes, and even knows how to change the new decor in the house. Lan Dan could only twitch her mouth after hearing that. She sat close and whispered to her. And our sibling relationship is like when we were kids, even better now. Lam Dan was holding her glass of water, but she choked on her drink. Is that so? She gently blows on the water to cool it down, her eyes unconsciously thoughtful. This guy is really strange. Has he truly changed? He stands in the kitchen, wearing a neat apron. Have you finished cleaning up? Without waiting for an answer, he casually takes off the apron and goes to his room. Lam Uyen gently closed the door, and Lam Dan's gaze unconsciously flicked over. She suddenly felt a bit sad. What was I expecting? As expected, he's still a shut-in who neglects his responsibilities for gaming. Lost in thought, Lam Dan waited to see a bottle of medicine placed in front of her. After handing it over, he turned and left without forgetting to remind her to use it after bathing. This thing works very well. After saying that, Lam Uyen went into the room to close the door. I'm playing games now. Don't come into my room if nothing's wrong. She didn't reply to Lam Uyen, only lightly examined the medicine bottle. Lam Dan's cheeks slightly flushed. She smiled softly and said, I know. No one wants to go into his room anyway. Her eyes lingered on the medicine bottle, a faint smile passing over her lips. Inside the room, he sighed upon hearing Mrs. Lam talking to Lam Dan. See. I told you so. Their relationship is already good. What happened at school today? Nothing at all. Mom went to take a shower earlier. Lam Uyen sighs and leans back in his chair, thinking that perhaps the recent family issues can finally come to an end. He rubs his head and turns to look at the hat beside him. Without a breath of wind, Lam Uyen put it on his head, then returned to the game. He stepped into the game and landed, causing thick smoke to fill the air. In the city lord's district, the virtual chamber, Lam Uyen smirked and said, "Time to catch that mouse." Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes, indicating you have entered the retreat room. In another place, a man was forcefully kicked down a crack. "Respected magistrate, I swear to the heavens this is just a misunderstanding." Han let out a hoarse, muffled scream. "Swallow your dirty lies and go repent in that place." Lam Uyen's shadow gradually appeared amidst the misty fog. The magistrate suspiciously glanced back as if he saw no one. Han quickly looked away, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. Strange. Is this an illusion? He calmly hides behind the wall, not yet acting. Lam Uyen's face is expressionless, but his deep eyes reveal contemplation. Patrol officers on the street are very sensitive to crime. Calculating the time needed for the crime value to reset to 0 would take at least 3 days of hiding. He quietly turns and walks away. It's time to retrieve it. It's been a long time since we last met, my friend. The scene shifts to a grand church of Yuan A Trang Le. From the highest step of the church, Lord Tra Loren Gyang spreads his arms to bless. But his name washes away the fog of his past. From now on, your soul will be as pure as fresh snow, and your path will be guided by divine light. Now, I will perform the purification ritual for you. Just as the purification ceremony was about to begin, Lam Uyen's figure slowly appeared, coming from the dirty temple. His gaze gradually shifted, filled with suspicion and wariness. Seeing that Loren still remained silent, he slowly spoke. "I heard that a seriously ill person is being taken in here, so I came to treat him." At the wooden door in that corner, Lord Vich kindly inquires about Mr. Dark's condition, asking for your permission to disturb you. Mr. Dap. He lies motionless on the bed, his face unusually hollow, with a strange blue liquid oozing from his chest. Darkway was a member of the Scorpion Tail Lion Knights and one of the strongest knights in the ancient West Deezer Kingdom. By then, I had reached that moment. 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 I had reached that moment. A strange object also emerged, and the toxins in his body had begun to corrode his internal organs unless he accepted my treatment method. Mr. Nuakwa's deep voice rang out, saying he wouldn't survive more than a month otherwise. After some reflection, Dak raised his head and said, "To detoxify my body, I need 1,000 grams of rotten fish oil. If you're not afraid of dying, come try the gobi mud." As he finished speaking, the system sound rang out. "System, you have activated the request. Dak's mission. Do you accept it?" The mission name, Dak's request. Mission level, Gold. Mission content, collect 1,000 grams of rotten fish oil to treat the toxins in Dak's body. Replacing Lam Uyen simply smirked and nodded in agreement. Of course, the scene shifts to the muddy gobi area, where the rotten fish slowly peer up, amidst the murky water rising with several white skulls, its red eyes moving slowly, with a gaze like a sharp blade. Immediately after, the rotten fish opened its sharp-toothed mouth and attacked the group, a level 15 elite with 500 health, 500 attack, 45 defense. Using skills like Wavetail and Resonance Ear Trap, Tu Min clenched his weapon and charged forward, warning them to stay strong. These monsters have sharp teeth, and there's no way to avoid being bitten. Charge ahead. My subordinates lying on the ground. Watch your waist. The spiked tail swung fiercely towards him, creating a violent gust of wind. Tu Min's group couldn't dodge in time, only he managed to swiftly sidestep to the side. Two people fell into the water and were surrounded by them. Save them. It raised its tail to attack with a move, activating the Wavetail skill. The rotten fish opened its mouth wide and charged at Tu Min. He could only grit his teeth and stare intently as it rushed to attack. The rotten fish stuck out its long, slimy tongue and hissed fiercely. Tu Min's eyes widened in shock, his whole body stiffening this time. He's definitely doomed. Suddenly, a surge of deadly aura approached from behind. A figure rushing forward. It's him. Lam Yen quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away. He forcefully pushes Tu Min back, his hand forming a blue sphere. Don't block the way. Lam Yen's power quickly strikes directly at the rotten fish. This strike directly hits its head, causing a huge explosion. He grabs him and leaps down into the crack. And Tu Min, confused, has no idea what is happening. Tu Min clutches his neck scarf, kneeling in doubt. So he's been saved. The black cloak suddenly flies past, and Tu Min quickly stands up to stop him. Wait a moment. Along the path, Lam Yen passes. The green energy radiating from him reveals that he is the great deity from earlier. Lam Yen leaps up, and the power gathering in his hands forms a magic sphere. Lam Yen unleashes her power on the rotten fish, causing them to continuously lose blood and take 320 damage. They scream in pain and thrash their tails fiercely to escape the swamp. The rotten fish swarm roared and charged at Lam Yen. Tu Min watched in horror, warning him to be careful. They try to bite him with their teeth, but Lam Yen just leaps back, easily dodging them all. Is this all you've got? He kneels on one knee, one hand on the ground, the other clenched into a fist. Lam Yen pulls a sword from the space, his eyes sharp as a blade, looking straight at them and coldly saying, "Trash fish gather in schools. But they are just trash fish." He moved at the speed of light, continuously taking down several rotten fish. Tu Min and the others watched this scene in shock, exclaiming, "What the hell? Where did this big shot come from? Just now, with 8 of us, we almost got beaten, but he alone managed to cut down 5 of them, showing quite a bit of strength. Though unfortunately, in a one-on-one fight, he couldn't kill the rotten fish." Hearing your friend say more, he became even more panicked. After all, the most deadly attack of the monsters is still their group skill. Below the swamp, the rotten fish growl and form interconnected lightning bolts. The veteran assassin of the fallen wolf has awakened, transforming into a fierce wolf. "Let's go. Use your skills." And roar to devour. The system flashes a warning in my mind as the rotten fish activate their group skill. I focus on resonance. Enemies within range will be affected by poisonous fog, activating negative states like confusion, hallucinations, and auditory illusions. Lam Yen sneered. A magic circle had appeared in her hand for some time. "I won't fall into a trap in this world. Brother, the life-saving spell of the former wolf has been cast. The fierce wolf. Let's go. Use your skills." And roar to hunger. It stands on the cliff howling, the wind circle hitting the rotten fish. The system quickly alerts. Attack them. The rotten fish falls into a coma. Lam Yen covers her face with her hand. Then now on the screen are continuous lines of text, and the system display shows the words, "Mask Alert." Effect: Disposable gas mask. A mask appears on his face, with a second mask underneath. Lam Yen quickly moves with his sword. The vengeful ancient dragon stands behind as a protector, and he moves down to the swamp, lying down to accept death. Every time Lam Yen passes by the rotten fish, the system pops up, indicating their weak points. One by one, he takes them down, accompanied by the system's voice, indicating their weak points. Lam Yen jumps onto the head of one, stabbing it fiercely with his sword, killing it. As the system screen displays a message along with the screeching of the rotten fish, targeting their weak points. From Min, pointed at Lam Yen, who was stunned in amazement. "Impressive indeed," Doan Hien warned. "If we slack off now, it's still too early." More rotten fish are emerging from the swamp. "Look. Here they come." He orders the undead to release the dark star seeds. Go. Pull the death seeds. It growled, and purple energies began to gather, activating the skill crystal storm. The head of the deadly insect shot out purple magic stones, but the magic stones shot straight into the bodies of the rotten fish, forcing them to thrash their tails and dive into the swamp, causing a devastating explosion. The sharp meteorites still pierced through the mud. The rotten fish stabbed straight into the body, and they opened their mouths wide to bite. Not Trung shook his head in disbelief, realizing that the sheer power and number were too great to trap the entire school of fish with a single net. He pulled his hood over his head to keep it mysterious. From Min widened his eyes and looked down at the swamp. "Wait a minute. This is..." A scream of fear, as he pointed. "This scorpion seems to always target the bellies of the females." Under the swamp, the bright eyes watched the defeated rotten fish. "Everyone, look. It seems the school of fish is starting." The boy is wide-eyed and stunned as he sees their actions. Attacking together, the rotten fish swarm then devours the defeated rotten fish, creating a horrifying sound. Lam Yen calculates internally that when the female fish is dead or spawning, it releases a large amount of pheromones, attracting other fish into a protective frenzy, while immediately activating the wind mode that targets no one in particular. He looked down from the high cliff at the swamp, exploiting the characteristics of this fish to make them kill each other. A rotten fish sank into the mud. It suddenly jumped up, opening its mouth wide to attack Lam Yen. Min shouted in fear, warning, "Your Majesty, be careful." He still stood there, calmly watching the approaching fish. Dan Hien quickly stepped back to defend himself. What is this? Is this also a female fish? Why does it have a body, almost like a fish? Yen lowered his head, his voice turning deep and calm. Just in time, he released a lot of live desert ghost wolves and ordered them to attack. The wolves pounce and tear into the deeply rotten fish. Lam Yen was a bit surprised and said, as expected of a level 15 monster essence. Standing before the sharp teeth of the rotten fish, he was not afraid at all. Even when summoning the 6 demon wolves, he did not cause any fatal damage. Lam Yen drew his sword. But just immobilizing the target would make it much easier to handle. A single slash would be enough to take it down. And the system immediately announced, target fish with 6th grade elite essence eliminated. Lam Yen orders the dog-headed assassin to attack and strikes the rotten fish's head with a powerful axe blow. Nat Trung looked at it with suspicion. Realizing this was the blue poison sac inside the male fish, he quickly answered to prevent him from wondering too long. Yes. The green poison bag inside the male fish is like a capsicing. When the poison is released, the smell will emit a warning signal to the other fish to stay away. The remaining rotten fish that can still swim quickly dive underwater to escape. While the others still struggle in the blue water, they open their mouths to breathe, weakly flail their tails, stay at least 5 meters away, and dare not stop. Moreover, they are not completely immune to their own toxins. When they become toxic, they can only be slaughtered by others. 2 men cheered and jumped up. They're gone. The school of fish has really left. Lam Yen jumps down from the cliff into the swamp. Then all that's left is to harvest the spoils of war. Li shouts in surprise, seeming unable to believe his own hands. A person who can clear the area so thoroughly is truly unbelievable. 2 Min's eyes showed admiration as he refuted you. It's hard to believe someone would want to turn into a useless item on his thigh. Down in the swamp, with just a few strikes, Lam Yen finished cleaning up the rotten fish and was done. Less than 30 seconds later, he appeared again on the cliff face in front of 2 Min and the others. The system displays a message: you have gained 12,000 experience points, and your level has increased to level 11. Lam Yen stood firm, silently thinking that thanks to accumulating hundreds of experience points in this dungeon in his previous life, he was able to progress quickly this time. He closed his eyes, took off the mask, and silently praised it for its significant contribution in this battle. The jar in Lam Yen's hand absorbs all the life force from the rotten fish. He then thinks to himself that it only cost 5 gold coins to buy and can only be used once, which is a bit costly, but still worth the money. The system screen displays a line of text detailing that 1,000 grams of rotten fish oil, produced from the fat glands of goby mudfish, is one of the ingredients for high-grade medicinal treatments. It works surprisingly well on wounds caused by Fucho poison, with necrosis reversing and regenerating healthy flesh. Lam Yen suddenly remembered something and said, then forgot about it, as a red ball appeared in his hand. The system now provides additional information about it. The enemy's nose, silver, type, and the mask made from rotten fish skin. It is a spherical, elastic nose that makes a clicking sound when squeezed, and it can also emit light. The pheromone emitted by the rotten fish causes a fear effect on small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lam Yen slightly despised the floating nose of the wave breaker. Imagining himself wearing it and looking like a clown, his face darkened as he wondered whether the high reward was due to the mission or the strange hobby of the game designer. And then this strange thing fell out. 2 Min suddenly appeared beside Lam Yen, covering his mouth and praising it. So cool. And it can even glow. He looked at the rebellious nose with amusement. Oh my god, it even moves. Lam Yen asked suspiciously. You like this nose? 2 Min smiled happily, squinting his eyes. So cool. Sir, can you sell it to me? Whatever the price. It's up to you. And he broke out in a sweat seeing his enthusiasm. Looking helpless, Not placed his hand on 2 Min's shoulder, feeling embarrassed for his teammate. Maybe he's just going to stay on the mountain forever. He awkwardly said sorry. He's always been like that. Lam Yen generously handed that item to 2 Min. It's a gift for you. He hurried to stop him. Wait. Let me at least pay for it. He cut in. No need. In 2 Min's mind, Lam Yen had long been added as an angel. He was moved to tears. A great divine. Truly an angel. The 2 behind him were speechless. What is this? Does someone really want to pay money for this? Later. At the church, 2 guards were outside the room. Inside, Lam Yen poured the blue liquid from the bottle in reverse. He opened his eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, Deco. Then sat up suddenly, looking at him with surprise. I didn't expect you to actually be able to collect it. The system rings out to announce that you have successfully completed the gold mission, fulfilling Dak's request, and received the gold weapon reward. Spirit Soul Fragment. Lam Yen quietly looked at the spirit sword, thinking that this was the first gold-level weapon I received from Thon Hun Xin Yan. The detailed information panel appears, showing the soul seal. Gold. Weapon type. Effects. Total attack. 150. Magic damage plus 150. Spirit plus 100. And skill enhancement. Soul seal. Soul seal. Within a radius of 100 to 150 meters. Deals 150% mental damage to the target enemy. With no cooldown and low mana cost. The sword is wrapped in a layer of lightning magic. Its own effect is quite ordinary. But the accompanying skill, Thon Hon Chuan, has extremely effective combat traits. Especially the hidden effects. Lam Yen's eyes sharpened at the thought of attacking monsters with the sword. Each time they would gather Thon Hon Chi Ki inside the enemy's body. And after 3 times it would cause an additional 250% mental damage. Axiong imagines herself standing on a cliff with her sword. Below are many defeated enemies. And it was the Spirit Soul Seal that helped her wipe out the Western Mysterious Clan and reach the top to become the #1 mage of the Western Mysterious Clan. Lam Yen gently touches the sword. And the system voice echoes in An's mind, awarding reputation points. With the Thon District reputation increasing by 1,000 and the Night Corps reputation by 500, Lam Yen quietly calculated that the reputation gained seemed to be just neutral, like in the previous life, but enough to operate within Thon Chin territory. An Nuok looked at the system panel. And yet, there was more. The system then announced that your character has completed the mission and received a favorability boost from the NPC, increasing the favorability by 10. Kay happily looked at his hand. While Lam Yen wondered if something was different this time, he looked at him sincerely and said thank you so much. Little brother Huyen, if it weren't for you, I might have died in bed next month. Lam Yen politely replied. No need to be so formal, Kay added. To describe the ceremony, there is one thing I must definitely tell you. He wondered suspiciously, questioning in his mind. Is it because he gained 10 more points of favorability that some hidden detail was triggered? He cautiously issues a warning that if you meet someone named Kwai Shi, you must stay away from him. Lam Yen asks, puzzled. Kwai Shi is my guide. Why would he say that? Kay was stunned and exclaimed, Aunt D. Han. Han is your guide. He turned and stepped out of bed. And although you had concealed your profession, Kay suddenly stood up and asked, Are you a death spirit hunter? Lam Yen's face darkened, as he wondered how he knew I was a soul hunter, after hiding my identity. Even Kwai Zi shouldn't know my true role. He seriously explained to him that I thought he was a member of the Scorpion Knight, under the king's command, responsible for secret missions, including hunting spiritual hunters. So I learned a special skill called Sensing Darkness. Lam Yen doubted Sensing Darkness. To prevent your doubts from lingering, Kay replied that Sensing Darkness is a special skill of the Scorpion Warrior, which automatically detects the presence of death hunters. The closer they are, the clearer the perception. Lam Yen looked at him questioningly. So he had already discovered my identity. He was very surprised inside. I didn't expect there to be a special skill just for dealing with death hunters. Kay looked at his palm in disbelief. No. At first I was heavily poisoned, and my awareness was decreasing so I didn't notice. The poison has now lasted long enough. You carry a special aura of the Lord of Darkness. Of course I couldn't miss it, Lam Yen hesitantly asked. Lord of Darkness. You are serious and just. So then it must have started a very, very long time ago. The story begins with the most popular legend among immortals, that this world once had a total of 5 gods. God of Light, the Lord of Wishes, the Goddess of Nature, the Ruler of Tides, and the King of Souls. But in fact, from the very beginning, there was a 6th god, a black-clad person wearing a mask, the Dark Lord. The Lord of Darkness is also known as the King of the Immortals and is the most powerful among the 6 divine beings. Because of his overwhelming strength, the Lord of Darkness acted on his own will without holding back anything. Many of his subordinates kneel before the Dark Lord, who also grants his most loyal followers immense dark power, transforming them into death hunters to carry out his divine will. His voice exudes resentment. Under the brutal rule of the Dark Lord, the death hunters not only spread plagues but also killed tens of millions of people. The more he spoke, the calmer his voice became, and he turned the spirit rings into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. So, the major nations began to resist the Dark Lord, and the divine altars used to worship him were gradually destroyed. All records related to him were burned to dust, and ghost hunters, once discovered, are immediately executed on the spot. Since then, this profession has also been classified as forbidden, and everyone hates and pursues it. My hometown clenched his shirt tightly and said, In the past, during a battle, we had to hunt a death hunter, which is why I have been plagued with illness for 10 years. At first, I thought I was only waiting to die, until you appeared. After hearing the story, Lam Yen glared and showed a fierce look. In my previous life, I was just a mage. But I never expected there was such a secret hidden behind those legends. He remembers his profile. The player Lam Uyen. Level. Rank. And profession. Death Hunter. Forbidden Talent. Darkness Absorption. Gate of the Luminous Realm. 35 out of 100. Strength 32. Stamina 28. Agility 49. Mental 156. Experience 527 out of 8,726. No wonder the Death Hunter became a forbidden profession. Luckily, I have always remained hidden. Lam Uyen remains silent. Stroking his chin in thought. Things are getting complicated. I thought that after resolving the crime, I could quietly investigate clues about the medal in September. His eyes grew sharp. But now it seems that if I don't quickly find a way to hide the aura of the Dark Lord, I might be exposed immediately. Lam Yen asked. Dak. Is there any way to avoid sensing the dark aura of the Night Squad's scout? Kuei's face showed obvious tension. His hand clenched into a fist. Unless Qianxi agrees to help him. But once he discovers his true identity, Qianxi will definitely kill him. He added a shocking piece of information. Because years ago, it was a Soul Reaper who killed the woman he loved most. Lam Uyen's expression turned grim. Kuei turned to remind him earnestly. So I strongly advise you to stay away from him. Later, he walked alone across the desolate rocky desert, and Lam Uyen heard the system's voice saying, "You have arrived at the desolate rocky desert." Going back 10 minutes, seeing Lam Uyen angrily leave, I hurriedly stopped him. Is he crazy? Does he really want to find Qianxi? He hates the death gods of the spirit city so much, he wants to destroy them all. He stopped, glanced at the old man, and replied, I have no other choice. Returning to real time, Lam Uyen clenched his fists and thought, if he carries weapons everywhere, not to mention the main city, he might face even greater deception in other maps, and will have to resolve it at the root. Suddenly, ice magic arrows fly in from somewhere. He glances around cautiously. What's that? Ice magic falling into the desert. Lam Uyen quickly steps back to dodge the attack. What's that? He lands safely, one foot sinking into the ground. And in Lam Uyen's eyes, the figures rushing from afar look like Mongolian hordes. Fai Long, leading the team, spoke up. Having wandered around this damn place for days, finally catching that kid, he stands among the crowd, laughing cruelly. Last time you slipped away, but this time I'm bringing over 30 of my brothers. Later, when your head cracks open, remember to shout as loud as you can. I like listening to those bugs streaming and flapping their wings high above, capturing the crowded desert scene. The camera's ultra-clear lens is right in front of its eyes. And a notification sounds on the phone that the Blood O Society you're interested in is live streaming. Many people are sitting on the train, the roar of the tiger echoing from their phones. Lucky viewers who can catch this broadcast in time. He stroked his chin and chuckled softly. Now, we are about to demonstrate how to gradually disassemble a person into separate parts. There are currently 88 viewers online on the stream. Then it rose to 123 and eventually reached 212 viewers. 4 curious people sit in a separate room watching on their computers. And the person in the middle is still surprised and exclaims, "What? Killing in the guild and now streaming to torment the weak again." On the street, everyone is focused on their phones. And the brother in the black hat sighs and says, who is this unlucky guy fighting over 30 against 1? And what kind of troublemaker did he run into? In another department of the company, the person sitting in the middle moved the mouse with a puzzled look, feeling something was familiar, while the girl beside him sighed. This guy is pretty handsome, which means he's about to be doomed. At the same time, outside the desert, Long Vien indifferently turned his wrist. Relying on only 2 stray dogs was not enough to warm himself, so he willingly offered himself up again. After that scene, the comments section exploded. So cool. This guy really dares to say it. Blood O Guild. Say that again. I think it sounds pretty cool. Front row selling sunflower seeds and drinks. Just waiting for the slaughter to begin. Fai Long roared in anger. Go all out for me. A group of 30 soldiers charged forward together under orders. One is a mage casting a spell. Another with the same name standing above shooting. Go die, whoever they are. They all rush forward with axes, swords, and even dual swords to attack Lam Uyen. The system notification appears, reminding that the hostile encirclement attack has been identified, with a counterattack window of 15 minutes. During this time, killing the attackers will not be counted as a crime. He only waited for this moment, smirking as he drew his sword from the space. 15 minutes is enough to kill about 3 of them. Lam Uyen summons a series of death spirits. They roar and rush to attack Fai Long's group. The zombie army goes out for a stroll. Qin Di looks at the purple lightning bolt approaching and thinks, This little bit of fire is enough to be called a thunderstorm. Over there, the deadly scorpion spirit used its tail to take down one person, and the thunderstorm zombie scorpion was poisoned. Fai Long saw that the situation was unfavorable for his side and immediately ordered everyone to pay attention. The warriors to retreat and form a shield wall for protection, the mages to focus their attacks on the target, and the thieves and archers to carry out harassment attacks. The group retreated, then followed his plan, with shield bearers standing in front to block the attack, forming a formation. As the wizard's staves were driven deep into the sand, the three of them combined their spells to strengthen their power. The figure in front clenched his staff, conjuring an enormous thunderstorm sphere, then shouted and swung his staff toward Lam Yen. Lightning bolts shoot towards the undead horde. Meanwhile, the two archers coordinate, firing their arrows simultaneously. Those arrows pierced through the bodies of the dog-headed assassin, causing them to bleed out continuously. There are currently 212 people online and 168 guns dropped. Viewers are commenting on the screen. These summoned beasts at level 7 to 8 are no different from easy targets to take down. Disperse. Disperse. He's just another loudmouth with an empty barrel. Let's open fire and see how long that kid can last. Fai Long sneered contemptuously. So what if they're zombies? Even if they call out the same name as before, under our continuous attack, they'll just turn into a pile of flesh. Fai Ho said arrogantly. Today, you're definitely dead. Long Yen shows no sign of fear, smiling coldly. So what, he asked nervously. That guy is smiling. A barrage of bullets whizzes past too quickly to read. But one comment stands out. What the hell is going on? Underneath Fai Long's group, chaos erupts. Arrows shot to attack the weakly defended mages standing behind. They were pulled into a black abyss, with the wizard desperately calling for help in front of his teammates' fearful eyes. Save us. Having just been attacked and now surrounded by a wave of dog-headed people, the wizard was terrified and stammered, "Oh." Its movements were too strange. It kept taking down well-protected mages. They screamed in fear, but they only managed one cry before retreating quickly. The front line also braced themselves against the overwhelming attack of the wolf-headed human wave, as continuous sounds of cries for help echoed through the space. Fai Long and Fai Ho looked shocked. Oh my god. Because of this scene, the number of online viewers jumped from 168 to 302, and the viewers are panicking, commenting, "What is this? An underground ambush? Even zombies know how to coordinate their attacks, so tell those chickens to come out and take the hit. Who said we had to break the city walls into pieces? Now the ground is full of spiritual energy." The surviving mages called for caution, warning about poisoned wounds and the need to cleanse before treatment. But before they could finish, they were struck by a powerful attack, and no one else. The one delivering the blow is Lam Uyen. There is a very faint movement behind him. He coldly swung his sword toward that place without even turning his head. The assassin was pierced through the stomach by the blade, and, in disbelief, asked, How did you know?" Lam Uyen glanced at him and replied coldly, "At least I wouldn't be stupid enough to hide on the sandbank. The death spirits you summoned are still enthusiastically attacking the Blood Lotus Guild members. Crying out loudly too strong, heads are falling. Everyone run quickly." Fai Ho clenched his sword, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth in anger, his face turning green with rage, his pupils glowing red. "Damn it. A bunch of useless trash." Fai Ho leaps high with his sword. "I will personally cut you down." Lin Uyen frowns, lips slightly pressed, secretly smiling as magic gathers around the sword. The energy source carries the fog that spreads out. So let's see. The skulls open their mouths wide, as if they could swallow the entire body of the tiger, with the soul talisman hidden inside. He fights back, repeatedly retreating in fear. Fai Ho gapes, eyes wide as he looks at the skulls. This is... Lam Uyen moves like the wind, piercing through the tiger's body. Touching. His legs suddenly slam down hard on the ground. He also finished casting his spell, his foot landing successfully. His hair covered his expression, revealing only a faint smile. Facing Fai Ho, he opens his mouth, hinting that he's starting to count A. The face of the tiger is covered in sweat. A bead of sweat rolls down, and Lam Uyen's voice still echoes in his ears. 2. When he reached the final number, his entire body exploded, fragments of stone flying along with dust and smoke. 1. Lam Uyen lowered his sword and raised his voice. As expected, it's still an old friend using the upper hand. On the live stream, the current number of viewers online has increased from 302 to 558, with astonished comments flooding in. And this special effect must be paid for. Fai Ho said he was bluffing. The elder set off fireworks, and the incident involved someone claiming they wanted to cut someone. But in the end, he got cut into a fairy girl. Does the elder lack jewelry? I shouted 666 awesome chop. The Huang Feihu player system has exited the physical live stream. At the scene, Fai Long stood frozen in the middle. Amid the cries of suffering and pleas for help. Standing there stiffly as if caught in a trap. Experiencing hallucinations. In Fai Long's eyes, there is the image of Lam Uyen, like a demon killing each person one by one. Even though it's only been a few days since they last met. That kid just stands there. Deep down, he felt a fear like facing a demon from hell. After dealing with the chaos, Lam Uyen cast a sharp glance behind him. Fai Long's whole body trembled violently. Unable to stand steadily. His voice becoming desperate. Don't kill me. Save me. He quickly drew his sword from a soldier's back. Lam Uyen slowly walked over and said, now it's your turn to thrust the sword into Fai Long's head and experience despair. He leaned back, spitting out phlegm, watching Fai Long fall completely, his body emitting a blue light. Lam Uyen faintly said, it's over. His crimson eyes narrowed as he heard the buzzing sound beside his ear. A livestream bug zoomed over. Lam Uyen casually reached out his hand, then suddenly remembered. He cast a spell that shattered the bug into pieces. Lam Uyen calmly stood there, pieces of equipment falling on his head. Now finally at peace. The night sky is dark and starry. And at a certain sky-high villa in Lam Tin, a netizen exclaims in confusion, why did the Great Elder also blow up the livestream bug? There's another person leaving a comment. Does anyone know who the big boss is? Someone else responded immediately. I know. It was the previous Great Elder who killed the vengeful ancient wolf. I was at the scene. And all of that was observed by a young man accompanied by 2 servants. On the computer screen, people keep leaving comments. Right now, where is the Elder? I want to go meet him. It looks like it's just broken stone debris. The Mercenary Guild has issued an S-Rank invitation. The mysterious young man holding a glass of wine tightly as he speaks. Lam Uyen. At the same time, in the immortal realm, Hat Exa-chan. Qin Shi was carrying a wooden box and sleeping soundly. Lam Uyen naturally opened the door, heard the noise, and immediately opened his eyes. It's you again. Qin Shi raises the wine glass, speaking softly or refusing. No more lessons. No more lessons. Enough money for drinks. Today, I'm feeling too lazy to move. Lam Uyen casually said, I want to talk to you. And the system screen displayed a line of text cancel hidden profession. His information panel appears with details standing behind Lam Uyen. Level 11. Cursed Soul Hunter profession. Innate talent of shadow singing and forbidden transformation. 35 out of 100 inches, the underworld gate. Strength, 32. Physique, 28. Agility, 49. Spirit, 156. 527 experience points out of 8,726. Wine bottle drops and shatters with a cracking sound. The bloodline appears clear and bright in his eyes. You are a death spirit hunter. An unusual silence falls as the 2 pairs of eyes stare intently at each other. Qin Shi spoke first, whispering each word. How many years has it been? He activated his own ability. The death spirit hunter. Qin Zi's eyes turn blue. Lightning elements swirl around him. Yet he still dares to appear before me. All the frustration from the past has been transformed into power and unleashed, causing the wine barrels to shatter into pieces. The lightning turned into meteorites falling from above, smashing the ground apart. And all the attacks from Lam Uyen missed, leaving him stunned with wide eyes so fast. Qin Shi clenched his teeth and watched helplessly as his shadow moved swiftly like the wind. Lam Uyen suddenly appeared in front of him, sword pointed directly at his neck. Seeing the tip of the sword just a small distance from himself, Qin Shi froze, his eyes sharp, his voice commanding. Can we talk nicely now? He quietly clenched his fist, and the words of defeat escaped. What is it that you ultimately want to do? Returning to Lam Yen's memories, he sighed and relented. Fine. If you insist on going. Consider this as repaying a debt. In the past, under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the immortal world was engulfed in endless despair to uphold justice. Qin Shi led his wife into battle against the Soul Reapers, the close servants of the Dark Lord. After the bloody battle, the death spirit was destroyed, and the wife, who was wounded while saving Qin Shi, was infected with the curse of the vengeful spirit. Having his soul corrupted by the dark forces, he became a creature with no memories, forever unable to transcend. He watched in agony as the woman he loved turned into a monster. The only way to break the curse and save her is to personally destroy her contaminated soul. But since that battle, Qin Shi was so injured that he could no longer hold his sword firmly. Everyone thought Qin Shi would end his life by drinking sorrowful wine, passing the days away, until one day he announced a mysterious mission. This mission could save his wife, and the righteous would gain his lifelong treasure. and the death gods will receive the method to break the curse of darkness, which is the secret treasure he obtained from the corpse of a fallen death god. Qin Shi planned to use the spoils as bait to save his wife and break the curse, while making the remaining death priests pay with blood. But out of 158 people assigned to the mission, none are left alive today. Back to the present. Long Yen only points at Qin Shi to threaten him and asks, "Tell me what your mission is." He slightly bowed his head, let out a breath. "Well done. You came to the door on your own. I was worried for a long time that no one would come. Playing games with my beloved wife." At that moment, a system message appeared on the screen. A mission assigned by Qin Shi has been detected. Do you accept it? The mission name is the soul of his wife. The mission is to help Qin Shi's wife find peace and be freed, with a 10-day deadline and a silver-level difficulty. He looks on tearfully and responds with a single word, "Accept." Long Yen turned away coldly and left. Quincy hurriedly stood up and said, "Then good luck. Maybe you can really complete my mission." Behind him, he smirked menacingly. "Of course, on the condition that your body remains intact when you return." A moment later, at the memorial site for the deceased in the northern part of Black Desert Town, Long Yen's footsteps echoed clunking along the corridor. His glowing red eyes flickered. Having used the night vision potion, Long Yen was escorted by 2 alpha wolves and a scorpion at the rear. He moved very carefully through the 5-story memorial site for the deceased, where NPCs who died in Haksa Town were buried. Suddenly, a mutated creature jumped out of the coffin and charged at Long Yen, growling. Before it could reach him, the death spirit scorpion pierced its body with its tail. He stared at it intently, thinking that besides this, ghostly monsters like zombies, mummies, and spirits occasionally appear here. The level of these ghostly monsters gradually increases with each floor of the sacred ground. Level 1 consists of low-level zombies from 1 to 3, while Level 2 includes drybone monsters from 4 to 6. Level 3, monsters are evil spirits, ranging from Level 7 to 9. The creatures on Level 4 are soul-eating demons. Level 10, the wolf spirit holding a torch, stops in front of a space gate. Long Yen's eyes show unmistakable excitement, a slight smile on his lips, then he takes a deep breath and prepares to pass through these 4 levels. Long Yen reached the 4th floor easily, the dark, silent space. He cautiously observed his surroundings, finally stopping in front of the funeral home on the 4th floor. He stands at the gate, watching cautiously. As he observes the dozens of red eyes in the darkness, Long Yen suspects there might be some sound. The eating demon appears from somewhere, activating its wall-walking skill. On the other side, 3 more emerge, using their hanging and tearing skill. Long Yen quickly counted more than 10, and the system interface appeared with the details. Flesh-eating demon. Elite. Level 10. 2,000 soul points requested. Attack 400. Defense 40. Skills of biting and tearing with poison. Wall walking. Hanging upside down to bite and tear. Activating poison tearing skill. His eyes turned sharp, and with a strong voice he ordered to charge forward. As he finished speaking, the deadly beast activated its skill to clamp down and shatter the attacking demon. It growls again, and the circular part at its tail begins to gather dark energy. Satsong Bokap Tin Sat strikes its tail forcefully at the attacking demons, making them fly away. Long Yen, holding a sword, flies over to join in and strikes. An moves in a swift, precise attack, and the eating demons are beheaded before they can react. The light stops, revealing the chaos behind him. Some bodies cut in half, others pinned to the ground. While a remaining demon tries desperately to struggle back up, Long Yen coldly stomped hard on its head, almost missing your eyebrows. The monsters he defeated lay scattered on the ground, and a system message appeared. Congratulations on reaching level 12. He silently thought that he was faster than he expected, seeing the bloodthirsty dog-headed corpse with its eyes wide open when looking at the eating demon. Long Yen suddenly thought in anger. It just means that the dark spell can control zombies, but it has no effect on ghostly monsters at all. A sudden surge of dark purple energy appeared behind him. Long Yen jumps up, luckily slicing that thing in half with his sword. What is this? He feels something's wrong, clenches his teeth in fear and says, "Damn it." Long Yen was engulfed by it, with no strength left to fight back. In a place illuminated by blue flames, on the steps stands a stone demon statue with its mouth wide open. That black-purple energy pillar shoots out from the void. Long Yen follows the dark energy, stabbing his sword into the ground to steady himself. He tears up as he looks around. Above Long Yen's head is a coffin bound by black iron chains, secured with a circle overhead. You look incredulous. Moving to another area, huh? Inside the coffin is a woman with brown hair and long, sharp red claws. She licks her lips with a sinister smile. Finally waiting for someone, A loud explosion rings out as the female ghost escapes from the coffin. The chains shattering loudly, she self-muttered. The smell of fresh meat and blood. As the system interface displayed detailed information. Resentful soul. Lord of the realm. Level 18. Health, 6. 000. Attack 800. Defense, 200. Skill blooming death. Wrath of the demoness. Necromancy. Long Yen shields herself from the shards. This is the 5th floor. The vengeful ghost crazily rushes toward him. I will tear your house apart. Long Yen quickly used her sword to counter her attack. The thorn vine from behind the vengeful ghost shot out, and the system notified that the boss activated the dead flower skill. All the vines are targeting Long Yen, who jumps up to dodge. Then she lands far from the vines, which pierce the ground and turn that spot into poison. The vengeful ghost controls the vines to attack him again. Long Yen secretly thinks this poison also has corrosive properties. As fragments of objects fly chaotically, such an attack level, he grips the sword hilt tightly with determination, slashing down all the vines approaching. Useless against me. Long Yen continues to cut through the vines of the vengeful spirit. The blackened curse energy clings to his sword. Her body begins to shatter into pieces, and she, panic-stricken, covers her face with her arm. The vengeful spirit clenched its fist, with a dark blue vein bulging on its forehead, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Growling fiercely, she shouted loudly as circles of resentment radiated from her body, and the system prompted that the boss had activated the scream of the love demon skill. Long Yen was almost blown away. This is a ranged skill. No. It's a curse. The scream of the vengeful soul echoes throughout the space. The faint purple resentment dissipates, seeping through each open door. He narrows his eyes, his gaze sharpening, as a ghostly white hand reaches out from the wooden door. In Long Yen, he clenched his sword hilt even tighter. Could this be? He stared in shock at the dried corpses slicing through the door. The NPCs of Black Sandtown are buried here. Seeing the life force rising from the shattered objects on the ground, Long Yen silently thought that besides the initial townspeople, there were also those who failed their missions in the Western Army. He frowned in annoyance, kneeling into a combat stance. Damn it. She's trying to revive them. The dried skeletons emerging from the cave kept howling non-stop. Long Yen's face is partly hidden by her hair, but still reveals her anger. Behind the door, there are definitely more than one person. Who would have thought this boss could even resurrect those turned to dust? He nodded and ordered all the zombie dogs to go. Long Yen only glanced and coldly said, "Block the door of those guys." Immediately, a zombie with a dog's head rushed forward with a sickle to block the door. He silently calculated. First, to let the zombie army serve as a shield to stop those guys. Long Yen points and gives orders, with a different blood state. In another direction, the scorpion spirit zombie also receives the order to block the door. The dog-headed zombie leader pulls the vine with his bare hands. They, along with the scorpion zombie, stare fiercely and attack the vines passionately without fear of death. Entering a different blood state, the wolf-headed leader clenched his weapon and growled continuously. Long Yen's face darkened as he called out commands. Summoning the wolf-headed leader, the spirit assassin, he orders, "Go." And as soon as he finishes speaking, the ghost spirits rush forward fiercely. They attack the vengeful soul together, unleashing the skill of boundless suppression and the powerful strike technique. She was struck hard by the giant tail of the scorpion spirit assassin, causing the vengeful ghost to be thrown against the wall, shattering the surrounding bricks. She looked up in amazement as chunks of stone fell from above onto the vengeful ghost. She still escapes from the wreckage using the vines, smiling smugly. Long Yen is amazed by the terrifying power of the vengeful ghost. Seeing her triumphant expression above, he silently recalled the information he knew. The vengeful spirit is a ghostly monster from the Yu-Lin race, capable of passing through buildings, immune to half of physical attacks. Long Yen identified the weakness of the vengeful ghost, focusing his power on his sword. But at the same time, they also had to endure double the damage from magic. Long Yen kept slashing and moving rapidly, but she still escaped easily. So just use the soul charm to deal damage. The vengeful spirit shows no fear at all, easily dodging attacks, and he looks at her in confusion, wondering inwardly why her speed suddenly became so fast. He also notices the place where the dog-headed corpse is blocking the dry fog. A bead of sweat drips down Long Yen's face. The NPCs in the tomb can break through the zombie army's defenses at any moment, so we must fight quickly and decisively. He takes a ring out of the space, first thinking of a way to limit her actions. Long Yen clenches the ring tightly, and tiny rays continuously emanate from it. The system screen displays information about equipped paralysis effects. Paralysis. Silver-white jewelry type. Effects. +100 vitality. +100 magic power. +15 agility. plus 15 spirit. Additional paralysis toxin skill. Paralysis, toxin, after equipping, there is a 5% chance to paralyze the enemy for 3 seconds upon attack activation. Long Yen, wielding her sword, flies toward the vengeful soul orb. As he closed in on her, Long Yen activated her additional immobilizing toxin skill, catching the vengeful soul ring off guard and hitting it with her paralysis toxin. At that moment, the system displayed a notification that the target's paralysis toxin had been triggered. He leapt back up, attacking with his sword. Still not finished. She couldn't cast magic in time and could only brace herself defensively. The vengeful spirit was knocked away, sticking to the shattered wall, and the thick vines were cut into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Long Yen knelt down and slammed the ground, sending rocks flying toward her. The vengeful soul quickly and lightly jumped down, narrowly avoiding the attack. He praises him. Not bad at all. Long Yen silently concludes that after being hit by the soul seal, this person's speed has indeed slowed down. He summoned the zombie of the former wolf and pointed to the sky to command it. The evil wolf howling. The zombie of the former wolf looked up and howled, activating its skill. The evil wolf howling again. The vengeful soul ring was disturbed by its dormant state, and the system warned that the target was stunned. Long Yen began gathering power into his sword. Even though the stun only lasted 5 seconds, it was enough. Jump if you dare. I'll swing my sword like a dance, continuously unleashing strikes. See how many of my moves you can withstand. She helplessly struggles against the attacks. The system constantly displays the blood loss decreasing. Down 280. The vengeful soul ring rages, with a blue hue covering her face, and the system keeps notifying blood decrease. Down 280. Even if the demon is exhausted, she still fights on. She leans back to deliver her final blow. Near A. The system detects the danger and warns Lam Yen. As the boss unleashes the deadly skill, in an instant, a massive explosion erupted, purple lightning spreading across the space. The undead he summoned were struck dead by lightning, and the entire underground cavern was filled with thick smoke. A moment later, when the spell of the Ring of Resentful Souls stopped, Lam Yen stood surrounded by the dog-headed undead without a single wound. He drove his sword into the pile of debris to stand firm. It was a necromancy spell. Yet this person directly detonated the zombie NPCs, blowing up the entire grave. Now only the scorpion spirit, the dog-headed leader spirit, and the former wolf spirit remain alive beside Lam Yen. He looked at her with a pained expression, calculating that his undead legion now only had 3 members left, truly a heavy loss. The vengeful soul circle knelt down, while Lam Yen still stood firm there, his eyes sharpened, and his voice turned serious. Now, it's time to end you. Lam Yen released many skulls and charged with her sword to attack her, then disappeared. The skeletons flew, piercing the wraith's abdomen. Her eyes widened at the powerful dark magic, and she screamed in agony. No, the divine sacrifice system keeps warning that the boss is about to die. Life value 300. Life value 200. Life value 100. Life value 30. Congratulations. You have defeated the Vengeful Soul Ring, earning 800 experience points. Kuai-yen gently lowers his foot to the ground and stands alone amid the ruins, cautiously saying it's over. The small glowing orbs gather into one spot, catching Lam Uyen's attention. Kuai-yen sees wife's soul. As a sincere person, said, "Thank you. Brave, human." Then her soul began to fade away, and before leaving, she still smiled softly. Lam Uyen raised his hand to gather the light source into his palm. A gold ring with a purple gemstone appears, and the system screen displays its information. This is a love ring, a quest item that cannot be discarded or sold. Note that this ring was a betrothal gift from Kuai-yen Shi to his wife and is a symbol of their love. His face darkened as he looked at the ring, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking that the reward from defeating monsters was just this one ring. Suddenly, a red book with a demon symbol on its surface appeared, emanating a sinister aura and emitting a faint golden glow. A gold ring, surprisingly. The violent spell that the Vengeful Soul just used is a unique skill of the Deathly Soul Strike. The system immediately announced that the Golden Flame technique could only be learned under the condition of the Death Spirit Slayer skill. Looking at the book, he was somewhat curious and wondered if the Seal Master was the Dark Lord's confidant. Then, beams of light emanated from the book and enveloped Lam Yen, and the system announced that the skill book was automatically stored in the player's memory. The book in Lam Yen's hand disappeared, transforming into a column of light that merged into his body. The system notification sounds again, Fire Technique. Golden Level 1. Triggers an explosion on a zombie, causing fire damage. Consumes 60% of your own health. Affects nearby enemies. Costs 100 mana, with a 10-second cooldown. Proficiency at 0 out of 100. Hearing the system sound, Lam Yen couldn't help but smile softly. This skill, although it consumes a lot of Kuang Thai energy, has very strong attack power and wide range, making it a pleasant surprise. Returning to the familiar town, Han Rachan, Lam Yen said goodbye and handed the ring to Kuai Zi. He looked at him with surprise and said, "So this is the engagement ring I gave her back then." He reached out and took the ring, and he couldn't help but recall the loved ones he cared for. Moments when their spirits were sealed and unconscious. Only when it is freed can it recover its memories and let go of the most precious thing it held dear in life. His voice trembled softly as Kui Si asked, "My wife, when she passed away, was no longer in pain, right?" Lam Yen still reached out, and he replied, "Yes," his hand trembling as he held the ring. He remembered his wife's face and couldn't hold back tears. "That's good then." With a final bow of gratitude, he said, "I never expected that it would be the death spirit blade I hated the most that would help me ease my regret. No matter what, I will keep this kindness in my heart." "All right." A wooden box appears in Kuiji's hand. Opening it, there's a black aura emanating from the crown inside. "Now, it's time to fulfill my promise." The system once again announces that the Dark Mouth Crown, a special headgear, grants a bonus effect after equipping, making the crime value invisible. Holding the pitch-black crown in his hand, he couldn't help but think that the Dark Mouth Mask, although not providing any supplementary effects, but hiding the crime value and the aura of darkness, is what I need most right now. Thinking back on the monsters I've slain, with their help I've dealt with the troubles from the nightly engineers, so I no longer need to be constrained when I act within the fortress. At this moment, the system asks whether the player wants to equip the Dark Aura mouthpiece. Lam Uyen immediately responds yes, and instantly, black and greenish-blue energy surrounds him. Then, the crown automatically placed itself on Lam Uyen's head, bringing him one step closer to the truth. Stepping outside and walking through the town where various guilds are recruiting members. In the world of Feng Su Iza, countless guilds of all sizes exist, truly deserving to be called powerful forces. He looked at the list the system provided. No 1. The United Rage Guild. No 2. The Crystal Lotus Moon Guild. No 3. The Spiritless Void Guild. No 4. The Green Song Guild. No 5. The Eternal Guild. No 10. The Black Thorn Guild. Wondering if only 10 guilds existed, maybe one of them was hiding among them, Lam Uyen narrows his eyes slightly, thinking that as a newcomer to the Feng Su ZXA, it's really not easy to get close to these major gangs. Walking along the street, he kept looking around. It seems he needs to find an opportunity first. Suddenly, sensing someone watching him, Lam Yen immediately changed direction and entered a small alley. As soon as that person stepped in, he vanished completely. Suddenly, a sharp blade pressed against his neck from behind. "So, what do you say?" he said, his voice a bit hoarse in the end. It was Tu Min again. He happily rushed over. "Uyen Than. It's really you." Confused, he instinctively dodged to the side, causing Tu Min to fall to the ground. Lam Uyen, feeling a bit helpless, asked, "Is that you?" Sitting on the ground, he rubbed his leg with a look of sadness. "Does Uyen Than still remember me?" Lam Uyen immediately became alert, her eyes sharp. "Knowing that he still remembers my name." Tu Min quickly stood up and proudly said, "Back then, when I saw that live stream of some blood-themed guild, I recognized you right away." He recalled sitting and reading countless comments on the screen. It was only with great effort that I found a trace of that divine Uyen. Then from the comments, Tu Min rubbed his nose, speaking arrogantly. "Then I spent another 2 million to upgrade the latest facial recognition system of the company, and finally identified it was you. So praise me now." Lam Uyen helplessly asked again, 2 million just to find me?" He rubbed his head, a bit confused. "Is that a lot? Our Han Corporation usually spends several million just to check the system regularly." He raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind. The Han Corporation, the giant worth hundreds of billions that controls the global high-tech market. This guy's background is like that again. What else does he know about the game? Should I finish him off right here? Tu Min's eyes shine like stars as he raises both hands full of hope. "Uyen Than. Uyen Than. Join me. Tomorrow, there will be an S-rank bait in the Bloodland squad." As he rushed forward, his foot slipped on a rock, and it is said that someone discovered the true form of the skin-collecting demon, causing Tu Min to lose his balance and fall flat on his face. Lam Uyen's eyes remain cold as he turns away and leaves. "Go on. Don't follow me." "Fine. Why bother arguing with this fool?" After a moment of contemplation, he sat cross-legged and burst into loud laughter. "Just like a great expert like you, solo clearing a guild raid with ease. No need to form a team at all." Seeing Lam Uyen still breathing, Tu Min gently pats his head, and sighs in regret. This time, the 3 teams from Hakthu Guild will attack to test the new players. If they perform well, there might still be a chance. He silently opened the system panel to check the 0720 Guild, 0820 Guild, 0920 Guild, and 10 Hakthu Guild. He stood up, his face pretending to show pain and suffering. It seems I can only try my luck myself. While Tu Min was still stunned, Lam Uyen suddenly whispered in his ear. The specific time. Hearing that, his face suddenly lit up with a look of joy. Then he calmly turned back and said, "I told you. When exactly is the scheduled time for the baiting action?" After hearing that, he knelt down and tried to grab Lam Uyen's feet, asking if Uyen had agreed for 8 inches the morning. Feeling uncomfortable, he quickly covered Tu Min's mouth and said, "Just call Lam Uyen." He turned to look, seeing him blushing and struggling to breathe. But before setting out, he needed to prepare a little. Tu Min opened his eyes wide in surprise. In another place, a floating skull hovers in the air, silently observing its surroundings. The skull is mounted on a tree amidst a thick haze of smoke, marking the hideout of the bandit gang. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the surrounding space. On the ground, the vultures open their beaks. In the middle stands Lam Uyen, coldly observing. The Lord is probably right in front. He bows his head and sighs heavily. The system immediately conducted a check and announced a vulture gang. Assassins. Level 12. 1,600. Health. 250 attack. 70 defense. Skills include curved spear throw and deadly spirit body. They surround Lam Uyen, while he stands still with his hands ready. "Let's go." When Lam Uyen turns around, the vultures remain motionless, in a terrifying silence. Immediately after, they all raised their heads and roared loudly. Instantly, their eyes turned bloodshot and emitted terrifying screeches. He swung his coat back and strode forward, and then the fierce battle between the killers, the vultures, and them erupted in chaos. The vulture swoops up with its claws extended, charging straight at it, activating its skill, the curved dive. Lam Uyen watches coldly as the dive approaches. It suddenly drops to the ground, rocks flying everywhere. The vulture stares in disbelief, looking around but sees no sign of him. Lam Uyen suddenly appeared behind it and delivered a deadly strike, then quickly began wildly slaughtering each vulture in front of him. "I accept your lives. You have successfully eliminated the targets of the vulture gang A, X, and N." It is about to fall to the ground just behind Lam Uyen. His eyes look ahead, shining with suspicion. There's no sign of the eagle thief on the high seat. He's gone crazy. It suddenly appeared from behind, rushing to attack Lam Uyen, the leader of the vulture gang. Level 19 boss, with 6,200 health, 820 attack, 220 defense. Skills including curved spear throw, stealth, backstab. Activating skills. Backstab. Don't stay still. Your hand subtly moves to activate the explosive skill. The live vulture assassins swarm from all directions, surrounding and killing you. Lam Uyen's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant blue light as a fierce explosion erupted from the sky, shaking everything around. As the dust settles, it remains intact, only slightly charged a few times. Lam Uyen bounces on her toes, brushes into the air, and rushes forward quickly. He rushes swiftly toward the vulture, his hand emanating a powerful aura. Lam Uyen's eyes blaze with a chilling, terrifying coldness. This strike, the haunting martial art move, has proven effective. Vung Bak Nan punches straight ahead. A powerful punch directly hits its core, causing the vulture's eyes to bulge in pain, sending you to hell. The strike knocks it down, dust billowing into a straight line. When hitting the ground, Lam Uyen remained in the same stance. "You have killed the vulture bandit lord. It's over. Congratulations on reaching level 13. With a quick move, he opened the system notification panel. The message was dark gold. Level 3. Effective. Dealing 20% health damage to the target, or restore 20% of the zombie's health points. Consume 60 mana. Cast in 6 seconds. Proficiency. 20%. X. 300. Fire explosion technique. Golden gold. Level 2. Effective. Causes an explosion on a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. Consumes 100 mana. Recovers 10 seconds. Proficiency 2 out of 100. Dark original spell. Golden Kim. Level 3. Effective. Deals 20% health damage to the target, or restore 20% of the zombie's health points. Consumes 60 mana. 6 seconds cooldown. 20% proficiency times 300. Explosive technique. Golden gold. Level 2. Causes an explosion on a zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. Your health points increase by 80%, consuming 100 magic power, restoring energy in 10 seconds. With a proficiency level of 2 out of 100, a notification from the system appears asking if you confirm using the skill book to level up this skill. Lam Uyen nods and confirms. After finishing the operation, don't just sit there lost in thought. The results are pretty good. Right. You previously used the skill book to level up. The original dark voice. A lie. Now directly upgraded to level 3. And also increased the level of the violent spell. His face grew a bit contemplative. And for the zombie army, it was enough for now. Receiving 130 zombie beasts, the system continues to speak the vulture thief, leader of the zombie horde. Level 15. With 500 health points, 500 attack, 100 defense. Skills including sweeping blade and stealth, the death spirit fungus, the vulture, undead overlord. Level 19. With 6,200 health points, 820 attack, 220 defense. Skills including sweeping blade, deadly poison hand, and deadly poison hand again. Attack with 20 poison damage. Skills including slicing spearhead, stealth, and deadly poison claws, dealing 20 poison damage with each strike. Lam Yen's eyes suddenly shone with power. After the vulture thief lord was reborn as a zombie, how does he still have an extra skill? He recalled the battle with the old wolf, when before dying and coming back to life, it gained a new skill called Immortal Giacino. The evil wolf armor causes 400% damage to surrounding enemies and makes them faint, reaching the old beast's range. The health points of the owner. Death Strike. The owner's attack power. The Immortal Giacino. And a 20% critical hit chance increase. Lam Yen continued analyzing and speculating each possibility. Could it be that reviving boss-level monsters also grants an extra skill besides the usual ones? Which seems quite interesting. While thinking, the system announced that the shooting range activity you joined will officially start in 2 hours. Hearing this, he just slightly smiled. Lam Yen adjusted her torn shirt proudly, ready to cast her spell. The scene shifts to a deep forest where the Blood Mist Cave is located. He irritably shields his eyes from something blindingly bright. And he is, looking at himself twisting and writhing in front of me, dressed in that bright gold outfit, like a cosplay of a gilded knight statue. He still wants to spin around confidently tomorrow. Yuan God. I have spent 50 cents. I specially hired a top-tier craftsman to make this super armor. Don't worry. I definitely won't get in your way today. As soon as I said that, Tu Min's belt couldn't hold anymore and broke. He kept talking non-stop without noticing his pants had fallen down somehow. Suddenly, Tu Min stopped, sensing that something was wrong. Lam Uyen pointed and stifled a laugh while teasing me. This is the first time I've seen this kind of split armor. Very unique. He was pulling up his pants while walking. Bien Min, the blacksmith, the rival blacksmith, said this was the latest model. As he was speaking, Tu Min's hat fell down and blocked his view. He tried to turn to open it but couldn't. Wait. I can't see the way. Yuan God. Yuan, God save me. Tu Min staggered and kicked someone's foot, then shouted out loud. His head hit something very hard. This way. The latch on Tu Min's helmet can also be opened. He regained his sight and looked up in confusion, only to see a figure twice his size with a fierce face staring directly at him. Triu Q forced a smile, but the more he smiled, the more he felt terrified of him. Are you okay? System notification leader of the 3rd team of the Black Orchid Guild. Triu Ku. Job title, Knight. Rank, level 15. Tu Min stands frozen, sweating profusely, and his heart pounding wildly. Huh. Why does it seem like this person is smiling, but I feel like I've been bitten by a poisonous insect? Am I imagining things? Suddenly, from behind, a hand grabs his collar tightly. Losing patience, Lam Yen sternly reminded him to quickly smile and take off the foolish equipment on him. Tu Min patted his head and chuckled foolishly. That's right. Triu Qa looked at him with a fierce expression that didn't change, feeling a bit relieved inside. Lam Yen calmly looked straight at Triu Qa without any fear, causing him to grit his teeth as a surge of anger erupted. This kid dares to look at me with that gaze. He's truly someone who makes others uncomfortable. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, you two. Hoang Vu appeared, leading a group of people shouting loudly. Anyone named Tu Min. He held a weak resume in his hand, his eyes scanning Lam Yen's group, while Hoang Vu stared intently at the paper without looking away. Then he raised his hand and pointed directly at him, the strange-looking one. As soon as the words finished, Hoang Vu's group all chuckled softly. What kind of taste is this? Just look at his flashy golden outfit. Is he cosplaying something too exaggerated? Tu Min steps forward, pushes your hand away, and forces a dry, Slightly angry smile. It's me. It's me. I. The strange dresser. Are the three leaders of the Black Bamboo Guild. Right. Oh. Right. This is my friend. Before he could finish speaking, the sword tip was already pointed directly at him. Huangvu sneered with contempt. Fine. We're not interested in that rain soldier's name. Remember clearly. The person leading is not because of double registration fees, but because our captain is especially kind. The subordinate's eyes are quietly and solemnly fixed in silence. Xiaoqiu stepped forward, standing to the side and speaking. What are you doing? You should be friendly with your new friend. He sneered. I was just joking. Captain. Huangvu calmly draws his sword from his hand and puts it into its sheath. He tilts his head slightly as a clear warning, saying, Don't be arrogant just because our captain is easy to talk to. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity. Understood. Min nodded patiently and said yes, yes. We will definitely try our best. Yentin stood behind, clapping loudly. Everyone stood at attention. I will officially start the roll call now. He stood behind, flustered and lost. Too nervous to believe it was really possible to act alongside members of the Great Guild. Yet he remained silent. This is a player participating in the S-star level arena. Huangvu frowns and checks their gear. Everything should be fine. No issues during the match. Right. Thinking of this, Lam Uyen closed his eyes in contemplation. All of them are new players who just entered the main city area. He walks forward into the cave. It's time. Everyone is gathered now. No more hesitation. Let's get ready to move out. Stop and stand still with a cold gaze. Everyone can rest assured that when facing the guild's challenges, even death itself will have to give way. Everything will be very safe. Two men turned back and shouted loudly. Uyen Than. Hurry up and catch up. I heard this cave even has some glowing slime. Huangvu was speechless. Again, Lord. Is this guy here for a picnic? He calmly moved forward, completely ignoring the words. As they approached, Lam Uyen couldn't hide her excitement. I smelled a scent full of anticipation. In the blink of an eye, everyone entered the cave, blood boiling. Then they had to stop in front of multiple entrances. How did they find the way so quickly? I mean, all along the way. We haven't encountered a single level 16 fierce beast yet, and these fierce beasts are active at night. So it's very likely they are now resting deep inside the cave. One of them raised his hand and asked doubtfully, Captain, which way do you think we should take? He still didn't show any signs of impatience, just a slight smile. I think it's best if we split up and act separately. Their immediate reaction was to disagree and split up. But isn't that a bit dangerous? Yeah. What if they encounter a level 16 expert? Oh, Hui stepped between them, speaking in a gentle tone to ease tensions, and everyone fell silent. Actually, our team leader had already led us on a reconnaissance mission beforehand to ensure the safety of this operation. When everyone saw us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting to gather together. He frowned in disbelief. What? The captain already did the reconnaissance beforehand. With a cold gaze, he stood blocking the cave entrance and nodded. Yes. After our reconnaissance this morning, among these three paths, the middle path has a very strong pheromone trail from the real beast, making it highly susceptible to sudden attacks, while the other two routes are actually very safe. Chiu Kuya kept talking non-stop, saying that the more dangerous the place, the higher the chance of discovering valuable findings. To ensure both efficiency and safety for everyone, our Hakthu Guild will take the middle path, while the others go on the two sides. What do you think of that look in his eyes? A cunning smile flashing across his face. Do they still trust Chu Kuya's words? The Great Guild really is different. Every move is so meticulous. An is the leader of Team 3 of the Hakthu Society, the senior with the highest rank among us. Meanwhile, Lam Uyen points to the other side. We will go on the left. Hearing Chiu Kuya's sarcastic words, of course, there's no problem. But does anyone want to go with them? The others still looked a bit worried about Min and the two of them. What about those two? The guild, says the leader. One person feels strange and not very trustworthy. The other person. He looked him up and down, evaluating him for a moment. Clearly a freak with a poker face. Maybe he's hiding his level and class because he's too low and afraid of losing face. But I think it's pretty cool. So go ahead. Chu Kuya, hearing their gossip, couldn't help but mock them again. It seems their chemistry isn't great. It's a pity I'm the team leader for this mission. But I can't force everyone. He ignored those words and looked back. Let's go. He stared at the backs of the two people entering the cave. A contemptuous smile on Chu Kuya's lips. Two fools who don't know anything. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites hang precariously from the ceiling. Silent drops of water drip down, quietly gathering into a small pool on the ground. Both cautiously took each step, moving deeper into the cave. Behind them, Tumin held his sword and shield, eyes showing a hint of fear. Calm, but the temperature dropped too quickly. It felt strange. More so. Fear made his face turn pale. I felt as if I was being stared at intensely. Even the sensation grew stronger. Lam Uyen's cold voice rang out, emphasizing each word softly. So you finally realized there is indeed something here. Hearing that, two men felt a surge of panic. Wait, but since the captain didn't say anything, does that mean he had already scouted this route and it's safe? You really trust him that much? Huh. Leading a team of rookies to hunt S-rank monsters clearly shows he's using living people as bait. He looked at her with a doubtful, yet calm expression. So why didn't you do it earlier? Lam Uyen glanced at the wall, paying attention to the flickering water droplets. Why didn't you expose him? I gently squeezed the water bubble in his hand, then suddenly pull it away from the wall and throw it forward. Because I also want to see how many I can catch. A strange sound echoes from the darkness inside the cave, the glowing red eyes in the darkness. Something intriguing. From the darkness, the divine worms emerged. Iron-eating worms. Elites. Level 16. 3,300. Health. 440 attack. 100 defense. Skills. Iron tail sweep. Breaks through wall steps without corrosion. Suddenly, a bright pillar shot down from above. In an instant, a fierce, swirling fire vortex erupted, consuming everything in its path. The flames burst forth, heading straight for them to burn everything in their path. In another direction, Hoangvu charged like a blazing arrow, launching an attack towards it. After it's over, Hoangvu turns back with a confident smile towards the tower. Captain, those imposters are distracting the monsters for us, sharing the fighting power. Now it's much easier to breathe. They really believe those lies about scouting the way. Han boldly swung his sword straight into the divine line, waiting until most of them were dead. Then the two divine iron-eating worms in the two caves had only a little blood left. Kudan slammed it so hard it flew straight into the wall. At that moment, we struck to kill two birds with one stone. From behind, they charged at Trukyu head-on, without any fear. He clenched his fists and a confident smile appeared on his face. Hey, you damn fools. Who are you shouting at? Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, the pillar of the bed unleashed its power and knocked down all three of them. He stood still, a twisted smile on his face. A useless thing, only worthy of staying at the bottom of the food chain. On the other side, two men stammered and struggled to speak. Uyen Than. It's you. It turns its body to prepare its tail for attack, activating the steel tail sweep skill, sweeping its metal tail horizontally, causing 60% damage when targeted. Lam Yen orders the vultures to charge forward and counterattack, activating the skill, flying straight, and diving toward the target. Maximum range of 10 meters. Can be retracted. Attack deals 60% damage. Activates skill. Hide, and shifts self into a semi-invisible state, reducing the surveillance alert to avoid detection. Activating the skill. Stabbing secretly again, attacking from behind, causing 80% damage to the target. Both sides and the battleground fought fiercely, neither willing to give in. Since when did they manage to tame so many powerful monsters? He opened his eyes wide in disbelief at what was happening. Even more intense than the battle at Busama. Truly overwhelming. He glanced over and Dendenly replied, "That day I just happened to prepare a little." After hearing that, two men couldn't help but be surprised. What? In less than a day, Yenthan had already subdued so many powerful monsters. As he was speaking, a system notification appeared. You have successfully defeated 55 gods in the close combat event. Trust me. Go ahead. It's done. Not a bad performance. Watching this scene from behind him, his eyes were filled with admiration. I wish I could be as strong as Uyenthan. Suddenly, a minor tremor inside the cave causes two men to lose his footing. Is this an earthquake he's about to turn to inform you? When he's shocked, Uyen, I only see you reaching out to absorb the divine energy. Yuen Than is busy. Let me check the situation first. I can't bother him with everything. I also need to do my part. Two men turns the pendant towards the opposite direction, seemingly from this side. The feeling of the explosion is approaching beneath his feet. Two men's eyes widened as he looked at his feet, feeling like the illusion had disappeared. Before he could relax, a tongue shot up from the ground. He fell to the ground in fear. Calmly standing up, two men only managed to see the tongue retreating slowly before his eyes. His eyes widened with shock and tension. What on earth is this? Suddenly, the tongue lunged straight at two men with dangerous force. He was struck by it and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. In an instant, the tongue shot up and struck the middle. Immediately, it wrapped tightly around two men, holding him under control, and with a powerful force, it dragged him straight down to the ground. Tu Min's eyes flashed with a look of desperate horror. It's over. It's over. A slash cut through the air with lightning speed, tearing space apart. In just a moment, the severed tongue was cut in half, and the creature hiding underground was happily gnawing on mud in front of me as blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. He walks over and grabs his dirty collar, pulling him away like a gust of wind while he is still trembling with fear. Moving to another corner, Tu Min leaned against the wall, his face pale and trembling. The divine creature. That thing must be a giant. But before it came out, before he could even calm down, the ground suddenly trembled violently and water surged. Overcome with fear, Tu Min shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the cave. Oh no, there's no time left. A giant monster suddenly surfaces and roars to the sky. A bloodthirsty level 20 overlord with 6,300 health points, 850 attack, 280 defense. Skills, equipment, and special abilities. When reading that piece of information, his face immediately turned pale and his body kept trembling. The information about the action guide says that the Bloodland Cave is the habitat of elite-tier monsters, but this guy is clearly a lord level. Although Tu Min was scared, he still gritted his teeth and stood in front of him. Yan Than, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such a terrifying monster here. Let me handle it. You should retreat quickly. Lam Uyen was not afraid. Only smirking. A terrifying monster. Huh. In that moment, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Seems like you have what it takes to become my prey. He stopped singing. What? Because he had abandoned his name with 4 legs. The growling echoed through the cave as he approached step by step. Without hesitation, Lam Uyen drew his sword and charged straight at the enemy. Then let's see if I can take it down. Uyen Than. His voice deepened as he ordered the Ken to immediately attack. The Ken leader to throw the spear. As soon as the command was given, they launched their weapons to attack, but it quickly used their tail attack. The boss activated the skill, the Iron Tail Strike. The Ken's weapons clashed against its tail, making a clanging sound. Lam Uyen takes the opportunity to leap onto the head of the beast, seizing the moment. In an instant, he concentrates all his spiritual power into the activated skill, releasing the soul seal. Immediately, an explosion shook the area as Lam Yen slowly stepped down to observe. But when the dust settles, it remains unharmed. The tough skin of the subordinate beast only shows slight scorch marks. He skeptically wondered if such a strong force only caused small scorch marks. He roared angrily, opening his mouth wide, and his thunderous roar shook the entire cave. Poison attacks are launched from the monster's mouth. The boss activates the skill Poison Spray. Poison Spray. High-pressure toxins attack. After being hit, they will cause lasting toxic damage, losing 3 to 10% of their health every second for only 5 seconds. The poison from the monster's mouth emits into the air in greenish clouds. Min nervously shouted in fear as Yuan Shen warned to be careful. A direct attack hit the ground, and the beast looked slowly at Lam Uyen as he retreated. Looking closely at the ground, it was corroded right after being attacked by it, indicating a high-concentration corrosive strike. Lam Uyen slightly furrows his brow. Assessing the situation, it's a bit more difficult than expected. The tail of the beast rushes toward him, aiming to attack when he's unprepared, but he quickly jumped up, dodging its attack. Yet it made everyone even more excited. Lam Uyen's face darkened, immediately recalling his own beast. Come out here, foolish leader. A vicious undead assassin quickly appeared and immediately stabbed the tail of the beast with the knife in its hand, standing to the side with a stunned expression. The undead monster that Yuenthan summoned back is also Han's new subordinate. His eyes light up with admiration. It's truly impressive. The living assassin quickly moved behind the armored beast, raising his dagger again, then activated the system skill, Voitich. It ruthlessly stabbed the tail of the boss, activating the skill, Bat Thuk Bich Lui, which increases defense by 150% for 10 seconds. Almost immediately, the tail of the mechanical beast swung in. Seeing this, Lam Uyen quickly warned himself to be careful, but it reacted too slowly and was knocked into the wall by the tail of the beast. From Min exclaimed in horror. Its reaction speed is too fast. Does this guy also have eyes growing on his back? Lam Uyen heard his words and also involuntarily thought. Behind him too. Do they have eyes too? He then recalled the actions and reactions of the beastly predator earlier. Creatures like Than Lan have simple eye structures. They mainly rely on changes in light to sense their surroundings. When the enemy stands still and doesn't move, it becomes very difficult for them to detect. Then Lam Uyen thought about the characteristics of the Than Lan. But their dynamic vision is extremely excellent, and their hearing and sensing abilities can detect very small movements of enemies. Some species of Thonlan even have infrared sensors to detect the heat of enemies' bodies, making their sensitivity to movement far surpass that of humans. As if understanding, Lam Uyen smiled softly. It seems that, to deal with this guy, I have to let him walk into the trap himself. Thinking quickly, he kept throwing fireballs at the fiery beast non-stop. Not only that, Lam Uyen shouted provocatively, "Come on, let's see if your claws are tougher or my fireball is hotter." Without a doubt, it quickly rushed toward Lam Uyen. He stepped back while throwing fireballs at it. Then Lam Uyen focused on pushing the Thukthiet Liat Tich to the back. Good. Keep this one excited so it concentrates all its attention on me. From my side, Yenthan, it's dangerous. He explained hurriedly that the defense of the level leader of Thukthiet Liat Tich was too strong. These fireballs couldn't hurt it at all. Yenthan's approach was too risky. Oh no. He realizes something is wrong. Wait. Yenthan is running towards him. Looking closer. Clearly Lam Uyen is heading to the other side, where the divine beasts are attacking. Quickly. Lam Yen reached the group of deadly gods ahead. Seeing it was the right moment, he immediately turned around. And this was the moment. Then, Lam Uyen quickly dodged to the side, causing the fierce beast to stop its attack. It lost momentum, and, in the blink of an eye, charged into the midst of the attacking gods, swiftly being torn apart. Your plan succeeded. And Lam Uyen couldn't help but sneer. You big-headed fool. You don't even know how to break a car. It kept screaming in pain, frustration, and anger. Turning around, Lam Uyen prepared to use her skill. Get ready for a spectacular feast. The system's voice sounded again, activating the Bao Thuat skill. Immediately, the divine beasts explode upon death, dealing massive damage to the Thukthiet Liat Tich. Seeing it had lost a lot of health, Lam Uyen sneered, breaking through its armor, its eyes glaring at him standing right in front. It roared in anger and charged forward. Lam Uyen quickly stepped back and ordered Dao Tak Ken Ken, the leader of the Ken Ken, to the left. The two of them split up to the sides, causing the divine beast to become confused. And the divine beast also has one more weakness, that its eyes cannot lock onto targets on both sides at the same time. Ken Ken Thief immediately drew a bow and aimed directly at the Thukthiet Liat Tich. It then opened its mouth wide, taking a breath to unleash a powerful attack. The system notification keeps ringing out, dealing minor damage. Leveling up. Leveling up. Leveling up. Congratulations on reaching level 14. He stands silently and majestically over the corpse of the steel-armored warrior, surrounded by thick dust and smoke. 5 minutes later, Lam Uyen watched his corpses turn into living bodies. As the system notification rang out, health points recovered by 85%. Another notification sounded. Shadow Origin. Amethyst. Level bar. Effect. Deals 20% damage to the target's model, or restores 20% of the divine model's health. Consumes 60 mana. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency 200%, negative 300%. Seeing this notification, Lam Uyen pondered for a moment. It seems that if he uses the skill scroll again, he can directly upgrade the Shadow of Darkness to level Father. Looking at the fierce beast in front of him, he thought again. Even though the critical strike skill is short, it's worth it, based on its information system display. Blocking the blood flow, injecting the earth vein, spitting out deadly sand, the corpse of the death spirit. Seeing it, Lam Uyen made a decision from now on. You will be my meat shield. At this moment, Tu Min's urgent voice rang out again. Uyen. Uyen, then. He ran towards me carrying a full load of equipment, eyes shining, saying this was the first time he'd seen so much loot. And now we just count it. Lam Uyen looked back behind him. A chaotic mess. Quick to move. There are still a few old monsters not cleaned up yet. Amidst the blackened corpses of the fallen gods, the shrine maiden holding her weapon, a sinister smile on her face. These fools are not worth mentioning at all. The soldiers immediately responded with respectful commands. With the captain here, even level lord monsters would have to kneel and praise him. The guild leader next to me reminded us that based on the sound just now, I think the battle between the two sides is about to end. So we should go over there now and take advantage of the chaos. Han kicked the corpse under his feet. Then Zhu Kuei led the two others forward. Let's go. Through the faint bloodstains. Suddenly, a surprise attack caught them off guard. They hurriedly separated, dodging falling rocks. Tru Kuei roared in anger. Who dares to ambush the Hakthu guild? As the swirling dust gradually clears, a figure slowly emerges from within it before their eyes. The crazy-haired guy tightly grips his sword, his gaze as cold as ice, not intending to kill lightly. So I will do it myself. Oh Hui stared in shock, stammering, unable to speak, pointing directly at him. No. It can't be. The two of them had clearly been eaten by those divine beasts. Two men shouted angrily, slapping him directly in the face without any hesitation. Still daring to speak like that. It's a shame I trusted the guild. Tru Kuei led us astray. I never expected you to use players as bait to clear the dungeon. Huangvu didn't have time to think and immediately wiped his hand to block in front of Tru Q. So what? Being able to become a stepping stone for our Hakthu guild is the greatest honor for you, trash. On the contrary. His face was twisted in disgust. Yet these two guys still managed to survive and walk out. Could it be that when they entered the cave, there were no many divine spirits or iron lines inside, and all the monsters gathered around those unlucky ones? He was so furious that he stomped his feet loudly and kept shouting, "You guys are truly shameless." Inside, Tru Q couldn't help but laugh, a hint of mockery in his eyes. That guy, the more he looked at him, the more irritating he became. So might as well settle him right now, although I don't know what kind of crazy luck you guys have to survive out there. Right now. In an instant, Chu Q suddenly made a move, so fast that no one could react, and the lucky moment has ended. He swings the truncheon down to block where they just stood, forcing them to lean back and retreat without hesitation, then swiftly draws his sword and lunges forward, relying only on his brow. He gripped the iron chain of the truncheon tightly, ready to deliver a deadly blow. The clash of metal echoed loudly, affecting the surroundings. He quickly stepped back, one hand on the ground to keep his balance. Chulu's sneer curled up, a contemptuous smile. So what? This is what the little bastard wants to play. When Lam Yen swung her sword, black skulls appeared from the void, and he charged forward, smashing them one by one. Chu Kuei stands before the thick fog of the village, his eyes fixed ahead. In an instant, he froze, clearly startled. Damn it. You can't escape. He swung his sword straight ahead. Chu Kuei reacted just in time to raise his shield and block the fierce attack, thinking I really wasn't prepared. You fool, he sneered and looked directly into Lam Yen's eyes, proving that those who rely on luck to survive are destined to fail. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Q's figure vanished into the air. So it's best to go to sleep with one eye open. He said nothing, only stood there watching his surroundings. Without a sound, he swung his weapon from behind. After all, against a worthless foe. Lam Yen gently lowered her head, her gaze as cold as steel piercing through the darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of magic and power that surged forward, capable of playing with even the smallest life at any moment. An explosion erupted, shaking the earth and rocks around him. Two men stood to the side, trembling with fear and worry, his spirit intense. Give this clueless guy to me. You just warmed up earlier. So now it's my turn. Over here. Trong Kuei looked at him lying under the rocks in torn clothes, not moving. All right. I don't have much time to play this game with you. He cruelly laughs and throws a punch, intending to send Lam Yen to her death, making her obedient and accept her fate. But Trong Kuei froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Girl. What is this? His fist was blocked by his hand. You're the team leader of the 3rd squad of the Blackthorns Guild. Right. Now Trong Kuei was filled with terror. How could this guy be like this? Lam Yen still bowed her head, but a cold smile had already appeared on her lips. His eyes turn red as magic energy gathers around him. I think I now understand what level the 10th ranked guild in the capital district really has. Lam Yen clenched his wrist tightly, the force making Trong Kuei tremble violently. He struggled to pull free, but the strength held him like a prison of steel. His eyes turn red and his muscles tense up with effort. Before he can react, Lam Yen grabs him and throws him down to the ground like a sandbag. Cho Kuei was thrown far away, forming a straight line on the ground. He stopped, grinding his teeth and coughing violently. Truly having underestimated a bastard like you. Cho Q, angry, grabbed the spear and continued charging forward. Don't just stand there. Charge together. Oh Hoai and Hoang Vu responded immediately. Understood. All three rush forward to attack Lam Yen. Go and die. He is not afraid. Just stands there staring and smirking. That bunch of thugs really are just a bunch of thugs. They didn't do much. As soon as the attack was launched, Lam Yen's shadow disappeared without a trace. Above, 2 sharp-winged demons appear, spreading their wings to attack them. In an instant, they are caught off guard and unable to react. What is happening? His eyes widened with anger and panic as skulls charged at him, as if they wanted to tear him apart. The attack made Cho Kuei cry out in pain. He was knocked over and fell to the ground in front of those two. As Cho Kuei just looked up, his legs appeared before his eyes. He panicked and pushed away in alarm as he spoke. Wait. Stop for me. Damn it. If you really kill me, the Guild of the Fallen won't be easy to deal with. Think carefully. Lam Yen stared intently, her gaze full of authority fixed on Chokyu. Then he glanced down again and saw two heart-shaped eyes hugging his leg. Yunshen. As expected, you will never admit defeat. You almost made me die of worry earlier. He suddenly kicked him away to the side. You step aside. Lam Yen's face changed as she raised her sword high and declared coldly. As far as I know, your guild's Hathu not only dominates externally, but also treats its members very cruelly. If you fall in rank and lose guild equipment, they will come after you for compensation. Have you thought about how to explain yourself to them? Yet, he nervously sweats and tries to negotiate. This time, I admit defeat. Tell me, how can you be convinced to spare my life? Lam Yen lowered his sword thoughtfully and then spoke. So then give me a list of the high-level players managing your guild. At that time, the thunder was roaring around you. And in the previous life, the skill used by the #1 legend was something no one had ever seen before. No one knew what it was. I also don't know how to respond. Surely he has a very rare hidden profession. And no one knew about it from the beginning to the end. We also don't know how to respond. Surely Han has a very rare hidden profession. And no one has known about it from the beginning to the end. Long Yen ignored Han's words and directly stabbed his sword through Cho Kuei's hand. Watching the blood flow from Han's hand, he sat down coldly, wondering if he should write or not. Write it down. Cho Kuei's face turned pale. I will write it now. After a moment, Jia ignored Han and directly stabbed through Cho Kuei's hand with his sword. Seeing the blood flow from Han's hand, he sat down coldly and asked if he should write or not. Cho Kuei's face turned pale, and he said, I will write right here. In an instant, the book was already in Long Yen's hands, and it seemed that all the experts of the Black Bamboo Guild were here. Even if some had unique skills, they all shared the trait of being loyal to the first master. Han, holding his injured hand behind him, hesitated and said, Elder, can I let them go now? He turned around and, with a slightly hesitant tone, said, I can let you all go. Before I could finish listening, Cho Kuei hurriedly grabbed. I don't know what I did. He turned around with a slightly hesitant tone. I can let you go. Before they could finish listening, Cho Kuei quickly spoke. Thank you, Elder. Thank you. Without waiting for their reaction, Long Yen cast a spell that pierced through their bodies. But you have harmed so many innocent players. It's time to give them an explanation. Before I could hear everything, Q Market hurriedly spoke up. Thank you, Elder. Thank you. Without waiting for their reaction, Long Yen cast a spell that pierced through their bodies. But you have harmed so many innocent players, and it's time to give them an explanation. The three of them's treasures appeared one after another. Fuk Nuyet Demon Whip. White Silver. Shape. Weapon. Effect. Attack power plus 45. Critical hit plus 30. Physical attack plus 30. With skills. Burst power. Burst power. Initial attack speed plus 20%. Berserk Longsword. Bronze. Shape. Weapon. Effect. Attack power plus 30. Hit rate plus 20. Azure Light Magic Treasure. Bronze. Shape. Weapon. Effect. Magic damage plus 20. Spirit plus 20. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes as he glanced aside, only to see two men hurriedly hugging something. Uyen Than. Look this way. They also found a treasure, but haven't counted it yet. He brought it in front of Lam Uyen. I'll choose first. The rest all belong to you. Seeing him open it, two men quickly shook his head. No. No. Seeing Lam Uyen sigh and withdraw his hand, he smiled ingratiatingly. I want to buy it. I can't take advantage of Uyen Than. You also don't want to argue with two men. It's up to you. Lam Uyen looked at the items in the bag and shook his head. Nothing suited me. Take everything. He nodded happily. Okay, Yuan, then I will transfer the money to you now. I have received 54 gold coins. The two of them finally left the cave. During the day, outside the Bloodland cave, there were still some white silver equipment. But now, obtaining gold equipment is not easy at all. Two men hesitated to say something but couldn't find the words. Then said, Uyen Than. There's something I don't know if I should tell you. You suspect something. What's going on? As he described, his body involuntarily trembled. I heard that the members of the Black Orchid Guild have a secret revenge plan. If they can't win online, they'll take revenge in real life. Maybe I should have my bodyguards follow you. After hearing that, Lam Uyen also showed no reaction and simply waved goodbye. Thank you for the reminder. It's just a bunch of pests. I have my own plans. Back in the present, he just took off the helmet to play when he heard a voice outside saying, Uyen, let's go get ready for dinner. Lam Uyen stood up from the chair and responded, I'm coming. As I reached out to grasp the handle and open it, A giant shadow with a device on its head suddenly appeared, standing there imposingly. Mr. Lam picked up the iron helmet and asked his son, Uyen, does this look like the helmet you need for gaming? Or is this helmet broken? I look over a bit surprised. It can be turned on. So it's not broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? He waved his hand nervously and said no. Why did Dad buy this? This was something my mom found while cleaning the small room. At that moment, a strange feeling arose in his heart, a fleeting vague memory from his previous life around this time, when Lam Dan was secretly practicing her hidden profession. Mrs. Lam stepped out of the kitchen with a smile and said, "All right, you two stop standing there and come eat already." She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. He doesn't understand new things and spends the whole afternoon trying to find common topics with his child, just turning on the computer without even realizing it. She shouldn't listen to what my mother says. Dad is just worried that you'll clean and break Xiao Dan's things. So he's just checking a little. He gently bows his head with deep eyes. If your parents are exposed to the immortal world, they could use their innate qualities in the game to support and care for them. And when the mutation arrives, they might also be able to protect themselves. Lam Yen gently smiled with a determined look. This game isn't hard. Tomorrow I'll buy 2 more helmets to play. Mom, you should try it too. She looked at the watch and softly replied, "Today is Friday, so Xiao Dan is probably out with her friends. I'll call her later." "You eat first." Lam Yen suddenly spoke up. "Let me call her." He took out his phone, dialed a familiar number, and the screen showed his sister's name connecting. But the automated voice said the number was temporarily unavailable. Lam Yen looked at the screen, her eyes gradually darkening. Even if Xiao Dan didn't want to answer her call, she would at least send a message to get it over with, not to the point of ignoring it completely. "Mrs. Lam looked at him and softly said, "Eat peacefully. Probably Xiao Dan is eating outside. We won't wait for her anymore." I gently shake my head, speaking calmly. "Dad, Mom, you go ahead and eat. I just need to buy a few things. If I'm too late, the shop will be closed." She immediately agreed. So the rice and soup went cold. He saw this and told her to let Yen go. As he left, his father's voice softly echoed, remembering how Yen and Tiu Dan used to stick together all day. He took her away. Let the kids talk more with each other, and we would worry less. Mrs. Lam smiled gently. That's true. Yen isn't good at expressing herself, but she's still his sister. He stepped down the staircase heavily, darkness enveloping him. In his mind, fragmented memories from the previous night flooded back as Lam Dan, clutching her shoulder in pain, opened the door just as he was about to eat. Seeing that, he was startled and worried, asking, "Xiao Dan, thank you watching her. If you tell your brother," and then he tiredly hugged her shoulder and headed to his room. When he reached Lam Dan's door, he suddenly froze and said with pain that it was none of his business, not to call the police, and not to tell his parents. "Understand," he stopped, his eyes filled with unspeakable difficulty. Back in the present, he continued to think to himself that after Lam Dan started playing the immortal world, he quickly awakened his hidden profession, but it also carried a lot of things that didn't belong to her. Everything started when that mysterious organization appeared and brought it to her. The Order organization is a mysterious group founded by 9 chosen players, and only those selected by the players are eligible to join. Lam Yen continued to think. Among them was a prophet who could sense the chosen player in the real world and send members to invite them to join. Suddenly, the strength of the Order organization had become so powerful that nothing could stand against it in the game. Not only that, their influence on the real world is also growing stronger. And although they act mysteriously and unpredictably, they also do some good things, making their true intentions hard to guess. At this point, he felt a pang of sorrow as he continued to think that after Xiao Dan was invited to join, she often took on dangerous missions, but he had never mentioned this to his family before. And as he thought about it, the image of Lam Dan, covered in wounds trying to walk, appeared in his mind. Lam Yen frowned slightly, hoping it wasn't them. As he stepped out to the door, his eyes lit up with determination, he thought. But this time, even if it's them, he won't let the little girl recklessly get involved again. He was taking a walk in the night when suddenly he saw a familiar figure and immediately hid in a secluded place. His eyes followed the figure, talking nearby in the coffee shop, his breath slowing slightly as he carefully observes every tiny movement in the space. Lam Yenyi. As expected, the little group has already encountered them, but the distance is too far to hear their conversation, so I still can't go into the forest. He gently clenched his fist, took a deep breath, feeling a bit unfamiliar after so long, and focused his mind to activate his stealth technique. A faint glow envelops his body as the surrounding air gently stirs. His breath and aura now completely vanished. He silently thinks that his current stealth technique is level 3, with a duration of 5 minutes. Lam Yen paused to observe her surroundings, then quietly moved into the cafe and stopped at a spot just enough to hear the conversation. He quietly thought that this distance should be enough. Over here, Xiao Fan and Hak Shen are talking with Lam Dan. Hak Shen's deep, clear voice rings out. Sister, I have already told you everything you need to know. As for what's real or fake, that's for you to judge. Joining us isn't just for the organization, but because when the disaster comes in 3 years, he looks like a human, calm but with a hint of pressure. You will be like us, brave enough to stand up for this world. Tufan pursed his lips, his voice light with a teasing tone. Look, you scared the girl. Quickly calm down that terrifying aura of yours. Hak Sam raised an eyebrow, his voice turning serious. I'm talking about something important, and also for her sake. The situation is already like this. After all, it's still involved. As he spoke, he suddenly jerked his head toward where Lam Uyen was standing, causing his heart to race. Hak Sam's eyes suddenly turned angry, and he lightly touched his ring. Activating his stealth skill, a wave of powerful energy spread out. The stealth effect was broken by Su Tan. The countdown timer was running out. Hak Sam frowned and looked toward the place he just stood, unable to speak, because everyone noticed something unusual. He looked towards the water source and said, Boss, why didn't you say earlier, give me a takeaway? The boss's voice from the water source replied, coming right up. Wait a moment. Not long after, the boss came out holding 2 glasses of water and said, here it is. From afar, Lam Uyen squinted and thought, he used the stealth skill from his ring gear. Fortunately, Su Tan's stealth ability had 3 delay wires. But now, the system voice announced that the stealth effect was removed. Sam picked up his drink, turned to Lam Dan, and spoke in a low, decisive voice. Lam Dan hopes you will consider whether you want to join us. Those who truly care will not stand idly by in the face of disaster. Wait until you figure things out, then call this number. Then he places a business card on the table. A soft but determined voice. Understood. After saying that, the 2 men stood up and left. Then Tufan suddenly turned back with a teasing, suggestive tone. Little beauty, wait for me. I will definitely come here. From afar, Lam Uyen activates her stealth skill to monitor the situation. Seeing the 2 of them leave, he immediately stood up to follow. As he reached the door, he saw no one there and exclaimed in surprise. They've disappeared. Suddenly, a glass of water was thrown at him, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. A loud shout came from afar, confirming that something was definitely wrong. Suddenly, a cold system voice rang in his head. The stealth effect is about to end. 2. The space returns to silence. Only the steady beating of his heart echoing in his chest. A bad feeling begins to form, and everything is still just the beginning. Sam shouted, slowly walking to the place where the glass of water was thrown, his eyes stopping at the faint residual glow on the ground from the just-vanished stealth skill, and he frowned slightly before calmly speaking. Maybe I've been a bit too sensitive lately. It's nothing. Wei Pan stood nearby, with his hands in his pockets, softly smiling. Boss, you're too tense. Relax a bit. After saying that, he turned around and looked around. Oh right. Do you think that girl will join us? Het Sam stood up, paused for a moment, then slowly replied. According to the prophecy, she will come no matter how late. Tufan shrugged, his eyes shining with excitement as he said, that's true. So far the prophet's predictions have never been wrong. He chuckled softly. But what I want to know even more is which girl I will be paired with to share the benefits. Shouting loudly, he looked at him and said with a slight frown, let's see if you can survive the upcoming great calamity. Tufan chuckled happily and said, it's still early. His voice was deep and cold, carrying a confident tone as he leaned back, causing his smile to falter for a moment. Not far away, Lam Yen was standing high above, quietly watching the 2 men's figures disappear into the distance. Luckily, he activated his teleportation skill just before his stealth was broken. Escaping at the last moment, he gently closes his eyes and whispers to himself, these people are even harder to deal with than I thought. If I have too much contact, my forbidden profession might be exposed. His pale blue light gradually faded away around him as he looked at the starry sky, whispering to himself, I am already out of place in this immortal world and must be even more cautious. It's time to move out. Lam Dan just arrived near her home and was playing with the business card Hak Sam had just given her, feeling overwhelmed. As soon as Lam Dan looked away, she saw a familiar figure and asked with a hint of surprise, why are you here? Lam Yen stood there, holding a bag of food, her hair slightly tousled by the wind. He said he happened to go shopping and you haven't eaten yet. Right. Lam Dan shook her head. It's okay. He raised the bag slightly and softly said, Don't let mom throw it away at this late hour. I bought some food. So later when we get home, if there's anything you want to eat, just let me know. She looked at him, his eyes flickering with confusion. This guy clearly can't even take care of himself. So why now? He turned and went into the house saying, I'm leaving. As he walked away, he glanced back at Lamdan and softly said, We're going home. The door swung open, and their voices echoed. We're back, Mrs. Lam quickly ran out, worriedly asking Lamdan if the child had eaten yet, and if she needed her to warm up some rice. She hesitated and shook her head. It's not necessary, Mom. I'll go to my room first. She looked after her, then turned to her son. You haven't eaten either. Right. Yu Yen. Let me make a little more for both of you. He gently shook his head, voice hoarse. No need. Mom. Go rest early. At this moment, Lamdan is exhausted in her room, breathing heavily, her mood suddenly sinking, and she can't understand what is really going on lately. She was tired, lying on the bed, and said exhaustedly that ever since playing that game, strange and bizarre things have started to happen. The scene darkened in her memory as Lamdan fought fiercely against the savage monster. The girl with purple hair, the wizard and her team suddenly shouted as if tearing the space apart. Run now. Your speed is faster than mine. I will hold the monster back. The shining blade flickers. Rocks fly. And in front of you stands a giant monster with long blades. As the cold system voice echoes. The long sword path, usually, level 5. With 300 HP, 50 attack, 8 defense, and the skill of chaotic sword dance, where the quick swing of the sickle deals double damage. At this moment, the monster is getting closer, swinging its quick dual scythes, causing the mage and her team to fall backward. Lamdan grits his teeth and shouts, Go ahead. Let me hold them off. Her eyes are determined as she prepares to fight and says, I am the front line. There's no way I would abandon the rear line and run away. Leave this to me. But not just one. Dozens of others moved simultaneously from afar. The sound of hundreds of blades slicing through the air blending into a deafening roar, making it feel as if the entire world was about to be swallowed whole. Lamdan clenched her teeth, gripping her sword tightly. As her spiritual power erupted from her body, she charged forward with her blade sweeping across. A streak of blue light slashed through, cutting one monster in half with a loud explosion, and she quickly spun around to block the second attack. But their power is too great. Each strike makes her arm tremble intensely. Lamdan kneels with her breath ragged, but her hand still grips the sword. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her, slashing with a sharp spear tongue at her back, and a huge beam of light swept away the dust. At this moment, Lamdan's body suddenly began to glow. Her hair was wildly flying. A silver light enveloped her body, and the system suddenly rang out. A cold sound mixed with the sound of a heartbeat, congratulating the player on activating a hidden class. While helping you awaken, Lamdan now has to press the sword down to the ground, struggling to stand firm, breath ragged and hoarse. Suddenly, she was grasped by the neck with a sword, her gaze now as cold as a blade, with each strike coming so fast that the movements were no longer visible. A series of howling screams of the multi-armed monsters in pain, their bodies exploding in the bright sword light. Dust billows up. Lamdan holds his sword as support, his breath ragged, his thick nose trembling, his body nearly exhausted. The system voice once again echoes, deep and commanding, as Lamin Chi's sword pierces into the core of this realm, causing a colossal golden pillar of light to explode, sweeping away the darkness. In the blazing light, Lamdan's eyes shone with a brilliant emerald green, like precious gemstones, reflections of golden rays spreading throughout the space, swirling around her body like countless stars gathering, forming a massive energy vortex. The system's voice still lingered in the space. Lamin Chi's sword. Lamdan froze in the middle of the battlefield amid the fierce flames, still gripping his sword tightly. Back in the present, she is tired, resting her head on her hand. And that feeling is real. It's possible to sense the body's change even in reality. Lamdan takes a deep breath, feeling a faint glow of exhaustion from within. If the disaster he warned of truly happens, can I protect everyone? Her hand rises into the air, surrounded by an ethereal blue light, as if absorbing or releasing a massive source of energy. Can I really do this? Lamdan clenched his fists, doubt fleeting away to be replaced by determination. If even this kind of power can't withstand the disaster, then how can others have a chance to survive? She suddenly sat up, turned toward the shelf, picked up the photo frame, and said, I must get stronger quickly. Whether I join them or not, I have to protect them. At the same time, in another room, Lam Huyen was holding a photo frame and thinking just like her. He thought to himself that moving house shouldn't be delayed. My energy also needs to be spent on playing with the dog. I can't always be on guard. They should also be allowed to live peaceful days. And the next morning, as the sun rises and sunlight shines on the paved road, a polite voice of a woman suddenly calls out, "Good morning, sir." The woman standing beside Lam Huyen, dressed neatly, gently asked if you were here to look at the house today. He glanced around, with a mixture of surprise and pride in his eyes, and asked the woman if she knew of any completed houses with high security. She secretly wondered if someone so young really had money. Then the woman next to her looked at him and asked, "Sir, have you checked the prices in our area yet? Since, after all, this area." Lam Huyen held up the shiny black card and interrupted her. "I haven't checked yet. But I think this place should be enough." She happily held up the card and said, "This is a special VIP card, reserved for customers with a deposit of at least tens of millions of yuan." "Oh my God, my lucky star." At this moment, the woman's voice suddenly rose to a shout, making everyone around gape in shock. The professional housekeeper, employee number 2,345, sincerely offers her service. A few days later, he took Mr. and Mrs. Lam to the villa he had bought, and his parents stared blankly at the contract. "Mrs. Lam asked, Yuan, am I hearing wrong, or did you just say, 'This is our new house'?" Her voice was both surprised and incredulous. When he led his parents inside to tour, Mrs. Lam, stunned and in disbelief, asked, "A private pool? Wow, this is just like on TV. So impressive." And Mr. Lam was walking through each room, overwhelmed by everything in front of him, sweating profusely as he muttered, "This forest is also too big." As they entered the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the tall glass doors, reflecting off the shiny furniture. The spacious room with soft sofas and a coffee table decorated with a pure white flower vase suddenly made his parents freeze in place. Mrs. Lam was stunned and turned to ask you, "Uyen Vien, how many years of mortgage do you have to pay off? Or should we move back to the old place?" And your father quickly agreed, saying, "Your mother is right. We don't want you to bear too much pressure." Lam calmly reassures her with a smile. "There's no mortgage. I use the prize money from previous competitions plus my earnings from streaming to pay it off completely. Everyone just stay calm and rest assured. I'm right here beside you, usually just at home playing games." My words are simple but firm, making my parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lam took Mrs. Lam's hand, smiling happily, and said, "I never thought I would spend my whole life living in a villa. It's truly thanks to my son's good fortune," she said happily with a smile. "In the blink of an eye, he's grown up and can handle everything on his own." Looking at my parents' eyes at that moment, there was no mistaking it. That was pure pride, without any trace of demand. Lam Yen's smile was not a triumphant or smug grin, but a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart, finally giving meaning to all his efforts. That evening, as he was strolling under the sunset of dusk, he turned into an alley beside the shop, and Lam Yen thought to himself that there was no need to worry about the safety of the villa anymore. Next, he suggested that his parents also try playing the game a little to be cautious of the organization's shadowy figures. As he finished his thought, he suddenly felt something was wrong and stopped. His eyes filled with confusion. What caught his eye was the dark, looming shadow of a group of people approaching, their fierce and threatening demeanor, with only faint light enough to outline their large figures. Each of them carried crude weapons like sticks or steel pipes. When suddenly, a man in the group spoke up, finally giving me the chance I've been waiting for. He and his companions looked at him arrogantly and said, "Finding you was no easy feat." Yen immediately sensed the hostility and familiarity from the leader, thinking to himself that it was the head of the Hack Thu Guild, the one I had defeated. Without waiting for orders, his accomplices around him eagerly charged forward. The shadows stretch long and fierce towards you, and his voice roars, "Aren't you supposed to be good at fighting? Why don't you pretend in real life anymore? Done. Smash its dog's head for me." One of his allies thought you were so scared you froze up, and he burst out laughing, terrified to the point of trembling. He approaches Long Yen now, swinging the steel pipe at him and shouting, "Daring to disrespect Q-Ra is seeking death." But none of his accomplices knew that it was just a moment of mistake. Long Yen still stood there with cold, sharp eyes. He activated his stealth skill and looked at the attacker, sneering. Too slow. Long Yen suddenly disappeared before him, the steel bar crashing down onto the cracked dirt road, the loud sound echoing through the alley. The gang members were startled, only catching a glimpse of a blue light flashing in the sky. And in that moment, Long Yen appeared right in front of the squad leader. His entire body radiates flickering, lightning-like light, his eyes cold and focused to a terrifying degree. His clenched fist suddenly strikes out with a thunderous roar. A deafening explosion echoes, and a whirlwind whirls chaos everywhere. A powerful punch to his stomach made him gasp. Blood spurt from his mouth, and his body bent backward from the impact. Blue flames burst fiercely from the hairy body like shock waves, knocking all the henchmen away and causing them to fall to the ground. With dust and smoke filling the entire space, the captain's body was slammed onto the ground. The earth trembled with heavy sounds and impacts. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth, and he was terrified, wondering if he was dealing with a human or a demon. The stove on his side made him jump, cold sweat pouring down his neck, his eyes wide with shock. He just stood there, the gloomy atmosphere around him blending with the thick aura, his eyes shining with a cold red glow, his low voice echoing each word. It seems that person doesn't value their life. Before the captain could react, Lam Yen had already stepped hard on his chest. A painful groan escapes him, his eyes darkening as he mutters irritably. This kind of stubbornness really is hard to break. He lay trembling on the ground, his body convulsing, his voice trembling as he desperately begged. Wait. I was wrong. Please. Big brother. Spare my life. Don't kill me. I still have use. I know a hidden mission. His breath coming rapidly, his words stumbling in the tense silence that angered everyone. His eyes blazing with anger, he looked at him and said in a threatening tone, Say it. The captain lies on the ground, gasping and hurriedly revealing information inside the main city. There is a blacksmith named Hoa Kiem who always takes on delivery quests. When his favorability reaches a high enough level, he will make you a piece of equipment in gold. Lam Yen frowned and thought. In his previous life, someone did acquire gold equipment very quickly, supposedly linked to an NPC. Maybe this guy isn't lying to me. He asked again. So what? But he clenched the steel bar until it deformed. Lam Yen's eyes were cold as he stared directly at the captain, his voice carrying an unshakable threat. I hope you won't do anything stupid, because I have many ways to deal with you, both online and offline, if you dare to harm my family. At this point, he squeezed the steel bar until it shattered, almost whispering, This is the consequence of your actions. He curled up in despair and replied, I understand now. The scene shifts to a Western-style tavern immersed in the evening atmosphere, under the bright moonlight. With the entire space filled with the scent of strong alcohol and lively conversations, the evening here is lively but still carries the tiredness of those who have endured a long day. As the clinking of beer jars echoes, warming the atmosphere of the tavern, on the table are steaming dishes, soft white buns just cooked, spicy, fragrant tofu and sauce, and golden vegetables, their aroma blending with the wine's scent to create a warm and lively atmosphere under the bright moonlight. Hoa Kim slammed the beer jar onto the table, his eyes wide with surprise and a hint of suspicion. Do you mean to say you can supply me with 100 portions of kwang? Are you serious? He continued. You look very clean. Just by looking, I can tell you're not suited for mining work. If you really can do it, then at that time I will make you a weapon for free. Yen stood silently by the table, her gaze still calm as usual, just nodding slightly, secretly thinking that Senra was honest and not lying. And the next step was to go and explore the advertising. He just turned away from the table when he saw a drunken guy staggering to his feet, swaying. Hey, where are you going? Let me have a drink with your sister. He grinned mischievously, staggering over to the girl who just passed by, startling her into stepping back. And she snapped irritably. Get away from me. I don't know you at all. The beautiful girl with a seductive figure walks away dreamily, her slightly drunken voice saying, Don't touch me, as she dodges. He laughs and says, all right, follow me. I will definitely not touch you. The strong smell of alcohol made Long Yen frown unconsciously. Before he could react, the man turned to look at him, then looked away. What are you looking at? Do you believe I won't gouge out your eyes? As he finished speaking, he used his strength to sweep his arm, sending the drunken man flying away. Long Yen sneered and said, truly unaware of their own limits. The atmosphere in the shop suddenly quieted down as the beautiful green-haired girl turned around with a cheerful voice, saying, You're so handsome. Thank you. Thank you. I can treat you to some drinks. Long Yen just glanced over, calmly said, No need, then turned and walked away, leaving behind her call to stop. Don't go so fast. The sound of hurried footsteps mixed with the chaotic noise as her slender high heels lightly slid on the wooden floor. A faint sound echoed as her heel caught between the wooden planks, causing her beautiful body to tilt forward, her long brown hair swinging with the momentum. In that moment, Long Yen's eyes flashed with a cold red like fire. He reacted so quickly, almost instinctively. But it was the person reaching out to catch her, their breath blending in the close distance. Long Yen's strong arm held her waist tightly as the beautiful girl's body sank into his embrace. She is in his arms, her head tilted back, cheeks flushed from the wine, her gaze dreamy yet mischievous. So you like Hyovu, your younger brother, and your sister too. Mid-sentence. She suddenly rolled over and fell asleep. Long Yen frowned, a look of helplessness on his face, and muttered, "This is really troublesome." He opens the door to the room. The hinge sound softly echoes in the quiet space. Moonlight streams through the window onto the cool stone floor. Long Yen gently laid her down on the bed. Her brown hair spread across the pillow, her lips softly breathing. Then he turned and walked away. He quietly reopened the door, leaving the room bathed in the faint blue light of the peaceful western night. The scene shifts to the venomous snake cave, where dampness seeps from the rock walls into the air, and the flames of torches on either side flicker fiercely. In the confined space, the steady strikes of the dog-headed miner's pick against the stone echoed rhythmically. In the hazy light, Yuen stands in the middle of the cave, holding a stone in his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he silently calculates. Currently, there are 12 zombie dog-headed corpses at my gate of the underworld, just enough to harvest, and I can gather quite a bit in a short time. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the darkness, startling the dog-headed miner and causing him to jump in surprise, leaving him no time to react. In sight, a swarm of small shadows rushes forward. Hundreds of half-grown giant rats with gray fur, sharp claws, and glowing red eyes burst out from the mines. The system voice suddenly rang out the common level 10 savage rat, with 1,200 health, 70 attack, 15 defense, skilled in fierce tearing and brutality, continuously attacking the target, with an additional 10% damage. Yen's fur trembled as she withdrew the poison spirit slayer, lowering her hand and commanding, "Go. Eliminate them all, without leaving a single one alive." Its roar echoed loudly, claws tearing through the tunnel, as each savage rat was shredded in an instant, blood splattering everywhere, hot air and a thick stench filling the air. Quickly and quietly eliminate all the evil spirits without leaving a single one behind before stopping. The green light of the magic circle appears, with glowing demonic symbols slowly spinning in the air. Ye Yan softly says, collecting various monsters to make his strategy more comprehensive. Demonic energy from the magic circle spreads out, enveloping each creature, with blue-black light shining brightly, turning them into faint ghostly forms that twist and are then pulled straight into the center of the formation. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed behind him, flames and dust flying everywhere in the tunnel, and the powerful tremor caused the rocks to shake repeatedly. Yen's fur immediately jumped back, her robe billowing in the rising heat wave. She raised her hand to cover half her face, her eyes narrowing, and suddenly exclaimed, "What?" A giant red shadow lunges out from the darkness, its fur bristling, eyes burning like blood, sharp teeth clashing with a terrifying screech amid a haze of dust and debris. He briefly saw a figure standing behind the monster, wearing a gray robe and holding a long spear. The system voice echoes berserk. Spirit Lord. Level 16. Health 3,800. Attack 300. Defense 150. Skill, Frenzied Pursuit. Light Smell. Suddenly, the figure lunged with the spear, causing it to roar even more fiercely, as if driven by an invisible force rushing towards Lam Yen like a violent gale. He raises his sword in a defensive stance, the blue glow on the blade rippling like waves, his voice deepening, cold and suffocating. "This is the boss of the mine. Someone trying to lure monsters here." A fierce golden light suddenly appeared, the very weapon beginning to take effect. The former Sun King raised his hand high, and his skill shot straight forward, accompanied by the constant growling of the dog-headed miner. Faced with this unexpected attack, Lam Yen's legs retreat to try to hold steady, but the overwhelming power pushes him back beyond reach. In Lam Yen's mind, the instant thought was lock-on skill. Right, no. That's not it. At the same time, the system interface displayed detailed information. Former Suntai Duong used holy armor magic on you, increasing the target Fata's defense by 20 points. Holding for 60 seconds, Lam Yen faces the same light beam and suddenly stops, confirming this is the bishop's buff skill. Amidst the intense battle, a reporter glanced around and muttered, "What's going on today? Why is the sad arena all gone? Isn't this the super divine bishop from the triangular steel? Why is he acting alone like this?" This person's eyes are sinister as he gives orders. Quickly seize the opportunity to get some extra. And in his hand, he releases a cursed insect. "Over here." The former Sun Elder kept urging Lam Yen not to blame him for leading monsters here, telling her to run and that he would handle everything himself. The system update shows the current online count at 15, and a flood of comments erupting. Solo battles breaking out. Is the priest of the Holy Flower Worship Guild really that powerful? Because this priest moves as swiftly as a swift assassin, and now the priest is fighting. Lam Yen nodded at the interaction volume and had an idea. At this point, still full of integrity, Just in time. I just bought a villa. Spent quite a bit of money. The boss is coming to my door. I'll happily take it. The atmosphere is getting more and more lively. The number of online users rising from 15 to 70 to 130, and the comments become even more curious. Why does this person look so familiar? Because the great god once soloed a world boss. Take a seat and watch. There's definitely a good show today. Has the great god not stepped in yet? Hurry up. The chattering sound suddenly echoed loudly into the mind as the dog-headed miner relentlessly chased the former Tai Duong. Its huge legs aimed to crush him. But luckily Lam Yen blocked one strike. Tai Duong, looking bewildered, sweat covering his face, muttered nonsense. Who are you? The scene shifts to another side, where a drunken gaze eagerly observes something. And Ngia Bukthuk exclaims, "Damn it. Losing to a monster like this doesn't shame me at all." That furious bastard just walked past shouting. And on the internet he's been spammed all over by some so-called great god. It's endless. Keeps popping up everywhere. The subordinate beside him agreed wholeheartedly. That's right. When it comes to teamwork, I dare say no one can match our guild leader. No DM's eyes are full of cunning malice as he speaks, having watched the livestream himself. Honestly, the god of war only has the advantage in the guild and position. When it comes to skill, no one has ever been able to match the great deity. When no DM heard these flattering words, his eyes widened, and he demanded the other person to say it again for him to hear. Chiu Kuei looked surprised and continued. You are no DM from the Kung No Guild. Right, look. I'm not the only one saying this. There are many heated comments on the livestream criticizing him, and some even call him a god, suggesting that as the leader of the #1 declining guild, he should have stepped down earlier. No DM, furious, immediately pointed his nose at Chiokyu and threatened him. With a fierce stare and a determined question, he asked, "What are you?" He tries to explain, "But what's the point of taking your anger out on me? Everyone says the same thing. But you should also understand that it's just because the divine sword is too modest. After all, in this world there are no heroes. Only kids trying to make a name for themselves." Nuo DM started to pay more attention to the current situation. So that kid is still live streaming. Right, Shiokue confidently confirmed again. Yes. Right inside the mine, the no DM began to roar in anger, demanding and informing the guild that everyone online should follow me. Inside the mine, Lam Uyen is still fighting bravely against the dog-headed miner, with each strike leaving an endless glow. While Yuan An was here, he told Tai Duong that he could leave now because its main target of hatred is me. As expected, the bulldog-headed miner rushes up aggressively to tear at Lam Yen, stomping heavily and causing the ground to shatter wherever he steps. The movement underground causes him to sway a bit, and he drops to the ground. But that image is just a trick to deceive the opponent with a high-quality strike, as Lam Uyen's voice echoes loudly. Go. The dog-headed miner carelessly takes a direct hit from the attack he launched just moments ago. The system updates the data once again with shocking numbers. 1,297 viewers. Studying frame by frame. Must learn every single one. The actions of the great god are incredible. The monster attraction is so stable, it happens so fast that the shadow is already covering it. Oh my god. The great god truly has a very strategic fighting style. So powerful. The dog-headed miner's hands begin to weaken as he desperately tries to hold onto the rocks beneath the ground, still struggling to catch up with Lam Uyen right in front of him. But suddenly, the situation changed as the dog-headed miner's life was at stake, and they all charged out together, tearing into the dog-headed miner without mercy. Lam Uyen stands beside Jian and warns the opponent. If you keep rushing forward blindly and ignore the surprise attack from behind, you'll suffer a heavy loss. But you don't need to understand this principle, because I will defeat it with an unstoppable sword strike. The dog-headed miner is howling in pain as a series of bites from the dog-headed zombie tear into his body. The zombie leaps high, clutching a weapon tightly, ready to attack. A few seconds later, the weapon was firmly pressed against the head of the dog-headed miner. On this side, Lam Uyen was ready, the haunting gauntlet also equipped. He charged forward and declared, "It's time to end this." A punch aimed to finish its presence in this world. Everyone is still gossiping excitedly, debating who the real boss is. It's so hard to tell. My husband is hitting me. My husband is hitting me. I really feel like I'm being beaten by a great god. The system quickly sent a message to Lam Uyen, congratulating you on defeating the Chain Mouse and the Bao Lan Chua, leveling up to level 15, and receiving the Trui Kitch Spear and the Swift Boots. Detailed information about the item is also provided: the White-Silver Pursuit Spear, a weapon type with an attack power of 20, attack speed of 5, agility of 25, and a skill called Pursuit Chi Person, which after 6 attacks, enhances the next attack. increasing attack speed by 10%, paired with the white-silver agility boots. Type of equipment. Agility effect 30. Movement speed 5. Skill associated with paralysis. Paralysis while not in combat. Movement speed 10. Every year, Tai Duong, with dizzying eyes, runs over and wonders silently. Is this move? The great god who defeated the Death Dragon alone. Great hero. We are friends now. And I will help you in the future. So, isn't that the unbeatable ruler of the world? He turned his back and responded to Tai Duong. You've mistaken me for someone else. What you said made him doubt himself. No way. I've watched your videos many times. Even if you transformed, I would still recognize you. As they prepared to leave the mining cave, a sudden stealth attack of fire surged from behind. Lam Uyen quickly understood the situation, and Than Dao countered with a powerful blue beam. His eyes showed anger as he destroyed the sneak attack from the low-level thugs. The laughter echoing from the cave entrance kept ringing out, causing Lam Uyen and Tai Duong to look on in confusion. The angry demon just appeared and spoke arrogantly. So let's turn him into ash and see if he can still recognize himself. A bunch of people under the influence of no DM are also talking. Is the situation a bit too intense because of that half-elf? What are they saying? He's a great god. Just go livestream, show them the fate of fighting the guild and know, so they remember that our guild leader and god are the strongest players in the West. Lam Uyen carefully observed the situation, thinking to himself that the members of the No Guild wanted to defeat him to hand someone over. It seems the equipment is coming right to his door. He has no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, the system analyzes and confirms the hostile siege attack, with a 15-minute counterattack window. Defeating the attackers during this time will not count as a crime. Just as he was contemplating his attack, a golden weapon suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The former son boldly declares war. Just as I expected, feeling the thrill of fighting alongside my comrades, and I will shine in this desolate hell. On behalf of this bond, protect the important person. Lam Uyen hesitated, wondering who his true confidant is actually. He could just step back a little. The furious demon shouted loudly. Hey, you useless trash. Listen carefully. The true god of madness is me. Before he could finish his sentence, Lam Yen had already struck him down swiftly, followed by a provocative question. What are you even talking about? His strike hadn't stopped yet. His arm spun around, and No DM's face was flushed from one side to the other. His seemingly massive body couldn't withstand it and tumbled headfirst to the ground. The recorded data is skyrocketing. With 630 viewers in the live stream, everyone is lively discussing, before the fight even started. He got slapped. No DM is quite something. Using his face to block the attack from the great god, the livestream made himself look embarrassing, rare to see. Impressive. So the great god just defeated the boss, and now he's solo against a bunch of people. The angry demon was beaten to a pulp but still didn't forget the girl. Who the hell do you think you are? A stray dog that no guild needs daring to attack people. You think you're the great god or something? Charge at me. He ordered his subordinates with firm determination. Take him down. Black subordinate charged forward and shouted loudly. Listen to my command. All soldiers attack. Mages and priests in the back. Archers move flexibly. I don't believe he can handle it alone. Lam Uyen immediately analyzed in his mind that these people coordinated quite well. So first he activated the stealth skill on their rear lines. No DM's subordinate roared in anger. That kid is hiding. Mage, activate the purge mode now. The mage behind nodded in response. Understood. However, Lam Uyen appeared too quickly, warning the enemy. But it was already too late. The sudden situation made these people scream in agony. What? He's behind us. No, DM is still outside giving orders confidently. But he's just defeated the boss. He's probably out of HP and magic power. So charge in. We have the numerical advantage, and should keep him trapped. A bunch of comments are flooding in praising how awesome and cool it is, saying they've never heard of a group bullying someone and talking like they're above everything else. It's hard to say. After all, the guild and No are ranked first in the Western Desert. But if the great deity turns the tables, the guild and No won't know where to hide. The furious demon behind him taunts his subordinates, encouraging them to take him down. Just defeat him. Find me to claim the reward at the designated damage point. No limits. Just kill. These people rush forward wildly, firing continuous flames at Lam Yen. But he only needs to lightly slash a few times to eliminate this attack. Lam Uyen assessed the current situation and quickly devised a strategy. The narrow mine tunnels limited the advantage of the undead minions' numbers, but eliminating them all at once was not difficult. Facing the massive flames rushing toward him, he stood firm as if he had a plan. These people all follow Lam Uyen. Even the online crowd is restless and commenting. After all, the great god is just a human. Surrounded like this, who could stand it? Really unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. They've caught a weakness of ours. Remember, the great god is only one person, facing an entire group. Stay strong. Lam Uyen's legs are kicking high above the fiery attacks. The crowd looks at him and shouts, "Look! He's about to escape. Quickly. Finish him off." The angry demon still arrogantly ordered to bring him down and chase after him, refusing to let him escape, while muttering to himself as Lam Uyen gradually set up an ambush behind him. "Today, I will play the turtle catcher." Because of his words, I showed no mercy and pressed no DM down hard. The blood splattered everywhere. A painful reality for a boastful fool. However, when she sat up, no DM still tried to protest. Cowardly. What kind of skill is it to play sneak attacks? Immediately after that, he had to swallow his words as Lam Uyen held a sword to his throat, threatening him to call for help. "He's here. You even whispered to no DM that they can't go back now. But I want to know. The crazy gods leading a whole team to such a place. Do they have any responsibility to save people?" This guy still doesn't understand. He stammers in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Sure enough, on the other side of the cave, the dog-headed miner's corpse is lying among the crowd. Lam Uyen this time is determined to unleash the deadly skill. His hands tightly grip no DM's head. Despite his screams and questions, what does he ultimately want to do? Lam Uyen coldly demanded. "Go ask them yourself." Just seconds later, his sword brushed past no DM's neck, causing a fan to be shocked and the viewership to reach 1 million. Oh my god. I knew it. How could the great god make such a stupid mistake? No DM looks just like an idiot. Destroy the entire team. That's even easier than defeating a monster. Got it. This move scores a perfect 10. As soon as no DM is taken down, the loot appears. Lam Uyen hurriedly spoke, also with a surprising gain, and quickly packed all the equipment inside to take away. This place is about to be crowded. This time the weapon you received is the Blood Twin Blades in gold. A weapon that adds 50 to physical attack, 20 to attack speed, 30 to critical hit, and has an attached skill that absorbs life, converting 10% of damage dealt into your own health points. The scene shifts to another place, where an unusual silence prevails. Suddenly, Hoa Kim's voice is heard, saying, "I take back what I just said. You really are a clever and cunning young man. If possible, I hope you will come often. I still need a lot more. The system has just been updated. Den's friendliness level increased by 100. Now, at friendly." Based on this data, Lam Yen was a bit thoughtful. Den's miner only accepts up to 100 bars of quartz a day, so this seems to be a long-term task. But this extraction is enough for a month. This time I didn't get expelled from the guild or cause too much trouble. Selling everything to Han Cheng would make him suspicious. But selling to individual players, though a bit more trouble, was faster than I expected. But searching for the first believer through the guild is too passive. I should start with the existing clues first. Remember that the subordinate of the double first believer has the ability to speak snake, which might be related to the clue about the hidden snake civilization in the sewer. And the breakthrough point could be right there. His legs quickly moved forward. Everything seemed hurried. The scene inside appeared much darker and gloomier. After moving for a while, Lam Yen encountered the rat spirit and immediately began to think carefully. The mission from Chief Sadola is to eliminate 30 spirit mice. This is a normal task. But there is a hidden instance in the sewer. The hidden dungeon of the Village of Love can drop blood rebirth worms, a rare item that permanently increases attributes. But the hidden instance has a limited number of attempts per week. If it gets leaked out, there will be fierce competition. So we must use the death spirit to take control of the hidden instance entrance first. As long as I find the room with the snake, that's the hidden dungeon's location. It's also the only dungeon I know related to the sewer and the snake. After walking for a while, Lam Yen finally confirmed that the main target was here. A fierce burst of anger is unfolding right before his eyes, and the sound of shifting is incredibly heavy. Yen is stunned subconsciously. No. Could the snake in the demon nest be this large? This is the Snake King Ming, level 60, with unknown stats and health, attack, defense, and skills. Lam Yen was a bit panicked, her legs running uncontrollably, her mind filled with fear and thoughts. Could this be the product of the snake civilization? And how could it be so powerful? Level 60. I absolutely can't let it hit me. In this urgent situation, he is determined to activate the stealth skill because failing to do so would result in too great a loss of life, levels and equipment. Moreover, hiding in this dangerous situation is really useless. Running away like this is not sustainable. So Lam Yen gradually calms down and tries to use the terrain to her advantage. So he charged straight into a corner with a triangular hole, preventing the Min King snake from approaching directly. But after running less than 3 steps, Lam Yen's red eyes suddenly widened in realization. The King Cobra is too massive. crashing through the terrain structure and rushing forward with its enormous mouth open, ready to swallow Lam Yen. The rocks keep collapsing and crashing down, dust and smoke obscuring everything inside, as the great king snake uses its massive body to crush anything in its way. Up above, he was running and worried about the situation. It's not looking good. I can't stop it. Yen ran for a while and finally reached Thuk Thiet Liet Teach's position. He immediately devised a strategy to use lightning to buy time, relying on magic to counter magic. I don't believe he still can't handle you. Thuk Thiet Liet Teach quickly moved to confront the Min King Snake, and the tense situation and clashes began to unfold. King Cobra X remains very aggressive, its mouth always wide open as it roars. Even Lam Yen feels a bit worried looking back. Luckily, he has taken advantage of the triangular terrain to temporarily distance himself from the danger ahead. Outside, Min Vuongza is still trying hard to break the surface, causing rocks to fly outward. The tremor also unbalances Lam Yen, making her kneel down. However, that was just a minor detail within his plan, and his eyes were full of confidence. Min Vuongza tried to look down, but no matter how much it wanted to, it couldn't penetrate. Everything was carefully calculated by him. Lam Yen's confident expression moves as she speaks. Even with monsters like these, they can't stir up any trouble here. This is how it is. The Western Mac Imperial Palace, where the Tran Quoc sorcerer is stationed, easily eradicates any approaching monsters without exception. Min Vuongsa looks around outside, still very alert. Lam Yen sat down to analyze, noting that the Snake People civilization and the Western Mac Kingdom have a deep blood feud, and the strength of the Western Mac Kingdom far surpasses that of the Snake People civilization, causing some of them to move underground and seek revenge. The Grand Master of the Tran Quoc will not hesitate to eliminate any monsters that come near the Imperial Palace. Although this snake is strong, it is not a match for the Grand Master. Perhaps the lair of the snake demon is nearby the monster, and following the trail might lead to some gains. But to prevent such a situation from happening again, I still need to go to the market to try my luck and see if the snake-repelling potion can attract low-level snake demons. This type of medicine only attracts low-level snake monsters, so there's no risk of running into that big and fierce one. The scene becomes clearer in Western Mo Kingdom, where everything seems very grand and magnificent. The shopkeeper here is happily thanking you for your visit and welcoming you again next time. The item Lam Uyen bought is a snake-repelling potion that emits a special scent to attract low-level snake demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere, and I searched everywhere in my mind just to find your shadow. Chikot. It's been a long time since we last met. Hearing the voice, Lam Uyen immediately recognized the name being hunted by the boss in the mine. Old friend Taiyang stepped forward and suggested, Chikot, go ahead first. Finding you in this vast map isn't easy, but I can feel our souls calling to each other. Ignoring the other's sincerity, he asked Lan Lung if he had something to do. At the same time, On Than's voice rang out, and former Tai Duong sent a friend request. Tai Duong confidently said, Of course I have something to do. Hey, do you want to join me in attacking the Tan Chi cave? We fight side by side. It will be faster. Lam Yen Lan Lung left. No. I still have something to do. Wait a minute, Chikot, don't you see how cool the Super God Triangle is? Join us. Maybe with Lan Hinyet, Tin Hingan, we can become a super divine quadrilateral and become each other's wings, awakening the world that is sinking into darkness. Lan Hinyet, in the previous scene, suddenly stopped analyzing in his mind upon hearing this. Lan Hinyet is the president of the Glass Flower Moon Water Guild, ranked second in the Tai Ping Room. He is also a core member of the organization and is rumored to be one of the chosen by heaven to establish it. This is an opportunity, whether it's a clue about the Order organization or the First Place Trust. But tomorrow, the hidden instance will reset the number of attempts. If you miss it, you'll lose this week's reward. So it's better to get the reward first and then contact Ling Yue. Because of that clue, Lam Yue immediately agreed to the former Tai Duong's invitation to join the guild. Before leaving, he told Tai Duong to open the dungeon together next time. I really have something to do now. I'm leaving first. He responded happily. Okay. I'll be ready for your invitation anytime. No problem. Lam Nguyen wanders inside the cave, contemplating, based on past experience, there should be a snake near the entrance of the hidden dungeon, so he decides to look for traces of the giant snake nearby. His eyes eagerly observe a water stain on the ground, and suddenly Lam Nguyen's eyes light up, as if he has spotted something suspicious. A series of small snakes are moving, their long tongues sensing the surroundings. He begins to realize these small snakes are actually monsters from the demon lair. But it's best to stay cautious. The continuous strikes made the earth and rocks explode everywhere. Lam Nguyen appeared with a dog-headed beast corpse, happily exclaiming, I finally found it. The scene inside appears full of illusions, with a torch lighting up the surroundings. The system has updated the location. You have entered a hidden dungeon, the lair of the demon snake. After reviewing some relevant data, this is a normal hidden boss. Level 10. Health points 1000, bloodline seeds plus 500. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skill, bloodline, seed condensation. Bloodline seed condensation of the infant form of the demon snake. Condensing bloodline seeds within the body. Health points plus 500. Lam Yen turns her gaze and simultaneously launches her attack. Go ahead. Immediately after the command, the traitorous relics appear all at once, facing off against the little snakes below. As the formation is ready, he commands loudly to eliminate them all. The skills are activated in unison, and the divine thunder crystal unleashes a violent water storm, with 2 blue-purple lightning bolts clashing intensely. The system keeps notifying you. Are you using the special flesh blood seed? It randomly increases the player's main attribute by 1 to 5 points, and for the race profession, it increases endurance from 0 to 100. Lam Yen was curious about this seed, and he guessed that it was an item dropped from the hidden dungeon. The blood flesh seed. No problem. I used 1 blood flesh seed for the human race, increasing spirit points by 3 and endurance to 1 out of 100. Right after using the seed, Lam Yen nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Sen Da can only eat it 100 times, but the benefits are significantly increased. Furthermore, the production of this rare item that can permanently increase attributes is limited, so it can be sold on the market for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each. I just need to clear a hidden dungeon once a week to get thousands of fruits. Even without joining a guild, I'll never run out of gold. And so, he decided to use more. As the system sound rang out again. You have used the blood flesh seed 1. Intelligence plus 5. Endurance 2 out of 100. You have used the blood flesh seed 1. Strength plus 3. Endurance 3 out of 100. You have used the blood flesh seed 1. Spirit plus 4. Endurance 4 out of 100. Lam Uyen's eyes gradually filled with energy, his determination stronger than ever. Still not stopping, he continued using the blood seed. Mental strength plus 3. Endurance 100 out of 100. His current physical condition, the real body of Lam Uyen. Level 15. Occupation of Forbidden Death Spirit. Dark Summoning Magic. Gate of the Light Realm 89 out of 150. Strength 77. Physique 101. Agility 119. Spirit 318. Experience 2. 040 out of 16. 739. With his impressive current stats, Lam Uyen thinks he's done enough, so he'll store the remaining 900 bloodflesh seeds for now. After renting a shop, he'll sell them, and then just go clearing once a week. You are about to leave, but your eyes still carefully assess the situation. Just leaving 3 deathly zombie skeletons is enough to scare ordinary players, and, in a short time, no one will find this place. The snakes here are very different from the ones he controlled before. It seems he has some kind of mutated monster ability, and a level 60 monster definitely shouldn't appear at this stage. The system suddenly updates with a call from reality. Your sister is calling you. Lam Uyen feels a bit strange, and ponders. Xiao Dan. With her personality. Zhudong Jawa. Could something have happened? I pick up the phone to ask. Xiao Dan. What's wrong? Lam Dan replied softly. No. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten already. Lam Uyen, feeling a bit awkward, answered yes, I have. On the other end, Lam Dan's friends loudly asked. The class monitor's older brother. Actually, the class monitor wants to ask if you're available to help him clear the dungeon now. He didn't hesitate to confirm that he could, but he was a bit surprised in his mind. Little Dan, ask me to take you to run dungeons. Suddenly, a judgmental voice interjected. See, I told you, Lam Dan is troublemaker, and her brother is just as bad. Listen to this. You're so confident. You didn't even bother to ask about the dungeon. Lam Dan, has your brother gone crazy from gaming? Do you two brothers often work together to cause trouble like this? So in sync that even your sister nearby is annoyed and goes along with her brother. I think so. VM sa. Then let's choose the Tan Valley Hero level dungeon. No guild has cleared it yet. Lam Dan softly reminds Lam Uyen over the phone. Have you heard clearly that the hero level wasteland, King Vuong VM, is upgraded? Mocking attitude. And the Tan Valley stop messing around. Lam Dan. Your brother is the troublemaker, and you're also a troublemaker, born from parents who are probably no good either. When it comes to my parents, Lam Dan couldn't hide her anger and shouted loudly. Thank you, Och, but my brother immediately reminded her. Alright, Xiao Dan. No need to argue with him. I will go to the Valley of Despair right away. Lam Dan is feeling very confused. Even though he has been traveling through and playing this game, he has already earned quite a bit of money. But the dungeon of the Stinky Pit with heroic difficulty is only second to the deathly difficulty dungeon. Did I cause him more trouble just then? A voice called out. Little Dan. She turned her head back in surprise at the question. Teen, why are you? At that moment, the system provided additional information. Thien ranked in the top guild and joined the team. Tien replied to Lamdan. I already heard, but this morning you and your friends congratulated each other on moving into the new villa. When idiot Vuong VM overheard. That Vuong VM is no good. I came to be a witness so that when the time comes, he will have to apologize to you in front of everyone. Lamdan suddenly felt grateful to his friend and thanked you. Chen. Indeed. There should be someone to bear witness. When the results come out, you all must stay alert. Somewhere, Vuong VM's mocking voice echoed. I've met many girls who crave vanity like you. Did your parents get their jobs by freeloading at someone else's villa? This can also be considered living in a mansion. To accurately introduce this guy, he is the unmatched young Master VM. Pursuing young Master VM. A hired team. A Tomb Raider. A hired team. Looking for a wife together. Joining the team. Lamdan angrily retorted. Vuong VM. You just got lucky with your reincarnation. Who do you think you are to mock others? Tien. Seeing your friend upset. Tried to stop her. Don't bother with him. It's not worth it. Vuong VM couldn't hold back his anger and shouted loudly. I can't take it anymore. You two go teach her a lesson. I'll pay double. The obedient subordinates eagerly jumped up. I've wanted to touch her face for a long time. Fine. Young Master VM is generous. Watch me tear her clothes apart. But the situation is not as easy as they hoped. With continuous slashes coming from the enemy side, and the weak subordinates struggling to fight back, constantly crying out in despair, Lam Uyen has arrived. His presence truly forces the enemy to bleed. Are you asking if she's okay? Little girl, she replied softly. No. I'm fine. Behind her. Tien kept praising. So fast. So cool. Vuong VM angrily snapped. Sneaking up on the hired player I brought in. Do you know how much I paid for them? Can you even handle it? Without them, how can we succeed? Immediately after those words, Lam Uyen moved quickly to stand in front of the other person and accused him of bullying my sister. He even insulted my parents. Vuong VM started to hesitate, stammering. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? A few seconds later, Lam Uyen made Vuong VM's face swell up, him clutching his face with blood dripping down. You still dare to deceive the opponent, and I don't care which dog you belong to. If you like to bite people like a turtle, you deserve to be slaughtered. Vuong VM is lying flat on the ground but still trying to persuade us. Isn't there a mistake? My dungeon needs 6 people. If you defeat 2 of them, how can we enter the dungeon? Lam Uyen coldly declared that he would handle anyone missing, and she just needed to stay quiet and wait. Inside, he had already planned that the raid on the Hoi Tan Chi Kok dungeon would yield tactical combat skills. Sooner or later, I will need this skill. So I might as well invite the veteran Tai Yang to join the team to get closer to Lan Henguyet. Immediately, he sent an invitation to recruit the veteran Tai Yang. Teeny's eyes widened as she whispered to her friend. Xiao Dan, your brother is cooler than I thought, and even really impressive. Lam Dan Ren chuckled and replied. Is that so? Just average. Vuong VM hadn't finished speaking, when suddenly, you pathetic half-baked fools, can't find anyone worthy of your souls. He must be a useless guy who can't even beat a little monster at the dungeon gate. The girl next to him said in amazement. VM Thieu. Look, isn't that the Taoist Lao in the super divine steel triangle? As soon as the former Sun Elder appeared, he declared, and when the voice of destiny rang out, it was clear that you and I were destined to drown in a sea of treachery from which there was no return. From this moment on, the old year Taiyang officially joins the team and is successfully teleported. Wang VM admires him even more as an elder of the old year, a key leader of Jinghua Shui Yue, the second-ranked guild in the Western Mo. You said, old friend, you want to lead us into the dungeon too. Thank you so much. Thin Teen is surprised that the former Tai Duong is also here. Such a senior wouldn't just form random teams. Lam Dan Nuong is following closely. But I'm not sure anymore. With the senior figures of Tai Duong quickly disappearing upon meeting Lam Uyen, he ran over and loudly said, True friend, you finally remembered me. I knew it. You would definitely lead me into the dungeon. I just received your team invitation and immediately came here. The 2 of us forming a super team would be great too. Lam Uyen quickly stopped Tai Duong's mouth, his face showing clear disgust. Vuong VM was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? The veteran elder wants that guy to lead him into the dungeon copy. How? How is that possible? Isn't he just an ordinary player? Sister gasped. Brother VM. Did the senior veteran join the wrong team? Let me go talk to the old veteran. Former Elder Tai Yang stepped forward to explain to those people that he was just an ordinary player. I came here specifically for that genius. He is the true master among the masters. The great god is a nickname. Have you never? Lam Uyen quickly stopped him and asked. All right. Let's get into the dungeon quickly. Wang VM raised his hand, pointing and blaming. I see. Lam Dan. So your sister also hires players. But the heroic difficulty dungeon like Hoitanchi Cave is a dungeon that even the top guilds have failed to conquer. How can a second-ranked guild like his do it? Lam Uyen angrily turned back to remind him to cover his face and watch how I survive. The system is updating the situation, and the team is advancing into the hero difficulty of the Hoitanchi Coke. A frenzy is moving around Lam Yen's body, and the shifting state is ready. They have found a preacher, not to slowly eliminate the monster afterward. I won't let him achieve that goal. Go. Lure the monsters around here. His sister cheerfully nodded. All right. I'll listen to you. VM Thu. Right, let's see how he handles it this time. The foul-smelling viscous liquid is slowly rising, smoke billowing into the air. A rumbling sound echoes, and Lam Uyen narrows her eyes as she looks in that direction. A cloud of foul-smelling viscous liquid gradually appeared around, making Qian terrified. Why did so many monsters suddenly appear in just a short moment? Lam Dan also has to be as grand as life itself. I didn't see anything like this in the video. They didn't wait to scold or immediately turn back towards them. Vuong VM tilted his head and smiled softly. It seems your luck isn't very good. The son on this side is also excited and ready to fight. This situation really gets people pumped up. Dear friends, your fighting spirit has been awakened. This battle will elevate both you and me. Just calmly endure and unleash the lightning. As soon as the Captain Sad appeared, it defeated the rotten miasma, and the Kaploi Quang Ti unleashed the crystal thunderstorm skill. Lam VM acted swiftly before anyone could react. So everyone protect yourselves. You swung your sword a few times, causing some of them to fall. Lam Vien narrowed his eyes, alertly watching everything. She also started to draw her sword to fight on this side. Lam Dan suggested, hide behind me and come over so we can deal with it. Tian Vui Kan Dan. Be careful. Before she even has to act. Lam VM has already rushed to deal with that disgusting rotten corpse. Don't mess up. Lam Dan was stunned and sighed. So he's actually so powerful in the game. Really strong. He slowly turned around and gently ruffled her hair. Lam VM seriously reassures Lam Dan. Don't worry. I'm here and I will definitely not let you fall into danger. Feeling embarrassed, she lowered her head and bit her lip. Lam VM didn't get an answer but still felt very happy. As she blushed and pushed his hand away, Tian beside her looked on in admiration. This sense of safety. Having a big brother is really great. Vuong VM was ignored. She didn't ask any questions. But she didn't ask anything. Lam VM didn't get an answer but still felt very happy. As she blushed and pushed his hand away, Qian beside her looked on in admiration. Feeling so safe, having a big brother really is wonderful. Vuong VM suddenly shouted proudly. Finally I see it. Being spoiled isn't that hard after all. If one person can suppress them, then with my pure silver equipment, how could I be inferior to them? Lin beside him immediately agreed. That's right. With VM Thu's equipment. How could they possibly afford it? Vuong VM then turned to show off. 5. EC. Look carefully here. He said that while rushing straight toward the toxic blood, showing the true strength of young Master Vin. But Vuong VM hadn't had a chance to show off before being slapped in the face. He collapsed to the ground, crying out in protest. Damn it. This monster is too strong. It's killing me. Lam Yen saw Vuong VM like that and casually threw out a sentence. If you want to die, wait until I pass through the door first, then die. He slowly activated his skill, originally intending to get a golden equipment for the little one. But now he could only settle for the silver one first. Lam Yen took out some equipment but didn't use them, directly handing them to Lam Dan. These items are suitable for you. Take them and use them. One of the items is the accidental armor. Silver. Type. Equipment. Effect. Plus 50 physical. Plus 15 critical damage. Skill penetration. Accidental soul. Accidental soul. When dealing critical damage, 8% of the defense stat is converted into a shield of equal value. As soon as Lin saw these items, her eyes lit up like car headlights. So cool. So cool, an item made of pure silver, which could buy a lot of wholesale goods. It's also worth hundreds of thousands. Yet he didn't even blink. Meanwhile, Vuong VM was still struggling, and he reminded him, that's enough. Is it really necessary to spend so much money? However, Lam Dan refused them and decided to rely on himself. You should keep it for self-defense. I will think of a way to equip myself. Lam Yen saw this and could only force a helpless smile. Still the same stubborn personality. He didn't say much and moved forward to coordinate with Tai Duong to defeat the Hoi Tan Tik Dik very effectively. She and Thien Thien also rushed forward to fight them. The other side, Vuong Viem and Mai Lin, also didn't want to fall behind. A ferocious slime swung its tail forcefully at Lam Dan's sword. She frowned, reassuring herself that she could do it. Seeing that, it immediately roared with excitement. Then a series of skills were unleashed on the Hoi Tan Tich Ditch, and the system displayed a health point of 24 out of 4. 700. Lam Dan was surprised as he looked toward Lam Yen. It must be him. She took a deep breath, regained her composure, and continued fighting. Lam Dan silently made up his mind. Still the same as before. Always treating himself like a child. Not wanting him to interfere in her affairs. He noticed her attitude and sighed softly, wondering if it was so hard to give her some equipment. The two siblings kept defeating the dense Hoi Tan Tich Dik together. Tien Tien stood to the side, unable to hold back a giggle, one secretly sharing the spoils and supporting, while the other knew the truth but remained stubborn. The brotherly understanding between these two is really great. Watching them chase each other is even more exciting than killing monsters. While behind them, Vuong Viem and Mai Lin are being chased almost to death. After a long and fierce battle, the group finally has a moment of peace. Tai Duong stops, leaning on his staff and sighs with determination, knowing the boss is right inside. He turned back to discuss with Lam Yen, his trusted ally. Let's go back first. Now we won't be penalized for leaving the dungeon. If we fight the boss and get wiped out, we'll lose levels and equipment. The risk is too high. He frowned, and agreed. You're right. Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Vuong Viem shouted loudly. Huh. Just laughable. Such a cunning little monster. But when it comes to the boss, you're just afraid, and cowardly. Teeing her eyes, she turned to Lam Dan and Xiao Dan. Actually, your brother is already amazing enough to lead us this far. She listened. I can't help but wonder if I caused more trouble for him. If only I were a little stronger. Maybe I wouldn't be in this situation. Lam Yen quickly regained her composure and led the team. Tai Duong spoke rightly. The death penalty is too harsh. As he spoke, he used his supernatural power, so everyone didn't need to act. Lam Yen smirked and opened the summoning gate. I can handle this alone. Seeing this, he was shocked. So many summoned beasts. What exactly is going on with this guy? He sneered contemptuously. Even though you formed a team with your core members, you still don't know his true strength. Whether he's fighting a world boss alone or defeating the Blood Oath Guild solo, among all the players I know, he's the strongest. Inside the cave, Ho Tan Tich Dich Vuong was quietly resting with its eyes closed when suddenly a psionic sphere flew toward it. Ho Tan Tich Dich Vuong immediately sensed it and opened its eyes, but still couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the attack. Enraged, Ho Tan Tich Dich Vuong immediately charged out of the cave, continuously shouting. The system interface displays the information. Ho Tan Tich Dich Vuong, a king level, with 21 points of health, 10 perception, 1,200 attack, 300 defense, skills including Flame Burst, Fire Shield, and Slash, calmly walks towards it with feathers unshaken. The petty group watching from behind was also terrified. With 1,200 attack points, just a touch would kill them instantly. Because of her stubborn personality, Lam Dan secretly decided to step forward to help, clearly believing everything was her fault and she couldn't let him fall into danger. She earnestly suggested, "Let me attract the hatred for you." But before she could do anything, Lam Dan was caught in a magic circle. The veteran Tai Yang activated his skill, the sacred cage immobilizing her. He calmly approached and reminded her, "Just watch here. If she rushes in, it will only cause more confusion for him." She was stunned by his words. What did he say? Tai Duong calmly suggests, "Let's enjoy Chico D's elegant moves." Lam Yen stands calmly before the giant mouth continuously gathering energy. The Stench Toxin King, activating a skill. As soon as it unleashed its deadly spray, he jumped high, and the gasp of amazement behind him exclaimed, demonstrating perfect control over the boss's skill range. The summoned monsters saw their chance and rushed forward, and by the time the Hoi Tan Tich Dich Vuong realized it, they were already on his body. The summoned monsters each grabbed a piece of his flesh. The situation immediately became more chaotic than ever. A voice of admiration rose, as if calculating the exact timing for the boss's skill cooldowns. Tai Duong enthusiastically kept praising, as if he had known all the information about the monster in advance. This fight truly is a work of art. Lam Dan was trapped so he could only obediently watch the battle. Is this his true strength? Ma Lin here is also narrowing her eyes. Lam Dan's brother is amazing. Keep going. Kill that big snake. Her words made Vuong VM furious. Give me the spear. He clenched his sword tightly, constantly calculating. If this continues, they will really fail the level, so I would end up losing face in class. Right, as long as I succeed in sneaking attack and make him slip up, one hit from the boss could kill him. Lam Uyen is still fighting the monster over here. The system displays information. Huat Tan Te is using the biting and tearing skill, with 315 health points remaining out of 10. 000. He immediately wanted to seize this opportunity, as it used the biting skill with an 8-second cooldown. A good chance. Vuong VM suddenly rushed forward to ambush, still trying to fight the boss alone in his next life. He is now right behind them, and Lam Uyen has also noticed Vuong VM. He looks on with tears in his eyes, softly muttering to himself, "You idiot." Thinking quickly, Lam Uyen smoothly turned to dodge. It seems he's given up on life. This move made him rush forward and gape. What? I can't dodge this. Lam Uyen stomps his foot, ready to kick it away. He strikes Vuong VM's side forcefully, leaving him no time to react. Vuong VM was kicked to the ground, with the toxic viscous Vuong holding him down above, and Lam Uyen quickly executed his skill, unleashing a powerful attack. An explosion suddenly occurs, affecting both Vuong VM and the viscous Vuong. The system displays a congratulatory message to the entire server, announcing that an anonymous player has hidden and summoned the sun. Tian Tian, from Changka. Dan, pursuing young Master Vin, successfully cleared the hero difficulty dungeon for the first time. At the Hoitan Cliff, Zine was so happy she burst out laughing. I can't believe we actually cleared the level. Little doll. Your brother is really super cool and powerful. Wow. Can you ask him to guide us into the dungeon? Lam Dan looked confused, and she hesitantly replied, He's busy. We'll see if there's a chance later. Tai Duong also couldn't help but feel excited. He cheered enthusiastically. No wonder he's Chikot. This time, let him show off first. Next time I'll show you the peak of the bishop. Mai Lin behind keeps twisting her waist. Great master big brother. Can you add Frank? Tai Duong, hearing her say that, glared in anger and immediately grabbed his staff, shouting I recognize it, and kept spinning his staff to unleash his skills. You and the villain ambushed Chikot and Muruk together. Die. The game system once again displays that Chu Tim Viemtue has been killed. Was the dark resurrection spell used on the corpse of the Tich Tich King? He replied without hesitation. Yes. Long Yen looked around, silently decided to let this big brute go first, then spoke. If the pests have been eradicated, then let's split the equipment. Ting Ting immediately hesitated to refuse, since he kept attacking all along the way. How could we ask for more equipment? Surpassing the checkpoint is already enough. Long Yen softly explained that he only needed to carry the skill and the 10 skill books. The rest of you can organize. In his hand are 3 items, combat techniques, skill carrying, and 10 skill books. Since Nuyet just decided to open the Deathly Talisman Cave at the deadly difficulty, I insisted that Chikot must join in, so there would be no mistakes. Lam Uyen frowned thoughtfully, surprised that he had already come into contact with Lan Henguyet, and now he and the others are using this opportunity to investigate whether the first place is hidden behind the mirror of the moon water. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. Fine. I was about to try the next deathly difficulty. Tai Duong warmly puts his arm around Lam Uyen's shoulder. Cheerful and confident, truly a close friend. Let me introduce you. These are all core members of our guild. He introduced him as the leader of the Super God Iron Triangle, who is also the president of the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild. The cold and aloof Miss Ni nodded in greeted you, and said she had heard of you for a long time, welcoming you to join our core team. Tai Duong, seeing that he didn't introduce himself, had to step forward. This is Tin Hengan, the expert in charge of the magic defense, a very rare profession, a mage of the Steel Triangle. He didn't even bother to hide his disdain for him. All right, Tai Duong. I still haven't acknowledged him as a teammate, and randomly recruiting a dozen people into the team isn't a wise move. Tin Hengan clearly shows his displeasure, with a very low tolerance for death penalty mistakes. A passerby like him who doesn't cooperate with us will only cause trouble. I don't want to take risks. You understand what I mean. Tai Duong immediately stood up angrily to defend Lam Uyen. Tin Gan, what are you talking about? It was Jikot who led me earlier. Not only did he ignore it, but he also looked down on us. I've seen people like this before. Don't say we're bullying you because we're many. I'll give you a chance. Tin Hengan, set a condition for him. If you can reduce the boss's health by half, I will give you the gold equipment on my person. But if you keep waiting and cause us to fail, you will have to compensate us for all the losses. At this point, he ordered without courtesy. Listen up. You can still leave now. Lam Uyen, hearing that, was provoked, and calmly replied. Of course you can have the free golden equipment. Then I invite the supervisors to prevent anyone from ending up in debt, so they can face each other openly, without conflict. Lan Henguyet finally stepped in to mediate Fine Tin Hengan. Letting Tai Duong's friend join was agreed upon beforehand. If you have any objections, you should have mentioned it then. This has already been decided. So let's proceed with the original plan, and work together to clear the dungeon. He was betrayed and furious. Lan Henguyet, you're helping an outsider. The death penalty in the dungeon is severe. No need to remind you. Lan Henguyet, on the other hand, paid no attention and decisively turned to leave. I've made my decision, and I don't want to discuss it again. Let's go into the dungeon. Tin Han didn't argue, only silently determined that Lan Henguyet. I will show you that the street dog is not trustworthy. I am the teammate you can't do without. His eyes grew more and more filled with hatred, only for me. The scene shifts inside, with machinery appearing. Ho Tan Tich Ditch. Common level. 18. Health points, 4,700. Attack, 580. Defense, 75. Skills. Fire burst spray. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down to the ground, and the system immediately alertly looked in that direction. The Lan Henguyet group and Lam Uyen, just arrived, were already surrounded. Taiyang felt terrified. He muttered in despair. Is it because the monster density in the death difficulty dungeon was so high that we just entered and were already surrounded? Nhan Trong regains her composure and orders. Engaging in close combat. There are too many monsters. We must find an opportunity to break through the encirclement. Everyone immediately took their positions, each doing their part to hold the line, while I drew their anger away. You guys find a chance to break out. Okay, Xiao Yue. Tin has long wanted to eradicate this pest from the root. Seeing this clingy bastard just makes her annoyed. She really wants to throw these lightning balls at his head. A sudden attack from a mutated toxic creature rushed toward them, and Tai Yang was startled by the sight. What is happening? He only then realized with horror that he had overlooked the rear guard. Lan Guyet and her teammates had no choice but to charge forward, and she didn't forget to remind him. What are you thinking? Spirit Silver, get your spirits up. Over here. He also quickly shouted danger. There's a monster behind us. We don't have any space at the front. The entire team situation immediately fell into chaos. We can't hold on anymore. I'll use this young beast to fight. It's just a little pebble hitting the car. It'll get killed by the monster. This is the gun she traded for with white silver gear. Lam Uyen then slowly steps in. Leave this to me. He immediately summoned countless beast waves to attack. The beast resurrection of Lam Uyen, with overwhelming power, made the horde of toxic sludge retreat. They charged wildly, attacking from all directions. Of course, he didn't just stand and watch, but rushed into the fight fiercely. This time we really saved Lan Hejat's team from certain defeat. We did it. Great. My battle gun won't have to sacrifice anymore. Tin Hengan, whose aura was stolen behind him, gritted his teeth and cursed. I lost face in front of Lan Henguyet. You won't get out of this dungeon. You country bumpkin. Just as he was about to speak, Lan Nuayet from earlier rushed forward to block Tin Gan. Everyone, hold your ground. Don't get distracted anymore. The game system displayed that a new wave of monsters had appeared, and the team immediately regained their fighting spirit. Tai Duong closed his eyes, trying to focus and activate his supernatural power. Lam Uyen is constantly attacking the toxic sludge, forced to quickly keep up with the team's pace. Lan Juet quietly observes his fighting style, able to analyze and neutralize threats in the blink of an eye. His reaction and improvisation abilities are extremely rare talents. Wait until this dungeon is over, and then invite him to join the guild to see how it goes. Tin Hinan on this side just stands there, motionless. He decided to cheat. Now his impression in Long Ngyet's mind must have definitely worsened. I can't let this happen. I have to find a way to make him look embarrassed. Thinking quickly, the spirit crystal used the excuse of offering support to get close to Lam Uyen so I could assist him. Be careful not to get accidentally injured. He couldn't help but frown inwardly. Truly foolish. But also an opportunity. Seizing this moment to get closer to Lan Nuyet, to make her lower her guard, then extract information from her. Lam Uyen desperately ducked to avoid his deliberate attacks, but because of the toxic sludge in front, he was caught off guard and ended up in a disadvantageous position. Damn it. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lam Uyen's arm. Lan Henguyet pulled him away and suggested working together. I'll handle the right side. You tail the left. Got it. Lam Uyen quickly responded. Got it. Then she spun around, let him go, and jumped up. Lam Uyen just landed and successfully took down two disgusting monsters with Lan Nuyet. She and he each attacked from different directions to deal with them. They both charged at the same time. Breaking through the encirclement, the teammates behind the barricade saw this, and their eyes lit up. As expected, the combined skills ignite their passion. The leader and that handsome guy are so compatible. They look great together. After dealing with everything, Lam Uyen gently curves her lips and chats. I've never seen a skill like that before. Is it a skill learned after class change? Lan Henguyet modestly replied. It's nothing special. Just lucky to have learned it from a skill book. He took that opportunity to suggest joining the second-ranked guild in the Hidden Dragon. Are there still experts with special skills among you? I want to exchange techniques with them. Lan Henguyet also said straightforwardly. So you can join the Crystal Flower Water Moon and explore on your own. But Lam Uyen kept refusing. Fine. I prefer to play alone anyway. That face of yours made her freeze. That familiar smile, was it an illusion? It looked exactly like him. Tin Hungan was left behind, in Gun Gyang Hungan Loi. What exactly did that bastard say to Lan Ngyet? And why does Lan Ngyet look like that? Suddenly Tai Duong hurried over to report that the moon had already exploded. And once it ends, everyone will fight each other. Lan Ngyet, we will still fight the boss, according to the original plan. Right, just give a calm nod. But he used that as an excuse and stepped forward to ask. Wait a moment. I want to apologize to this friend. Everyone saw it just now. His strength far exceeds our expectations. And with his abilities, he can perform even better. Tin Hingan's eyes turned sinister, and I suggest letting him help attract the next boss's hatred. Lam Uyen analyzes the situation. If I go to attract hatred, I won't have a chance to fight the boss, let alone lose half my health. Do you really want to quench your debt and be unwilling to give up the golden equipment? Tin Hingan replied. You think you can just copy a few moves against the boss? Dreaming too much. You've overthought it. My friend. As long as you can complete the mission, I can still give you the gold equipment. Lan Hinguet interjected. I don't agree. Changing commanders in Lam Tran involves too many uncertain factors. He said. Don't say that. Lan Nguyet. I can see you also value him a lot. So let him decide for himself. Lam Uyen secretly thought that to get in touch with the second guild and Lan Hinguet, this Tin Hingan guy was a traitor, so he should first make him stop temporarily and deal with him later. You agree to their proposal, fine. I accept. The whole group moves to the Hoi Tan Chi Kok. Tai Duong has an invitation. Chi Kot. Let me see your true strength. Tin Hingan. You idiot. You definitely don't know the boss's group attack skill that counters your summoning beasts. This is going to be interesting. You gather your strength in your hand, thinking to yourself that the boss in this deadly dungeon is truly tough. But based on my past experience, I already understand its mechanics inside my mind. The lightning sphere shot towards the target, catching the beast off guard. Its information system displays Poison Toxin Assimilation King. King level. Rank 25. Health points 15. 0, 0, 0. Attack 1. 500. Defense 500. Skills, Flame Burst. Universal Vortex. Hidden Immortal Strike. Fire Shield. Now he's only at level 15. The gap is too big. Everyone keep fighting. Tin Hangan secretly smirks, taking the chance to strike. That kid will definitely regret it. Lam Yen calmly approached the boss without hesitation. He gave commands, just like before, starting by striking the ground, his techniques remaining unchanged. The whole group acts on impulse, facing the enormous figure of the beast. Quickly seize the opportunity. Tingan isn't helping but stands aside silently, finding this scene too magnificent. Like a timid mouse, the team's silhouette is tiny before the mighty opponent. Lan Hinguet urges Tin Hengan to quickly use control skills, but he only swears. Damn it. There's no time left. The barrage of firepower sent everyone flying, and some couldn't help but curse. Tingan, what is your help doing? She questioned why you didn't activate the lightning spell to paralyze the boss's tail. Wasn't it arranged for you beforehand? Do you realize how much of a wasted opportunity that was? He stammered. Lan Hengjuide. I'm sorry, the other two members are hopeless. We're all done for. Healing takes time. And how can one person alone deal with the boss? There's no chance left in this round, even if we abandon the dungeon midway. The high difficulty level will cause heavy losses. And now we're truly caught in a dilemma. Lan Hengjuet sternly reminds everyone that at this point, I just hope everyone learns a lesson and that new teammates make no mistakes. On the contrary, it's us, who have always been in sync, that are holding him back. Let me inform him to exit the dungeon, and the entire loss will be borne by the guild. The team members were stunned. Koan is the guild leader. Look. It seems he's unaffected and still fighting monsters alone. You understand. It seems they won't be able to join the fight for a while. So I should just handle it myself. Because the back of the Hoi Tin Teach King is its weak point. As long as you use lightning to cause paralysis damage to its tail, you can freely attack from above. Seeing the boss rush over, Lam Uyen dismissively swung his sword. Too slow. The lightning strike was summoned, and he ordered it to break. The system announces that the Spirit Thunder hit has activated the Demon Lightning Strike skill. The power spreads throughout the boss's body, effectively causing paralysis. Lam Uyen gave additional instructions. Good. The area behind the boss is safe now. Move up. The beasts you summoned rush fiercely toward the main boss. He feels especially embarrassed and thinks to himself, how does he know? Doesn't that mean he's even worse than a summoned beast? Taiyang regains his fighting spirit. That's great. Just need to be truly confident in facing the boss. Let's quickly heal and go help him. Meanwhile, he realized, wait. Pretending to be clever is just an act. His summoned monsters couldn't hold out for long. Just boss's gunfire damage was enough to crush them. The health bar of the summoned beast is nearly depleted, and its body is trembling and unsteady. Lam Uyen activates the Dark Curse skill. The health bar of the summoned beast is here, its power surging back up. Unbelievable. No, it's impossible. How can he still heal the summoned beast? If he does that, he could kill the boss alone. You shout with full energy. Everyone, get ready. The boss is at the point of destruction. Let's charge together. The system announces that the Tich Dich King has activated the Wan Van Dunglo skill. Lan Henguyet quickly thinks of a way. No. I can't let him win. I want my equipment. I want Lan Henguyet, him and the monsters to all disappear. So he preemptively launched an attack. Get out of the way. Let me handle the boss with the snake technique. The system activates the resistance to lightning skill. Lightning radiates outward from the center, forcing Lan Nguyen's ship to quickly dodge back. What Lam Yen calmly rises high, expecting this fool to attack from behind. Her face showed clear panic at this unexpected situation, and Lan Henguyet was thrown backward. Seeing this, Ku couldn't help but feel annoyed. Then, Lam Yen immediately flew towards her to save her, and Lan Henguyet was safely cradled in her arms. Lam Yen reassured her, don't be afraid. Hold on tight to me. The system reminds you to activate the skill of Reckless Attack. And suddenly, an explosion erupts beneath the two of them. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player who has hidden their identity. The former son. Lan Henguyet. Tin Hengan. Dao Kosh. The Manhunter controller. For the first time clearing the high-difficulty dungeon from the Vong Hoi Tan Chi Kok. Lan Henguyet blushed and shyly said, I didn't expect you to be so experienced at such a young age. Not panicking at all. Lam Yen modestly replied, maybe it's just luck. She sent a friend request. Even if you don't join the guild, I still want to get to know someone like you, so that later we can tackle higher difficulty dungeons together. Lam Yen agreed comfortably. Fine with it. Update notification. Lan Jayet sent a friend request, which has been accepted. Taiyang can feel it. For the first time, he sees Xiao Yue acting so cute. She blushed shyly and coughed. Let me down. Tin Hengan felt bitter inside. Why is this happening? I haven't even touched her hair. System update. Anonymous player has been hidden with 87% contribution in the death challenge of the ultimate difficulty. You speak up. My contribution rate is 87%. According to the game, the gold equipment should belong to me. Tin Hengan dodges the issue. The gold gear and the boss have already been killed. Let's see what items dropped first, and then we can split them up. Lam Yen refused. No need. Just give me the gold equipment first. He hesitated. I will give it to you. Don't worry. Once I find a replacement, I'll give it to you immediately. Lam Yen interrupted. It seems you want to settle a score. Ling Yue quickly spoke up. Actually, this equipment from Tin Hengan might not suit you. So how about this instead? You can prioritize this loot, and I will cover the cost to buy a suitable equipment for you. What do you think? Lam Yen agreed. Fine. I'll follow your advice. But actually, I prefer to exchange techniques with experts who have special skills rather than just focusing on equipment. You win the bet. Expert. All right. This time I really owe you thanks. I'll go back and ask the others in the guild if they agree. Lam Yen approached the boss. Forgetting there was someone else, the notification alert appears, indicating the use of the Dark Resurrection spell on the corpse of the decayed Blood King. The three-headed minor zombie has been killed at the dungeon. Hearing this, you are stunned and exclaim, what? Tu Lin has been killed, and near the hidden dungeon there are no players leveling up. Moreover, 3 two-limb zombies are enough to scare them into fleeing. Could it be that the snake controller has appeared? Lam Yen thought to herself. She must seize this opportunity to take the legendary sword of love from him. Seeing you run towards the destruction gate, Tai Yang shouted from behind. Jiquan, You haven't even equipped yourself yet. Lam Yen checked the entrance was normal, but still decided to take the secret path to ensure safety. He went to examine the condition of the beast corpses. From that, it can be concluded that there are no signs of a fight here, and the corpse of the spirit appears to have been strangled, indicating that the opponent is skilled in assassination. Tran Lam Yen noticed a few small wounds on its body. These are snake bites. Snake bites in hidden instances wouldn't be this large, and with the power of the Snake King, it wouldn't return to a complete corpse, so it must be the technique of the snake controller. Suddenly sensing a dangerous aura behind him, he turned his head to look, and the concealment was lifted. Behind is a real bone demon. The leader, level 15, with 500 health points, 300 attack, 130 defense, and skills including real bone, soul poison, and a false death fusion of flesh and bones. Lam Yen quickly dodged its surprise attack, retreating forcefully to maintain a safe distance from the Masa. As the power in his hand nunitated, he charges at the Sa, whose rank among these snakes is quite high. The effectiveness of his skills is still unclear, so caution is paramount. This Sa cannot escape this attack, but another one appeared behind. Lam Yen was stunned, still quick enough to block the sword into the Masa's mouth before it was too late. Lam Yen is desperately fighting back, ordering the former wolf to stop them. Lam Yen carefully analyzes the situation. With this group, it's not safe. That guy is always hiding in the shadows controlling the snakes. I need to catch him. Suddenly, his eyes look elsewhere as if he has realized something. Lam Yen looked at the approaching snake and found it. He used his fastest speed and charged forward. Lam Yen now clenched his fist in pride. With no more place to hide, the haunted gloves now equipped, his punch, wrapped in a blue flame, headed straight for the prey. But when Lam Yen punched the iron bars, nothing happened. Now, he hesitated for a moment. Something was off. Lam Yen carefully observed and analyzed, noticing that this door bears traces he left earlier. This is my position. Vuangsha is trying to lure me to sacrifice myself. The former Lang Tu Vong is deliberately signaling from behind. At that moment, Lam Yen also quickly realized the snakes behind him. So let's see who can't resist and strikes first. He swiftly acts, activating his skill and hiding. In an instant, Lam Yen disappeared, causing the snake spirits to lose their sense of direction. The person who was just in front of them vanished into the void, and from the darkness, a voice echoed out. Yet no anger was shown, suddenly appearing among the snakes. I won't let anyone else discover the secret in the underground tunnel. This is my territory. He looked around and noticed some movement on the water. Almost realizing the anomaly, without hesitation, he immediately acted, revealing an opening. Become my snake's meal. At that moment, a snakehead appeared and spat out a surge of dark magic that destroyed everything around. At this moment, Lam Yen suddenly appeared from behind. Where are you heading? He was so startled by you. What is it? Lam Yen didn't hesitate and swung his hand. But he barely dodged in time. He gritted his teeth in frustration, daring to play me. As he drove the staff into the ground, the snake spirits charged forward aggressively, seeking their own death. Lam Yen silently assessed that he didn't seem skilled in close combat, as he had been keeping his distance all along. As long as I use the death spirit to trap these snakes, I will have a chance to win. So I charged straight ahead to challenge them. It's not just me who knows how to endure. Let them play around slowly. When he stubbornly refused to believe his eyes, it turned out to be a demon corpse spirit. How could this be a coincidence? No way. Lam Yen. Vuatan Kong Vuachenyao. Chung. Le. Enjoi. Viek Thao Tung Dam Ran Ne Ra. Goi Kon Ko, Ka Nang Nao, Kok Sao. Ki Noi Jian, Mang Hiech. Cam Mieng Di. Mot Noi Chet, Enju Noi. Chang Can Biet, Nau Dao. Lam Yen also refused to back down and straightforwardly retorted, Stop, stop, without those snakes, you wouldn't last a single hit. You really are a true master of deception. Embarrassed and momentarily stunned. How do you know about that great person? Suddenly, from the ground, other snakes lunged at him. You think you're clever with your laughter. But I have snakes too. I'll catch you and interrogate you slowly. Lam Yen was not in a hurry. He still carefully analyzed. No wonder the ambush from the beginning was so ambiguous. His snakes also knew how to take advantage of the terrain. Indeed, during this time he had become a subordinate of the top expert. I have to find a way to catch him. In just a moment, Lam Yen cut off the bodies of the snakes. As the snake assassin prepared to strike the final blow, he declared this would be the end for Lin Yan. Calling him trash, Lam Yen remained calm, skillfully using this opportunity to lure him closer. But the dark magic was so powerful it knocked him down. Lam Yen is surprised to find himself bound by snakes, with his magic damage also causing a control effect. Making his movements noticeably slower, you swaggered over confidently, thinking it was a zombie. But it turned out to be a death hunter. It seems your skills are not quite complete. Lam Yen was tightly bound by 2 snakes but showed no fear. The Reaper spirit. What are you talking about? On the surface you seem calm, but inside you're really afraid of being exposed. How does he know this profession? And even more, how does he know the skills of the death spirit worker? Since you refuse to answer my question and just laugh confidently, tell me how you know about the boss. We have plenty of time today. Lam Yen chuckled softly. Returning your words as they are, later. I will make you vomit out everything you know. When did you dare turn my snake into a death spirit? Especially after a 3-headed snake appeared behind you and was so terrifying. You still stand there, bound by 2 monsters. My endless death spirit. While your snake is suffering losses, give up and turn away. When I can't accept it, I try my best to fight back. Lie in the rain. I swear I won't be eliminated like the inferior species you started with. Lam Yen quickly broke free from the binding and began to regain her strength using her dark magic. She couldn't run far before Min Vuong caught up with her. The next day, it immediately used its whole body to tightly bind him. Lam Yen shouted loudly to order. Go catch him. Use the skill to wrap tightly. You just now slowly approached, running fast. But it only took a moment to determine the area where the snake controller was operating. Furthermore, during this period, the snake controller still did not possess the formidable strength he had when I descended from the divine. If I could master this controlling technique, this snake's body would just be a material offered directly to me. Suddenly, something shining from the wreckage caught his attention. Lam Yen carefully picked it up and examined it. It was a decisive watch. Without any attribute aura. It doesn't seem to be equipment. Maybe it's some kind of token. If he's hiding within the Kin Hoa Tui Nuyet Guild, now is the best time to find Lan Nuyet for verification. He hasn't had time to move yet. Can I step outside for a moment to talk about the Hoi Tan Tree Cock system? That night, when the entire kingdom was lit up, Lan Henguiet approached the empty seat and apologized. I'm a bit late. She flicked her hand and a small ring appeared on the table. This is the royal gold armor she promised. Do you think it suits you? It's the extremely rare body concentration seal of the royal gold. Lam Uyen looked at the ring on the table and pondered, noting that since using the necromancy technique, his mana consumption had increased. Lan Nguyen truly has good intentions. Lan Nguyen again reached out and placed several different items on the table, including something that fell out at the Hoi Tan Tree Cock, which had already been agreed upon for you to choose earlier. Lam Uyen calmly examined each item carefully. It suits me very well, even exceeding my expectations. And the items that fell out, I only need to master a few skills to handle. Lam Uyen leaned back with a playful shrug. I thought you were the kind of person who was extremely eccentric. But I didn't expect you to come to a place like a tavern. Lam Uyen returned to a serious look and looked at the person in front of him. Today, I trained at Gong'an and encountered a master. The guild badge on his body looked very similar to the badge of the Crystal Flower Water Moon. I want to exchange techniques with him. I wonder if it's convenient. Ling Yue also became serious again. At the Kong Am. Let me ask in the guild. He took out the watch he picked up earlier. This is the item he accidentally dropped. Do you remember this? Is there anyone in the guild who wears a watch like this? She held the watch in her hand, trying to recall. The watch is definitely not a secondary equipment. Honestly, this piece of jewelry is the first time I've seen it. Lam Uyen was not disappointed at all. I understand. Then please keep an eye on the Kong Am withdrawal. For me, this is extremely important. Lan Uyen happily agreed. Okay, I will watch out in the guild. He kept asking again. So if she just took the golden equipment, the members of your guild wouldn't mind. Right. She tilted her head to look away. Tin Hengan was quite angry. But this time it was basically his fault. Moreover, you look very much like my younger brother. Sometimes, even I find it hard to tell. If he were still alive, he would probably be around your age. Lam Uyen only then understood the reason behind it. No wonder her reactions had been so strange all this time. And he could only comfort himself. Suppressing his pain, Lan Nguyet pushed back the watch. Everything is over now. That's right. If you're willing to trust me, then next. Try to prepare some anti-electricity solution. It will be needed soon. He silently considered in his mind that the internal organization's hierarchy already knew about the next special Thunder attribute dungeon. It's a pity that the strongest anti-electricity medicine is in my hands. And the system simultaneously sounds a notification that 100 demon herb roots have been submitted. Completing Imor's assigned task, the two of them stood up to leave the tavern. I will think it over. So I'll go ahead. Lan Henguiet suggested. Let's go together. Both of them left the tavern without noticing that Tin Hengan had seen everything from the shadows. He's so angry he's going to kill him. That bastard is dating Lan Njuet. I have to ruin him. Suddenly, Lan Shu and Lam Yuan had been standing behind him for a while. Tin Hengan, you're quite clever. You also came to the tavern. Tin Hengan hurriedly explained that he just happened to pass by. Then he raised his voice to warn. Lan Juit, you and someone like him have nothing to talk about. It's best to stay away from him, Lam Uyen replied irritably. I called her here because there are some issues related to the guild. You don't need to overthink. Tin Gan's face was full of suspicion and hostility. Why? Great God, didn't you say you wouldn't join the guild? Then why are you talking to our leader about this? Is there some other purpose? Lam Uyen carefully looked at him and thought to himself, he truly is a restless spirit. Then, he replied politely, of course. Chairman Lan Ningyuted's swordsmanship is excellent. I also wish to learn a few things. Is that not allowed? Tin Nan strongly objects. I think you have other intentions. Lan Henguyet. You need to be careful with this person to avoid bringing trouble. At this moment, Lan Henguyet finally spoke. Thank you for your kindness. But I don't need your approval to drink with anyone. Tingan started to feel nervous. No, Lan Henguyet, I didn't mean that. She coldly brushed past him enough. I came here especially to keep the equipment for you. You really disappointed me. Tingan now tries to justify himself. Lan Henguyet, you misunderstood me. Seeing Lan Henguyet's shadow leave with Lam Uyen, he grew even more furious, blaming everything on that bastard. As long as he eliminated him, Lan Henguyet would only look at him like before. Tin Hangan's mind is now completely clouded and gradually losing its way. Eliminate him. Transition to a scene in a room. An eerily quiet space. Tin Nan slowly walks in from outside, with a gloomy expression, and directly requests. I knew you'd be here. Help me deal with someone. The masked man calmly replied. What are you in such a hurry for? Let me finish this drink first. But Tin Nan made a deal. After the job is done I will pay you double. Sent the photo to the other party. And you must kill him. The more brutal the better. And in the end, the other person agreed. Not caring about the money for her. Then I accept. But before leaving, Tin John also reminded me to remember to choose a crowded place. He smiled cruelly, gradually tormenting him in front of the crowd. Then the masked person also sat down to check Lam Uyen's information. He looked at him intently. This person. I think I've seen him before. In a town near the desert. Dak Wei is carefully examining the treasure in his hand. I've never seen a watch like this before. It looks like just a regular piece of jewelry. But you might try your luck with the military unit to see what fate has in store. Here is the money. You can go in now. Lin Yuan helplessly thought. I didn't expect even an NPC as knowledgeable as Dak to be unaware. All right. Thank you, sir. Dak Wei said, with a hint of regret. No problem. I've already woken up. But without a good reason, it's hard to meet with the squad leader. Just then, a girl entered and asked Uncle Dak if he's been well lately and brought him some delicious food. When Dak Wei saw her, he greeted her warmly, saying, Edit. You've helped a lot already. Thank you for visiting the old man again. Her appearance made Lam Uyen curious. By the way, Dak Wei suggested that if you really want to go to the circus troupe to gather information, you could ask Edit Suat for help. She's the daughter of the troop leader. She quickly denied it then. No, I am not his daughter anymore. Now I am just a self-reliant tailor. Lam Uyen also spoke up at that time, sensing there was some misunderstanding between the two. Maybe I can help with something. Dak Wei begins to advise. Editing. Surely now the captain regrets everything. The father and son. Is it all because of this? Let this uncle give some advice. Edit then softened her stance. All right. This young friend of mine just came with me. I thought I wouldn't have a chance to give this gift to him. But it seems Lam Uyen has already figured it out to some extent. It looks like she's just missing one opportunity. Edit just opened the gift box and also admitted. Maybe so. Give the gift to Lam Uyen. Edit reminded her that this is a formal dress I made for a year. I hope you will deliver it to my father. Then he told me his answer. Lam Uyen took the gift and confirmed firmly. You can rest assured. I will deliver it quickly. You have accepted the hidden mission. Dusted with family bonds. The name of the mission is Dusty Family Ties. Activated by gaining his approval. The reputation of the Hit Vi squad is greater than that. The mission involves delivering the ceremonial attire that Edit personally tailored for her father. The mission level is gold, with a 12-hour deadline. Scene, transition to the parade route of the elite knights outside the strict guard post. They hurriedly stop when they see Lam Uyen. Stand still. Someone calmly answer their questions. Don't worry. I understand Miss Edit's concern here. And I am here to deliver an item to the leader. A guard says he will relay the message. Miss Edit. You wait here. I will go inform the captain. Lam Uyen carefully observed them, knowing that the Hidi cavalry, considered the strongest strategy outside the national sorcerers in the Western Mo Empire, could bring many advantages if he established good relations with them. After a while, The guard returned and told you to wait longer before following him. At the same time, another soldier led a strange creature with a lion's head and wings. Lam Uyen pondered silently. To acquire a unique seat among the elite scouts like Master Hit, he still needed to raise his reputation further before he could afford it. After walking for a while, they stopped in front of a tent. The soldiers pointed the way. The squad leader was inside the tent ahead. "Go in by yourself." Lam Uyen sincerely replied, "Thank you." As he just entered, he still carried many thoughts. The strength of the Sit squad leader is terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 demon lord, and he must absolutely not reveal that he is a death hunter. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lam Yen was cautious, pressing the squad leader, then suddenly turned and directly asked about Edith. "Tell me, how is Edith doing now? Is she living well?" Lam Uyen placed the box on the table. "Edith misses you very much, and he was entrusted to deliver this item to you on her behalf. This is the formal dress she spent a year making for you. I hope you can understand her feelings." Hughes took it. Over the past year this girl must have poured a lot of effort into it. Why didn't she come to see him? It seems that over the years, the girl still loved sewing. Just look at these meticulous stitches. Truly a work of art. But that year he was stubborn, believing his daughter could not pursue a humble profession like sewing, and ultimately forced her to leave. It's been 10 years since they last met. Hughes gently smooths the fabric of the coat. Lam Uyen quietly thought, despite her fierce reputation, she also has a gentle side. I need to find an opportunity to ask about the watch. Then I will say, Lady Edith bears no resentment. Hughes replied, "Tell the girl that I no longer care about the so-called glory. I just want her to come back to my side." He agrees. "Of course I have something to trouble you with. Do you know the origin of this watch?" Hughes confirmed. "I can be sure I have never seen this model before." After finishing, he immediately said, "Go quickly and reply to Edith for me." Lam Uyen replied, "Okay." Suddenly, he called out to him, "Wait a minute. What is your identity?" Lam Uyen wondered. Could it be that he has discovered something? Hughes sighed. Who is the fool now? If he already recognizes the girl, then he shouldn't doubt you. Thank you for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone bullies her, you can use the honor of the Hittvi swordsman to deal with them at any time. Lam Uyen was startled but then reassured that he would protect Edith's safety. The system displayed a notification, confirming the recognition, and the reputation of the Hittvi squad increased by 1,000. The reputation of the Hittvi Knights has reached friendly levels, and I have been granted the honorary member status of the Hittvi Knights. He thought, I didn't expect him to directly grant me the status of a member of the Hittvi swordsman. After all, this item can only be obtained through Zit himself, and no other channel. With this I can dominate in Tamak. My current reputation with the Hittvi squad is 1,500. The reputation shop is open, and I can't miss this opportunity, since some things are only available here. The shop owner cheerfully greets the young knight, asking if he wants to buy anything. Lam Uyen replies that he wants to buy a blood beast. Then he thought to himself, having already acquired combat techniques earlier, he just needed to activate the mount, which was equivalent to a mobile artillery. The owner enthusiastically introduces it. The blood beast is very expensive. There are only a few left in the entire room, costing 300 gold coins. Before the owner could finish, Lam Uyen quickly agreed. No problem. The system reports that 300 coins have been spent and the lone beast mount has been activated. Are you serious? Your father really said that. Oh my god. I thought he had forgotten about me long ago. Always immersed in his nightly squad. Lam Uyen replied, Don't say that. Edit. The team leader still wants you to return to his side. She has already expressed her farewell. That's enough for him to understand her intentions. The system notification indicates that the hidden mission of Dusty Familial Bonds has been completed. Edit retrieves a small box. This is a heartfelt thank you. Please accept it, and ask you to pass my message to your father. I am very pleased that I can sew beautiful clothes for everyone. She wants to stay here and continue working, and the skill statistics system has been received. Lam Uyen thought that the golden armor might be immune to magic and control effects, and with it, I could almost completely counter the snake controller, then said thank you, and that he would leave immediately. Hughes's voice echoed in the tent. It seems Edit really enjoys his current life, so then he can rest assured. Lam Uyen quietly considered that if there was no clue about the watch, he might as well ask that old man for intelligence about snakes. Then spoke up. Commander, do you have any intelligence related to snakes? He replied that after the snake civilization was expelled, all the snakes in Feng Shui and Xie had long been wiped out by them. But do the snakes in the dreamscape have any significance? His face darkened. Lam Uyen wondered, does that snake have any special features? Hughes explained that it was said to be a giant snake, but the creature in the illusory dreamscape was too vague to attack. Now, you are also a proud member of the Hit Vi Scout team, so if you're interested in snakes, then this mission is assigned to you. Lam Uyen agrees. Zhuang'an will go immediately. And then, could it be that the Ming King is releasing his anger, appearing again in someone else's dream? Could this be related to the snake controller? The system has received a new mission. Lam Yen stands in front of a large villa. A man opens the door, carrying a woman, and throws her aside recklessly. How dare a lowly servant like you defy the Marquis Beato, arrogantly orders. Attack him recklessly. Following Beato's orders, those guys immediately attacked. They're truly petty and looking for trouble. The Marquis favors you, which is an honor for a lowly servant like you. Lam Uyen intervened. It seems this is the Count's house. Truly eye-opening. One of them pointed at his face and sneered. Where did this commoner come from? And how dare he interfere in the Count's affairs? Beato sneered and stammered. Are you trying to be a hero, saving a beauty? Then stay and fight. The girl is fragile. You should leave quickly. Facing the Count won't end well. Lam Uyen crossed his arms and pushed those guys aside. The person he's looking for is here. Where is the Count? Beato stammered. Do you know who you're touching? This is Lord Kalot's territory. Kalot stepped forward. How dare a commoner touch him? Immediately notify the Hittite squad and imprison this person. Lam Uyen shows his badge. He is the soldier saved by the Hittite squad. Here because of his lord's nightmare. They are surprised. You are a soldier. Kalot turned hostile. Hanging these trash here for him. Starving them for 3 days and nights. Beato replied. Yes. He kept rambling. Truly blind. Unable to distinguish between soldiers and commoners. Finally, you've arrived. If you can solve his problem, he will acknowledge your contribution. I hope so. Inside the mansion, there are many large bookshelves, and the servants and staff are busy with their respective tasks. Sitting in the chair, Kalot spoke. In his dreams, there was always a giant snake chasing him and screaming. Even experienced priests couldn't find the cause. It's absurd. Someone like him has to endure such hardship. He looked for someone to get rid of that deadly snake. Do you think you can handle it? Lin Yuan thought. Indeed, it's the Demon King's doing. Then replied. The old man needs some time. He said he hoped you could secure the victory, as it would be good for both him and you. Suddenly, the maid carelessly clutched a bucket of water, spilling it directly onto Kalot. Splashing him, he shouted angrily. You little slut. Damn whore. I will teach you a lesson, and slapped her across the face. The maid cried in fear. Sobbing, please don't. He flew into a rage, not even able to handle the smallest matter. Truly a born scoundrel. Then raised his foot high. Lam Yen quickly took the girl away. Surprised. You. He changed the subject. Lady Countess. They are still discussing the delegation. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to do that. Kalot laughed awkwardly. But he was only trying to help them. Even something like this, he couldn't do properly. How could they survive in the future? When these kids had nowhere to go, it was only him who kindly took them in. And they are very grateful. Tell him, Anna. Is that right? The maid whispered softly. Yes. She was very grateful that the Countess had taken her in. Kalot was satisfied with the answer. Stepped back. Unlike a noble and handsome player like him, these poor folks in the slums are not even worth a piece of black bread. But even the humble have their purpose. Winning his favor is what gives their lives meaning. Right. Knight Lam Yen remained silent, thinking to herself, is he meddling too much? Kalot ordered the butler to set up a banquet, arrange a private seat for the unworthy knight, and secretly boast about it. If you weren't working for him, I doubt you'd ever get to taste the exquisite dishes of the Count's house in your lifetime. Ha ha ha. Beardo reports that the Count has followed your instructions and carefully prepared the meat dish given by Count Renzone, praising it as very good. But perhaps this knight is not used to such refined food. So just bring him some fish soup. Long Yen secretly plans a crucial task. Once it's done, we'll deal with the Count, and everything will be settled. Anna brings the soup and invites the young officer. Kalot peeks around. Have you figured out how to handle the situation yet? Soldier, don't delay too much longer. Long Yen licks his spoon, hoping to observe a bit inside his lord's room tonight. As he notices him slam the glass of wine onto the dining table. Are you joking? You think you can just enter Kalot's room? Figure it out yourself. He only cares about the result. He secretly despises you, truly a foolish, arrogant fool. Long Yen, in an invisible form, slowly approached the door, silently thinking that based on his attitude during the day, there must be some secret inside the room, and to complete this task, he would need to use some special tricks. The system appeared, and the stealth technique was activated. Suddenly, a loud scream came from inside. Ah! Long Yen was startled. Something's wrong. A fragile girl was slapped directly in the face by a large hand. Kalo speaks up. Truly inconsiderate. Serving Master Kalo, I have been truly dedicated to you. Beato continued. That's right. So many want to serve Lord Batuk but haven't had the chance yet. The trembling girl begged. Please let me go. Kalo leaned in with a smile. Does he really think a soldier can protect her? That fool isn't I who told him what to do. Beato sneered. What knight? As long as His Majesty the King speaks. They are just servants. Lin Yuan clenches his fist, realizing these maids are forced into servitude. Kalo, angry, threw the girl down in great pain. Bati, not only have power and influence in Western Mac Kingdom, but also hold a high status in other countries. And you will never escape my control for the rest of your life. Beato bowed his head to flatter him. A clever person like the Emperor would naturally not put all his eggs in one basket. He smiled confidently. Of course, the system appeared before Lam Uyen. That's not right. How could the status of the King of Western Maksak Fong have such treatment in another country? Or when? The system notified that the hidden condition has been activated. Kalo's nightmare mission has been updated to capturing the traitor. A golden rank task. With the objective to imprison Kalo for treason and find evidence within 48 hours. Lam Uyen pondered. Just as I suspected, the Emperor's uncle, Kalo, is a traitor. First, contact the Hitvai Knights, and then decide. The system has used the device to send a request to arrest the Hitvai Knights. Kalo at this moment squinted, deep in thought. Then suddenly, his eyes showed a hint of anger. Kalo's voice was serious. That damn snake kept me awake at night. And you won't find peace either. The door suddenly swung open abruptly. Lam Uyen spoke. Lord Batsu. I think I heard a scream first. So let's stall until the soldiers arrive. Kalo was surprised. Thanks for watching. That damn soldier. Have disrespected me 5 or 7 times. You're really bold. Beato cut him off. Do you know that trespassing into my residence is a serious crime? Lam Uyen looked down and said, Go ahead, I want to talk to the master. Kalo's face darkened. You want to leave after disturbing my peace and bothering me, a mere knight, thinking he's the center of the universe. And your knight's badge can't even hide the stench of poverty emanating from you. Beato loudly said, Your Excellency. Shall I give him a little punishment? Kalo angrily pointed and ordered. Hang him up for me. I want him to see that in the end. Those with lowly bloodlines will meet their fate. Beato sneered and slowly approached, causing the guards to startle and turn around. No one expected an assassination attempt on the prince. They hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed inside. The girl looked up and said, Run quickly. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. Lam Yen replied calmly. They haven't reached the point where I would sacrifice myself. The guards start to rush forward. Attack. Kill him. Lam Uyen quickly draws his weapon. Get ready. You go ahead. The girl quickly clenched his hand. Yes. The guards retreated with a blue glow before their eyes. What is that? The large door of the tower in the night remained intact. Suddenly, an explosion erupted suddenly before their eyes. The girl crouched down, gasping for breath alongside Lam Uyen. While the guards still chased after them, he's on the other side. Charge quickly. Don't let him escape. Lam Uyen's eyes are cold. There are too many maids and servants here to use death magic or violent spells. The maid standing nearby is watching, so it's really him trying to assassinate the count. Another maid sternly widened her eyes and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. The maids are witnessing the scene before their eyes. Lam Uyen easily and quickly took down each guard, saving me. The guards are all unconscious at his feet. Now we just need to follow the count and the butler, and wait for the squad to arrive. Suddenly, a glowing chain appeared and wrapped around his leg. Lam Uyen's foot spread out. This is a control skill. Just in time to test the equipment skill of the Shadow Spirit Path. System notification. The anti-magic skill has been activated. The control effect has been lifted. Beardo is now wielding the mage's staff. You soldiers are like that. Except for some strength. You have no brains at all. Lam Uyen's foot is chained tightly. And why isn't there a master next to Count Kalo? Get him for me. It's over. He's still in the butler's hands. After all, who else but a royal mage's 5-star veteran could do this? Beardo quickly rushed forward. And this spear can channel lightning into your blood. That smell isn't very pleasant. Keep it for yourself. Lam Uyen quickly clenched Beardo's wrist. His body tensed and said, You are not under control. Beardo collapsed in pain with blood pouring from his chest. Kalo stared in fear with wide eyes at Lam Uyen, trembling as he reached out his hand. I called you here to carry out the trust. Are you trying to rebel? He said coldly. Compared to the trust, I think your treasonous actions are more serious. Kalo stammered. What? How do you know Beardo tried to stand up? If you've been discovered by him, then go and die. Lam Uyen quickly dodges the attack. Meaning he can't kill you. The mission requires capturing him first. Beardo was stunned. What? The mage knows advanced magic. Lam Uyen's dark eyes move in front of him. His punch strikes down with a powerful flash, sending Beardo's body flying from the intense light. He was attacked and collapsed to the ground with his gun. Kahlo hurriedly ran up the stairs. You bastard. I will definitely find Zit and punish you. And take your life. He was surprised to see Lam Uyen's foot right in front of him. Why are you here? His face was cold as he asked. So isn't it true that you want to kill me? Kea, Lo hurriedly explained. There's no such thing. I was going to ask the king to recognize your achievements. No. I want to ask the king to award you the medal. Lam Uyen's palm begins to glow with blue fire. If I catch him, the king will award me the medal. Kahlo, terrified, raises his hands. The blue flames drove Kahlo away. When you betrayed innocent people, did you ever think about the forest of hands? He desperately said. I was wrong. Please let those commoners go. Lam Uyen coldly replied. It's too late. And angrily grabbed Kahlo's collar and pulled him up. Lam Uyen's face darkened as he thought about the confession first. Kahlo stammered. No. Whatever you want. I'll give you everything. Just spare me. Lam Uyen's hand clenched and struck him back, saying farewell to his noble status. Kahlo's body was instantly thrown far away into the thick fog. Hughes suddenly spoke, hoping I wouldn't be late. Is Kahlo the prince unscathed? And where is the assassin you mentioned? Lam Uyen replied. Unfortunately, Captain, the real criminal we need to arrest is Ko Lo, the traitor. Hughes quickly stepped down and approached Lam Uyen. He continued. Traitor to heaven and earth. You must clarify acting without evidence is a death sentence. Lo shouted loudly. You also know this is a death penalty. Yet you send a madman here. This is slander against a Bai too. Hughes looked over and continued speaking. Based on your one-sided statement, we still can't arrest the tyrant. Anna suddenly appeared and said, Wait. I know where the evidence is. Last night, I accidentally overheard the traitor plotting something about the snake civilization. And they were also breathing in the secret chamber. The secret chamber is nearby, and there is evidence there. Carlo's eyes turned bloodshot as he denied the accusations. And in a fit of rage, he lunged forward, threatening to tear Anna apart. Long Yen silently thought. The mission was clear. That traitor must be guilty of treason. Captain, please escort the traitor to the prison first. I will bring the evidence right away. The specific outcome will soon be revealed. And I will bear all the consequences alone. Hughes sighed and said, All right. Whether it's a great achievement or a mistake, I trust in the result you find. Keep the 2 knights here to help with the search, while the others take the traitor back to the camp. They received the order. That's all. Long Yen said again. Lead us there. Don't worry, Anna hesitantly replied. You're not like the others. I trust you. The secret passage of the Bai family connects to this place. Long Yen followed behind, pondering an underground tunnel, just like where the snake people would go. But why did she come here and overhear the conspiracy? Anna pointed to the door. This is the secret chamber they met privately. Long Yen nodded and said, Okay. Leave the next steps to me. He looked around carefully, noticing no unusual marks on the door, and prepared to open it. Inside, everything was strangely silent, as if no one was there. Then suddenly giant snakes lunged out. I stepped back. What the hell is that? Long Yen gently cuts off the snake's body with her hand. Don't be afraid, just a few snakes. The guards breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, thanks to you, who would have thought there are snakes here, there's definitely a problem. Long Yen turned her head back and looked, feeling as if she wasn't surprised at all. Thinking it over carefully. If we are wiped out, then the Count's guilt would have no grounds. Could she be the snake demon? Niu Guitrang turned human. Secretly interacting with the Count, she chose to cut her tail and escape when the Count was about to be exposed. The snake sedative is effective in exciting the snake person. Whether real or fake, you'll find out soon enough. This is a snake repellent that can drive away the snakes nearby, so there's no need to worry about being attacked by snakes anymore. A cloud of smoke envelops Anna. Sorry. I didn't know that thing was inside here either. But the evidence must be in this. Long Yen said nothing. Only looked at Anna with his eyes. The blue flame in his palm. Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's okay. This isn't her problem. They started to go deeper inside. Found the evidence. And the knight suddenly spoke. Oh my god. This is a serpent creature's spiritual artifact. The king had already ordered the destruction of all items related to the serpent people, so Batuk was hiding so much. This is Batuk's badge. He really colluded with the snake people. This is a serious crime. Suddenly, Anna's face darkened as she stood behind them and said, I beg the knights to make him pay. Kalo angrily shouted. A whole night has passed. Where is your evidence? How dare you defame my master's name? Wait until I get out. I will definitely deal with you useless trash. Hughes suddenly opened the door and said, I found the evidence. Interrogate him for me. Knights. Move out. Kalo panicked. What? No way. I have no relation to the snake person. The knight angrily said. Arrest him immediately and confess his charges. A traitor like him, Hughes said quietly. Surprisingly. Who would have thought Kalo was a traitor? But you also achieved a great deed. I have reported it to the king. And soon, you will be rewarded. Long Yen smiled and replied. Thank you. Commander-in-Chief. This is what I should do. Inside. Only frantic shouts could be heard. Stop right there. I am Lord Tuk Kalo. Lord Tuk is not involved with me. I am just a steward, Hughes said seriously. The Snake People civilization must hold a lot of intelligence about the Western Mo Kingdom. Next. I will send people to investigate thoroughly. And the maids of Lord Batuk will probably still need to bother you to handle the rest, Long Yen thought to herself. It just so happens that the Tuo family still has something I can't miss. Fine. I will make arrangements for them, the scribe solemnly announced. Captain, they want to confess. Hughes glanced and said, All right. Get ready to take notes. Beardo laughed loudly and said, I warn you. Lord Batuk secretly conspired with Kalo. And Kalo, furious, pushed him aside and said, Shut up. It's not your turn to speak. I admit my guilt. I did have some dealings with other forces. Just a little. But I voluntarily confess. So you must beg the king for my forgiveness. Hughes's face darkened. We've fought for the country all these years. And now he's betraying us for a little money. He's truly a damned traitor. The system announces that the mission to catch the traitor has been completed, and the reputation of the night squad has increased by 1,000. Long Yen wondered silently. Is the mission already complete? Then where is Kusha? There must be some detail I missed. The Han have atoned for their sins. So now I will go arrange for those girls. Hughes nodded and continued. Go now. I will make Kalot reveal all his secrets. He still kept his eyes on him as he left and firmly closed the door. He quickly stabbed the knife into the table and angrily shouted, honestly revealing who the spies within the organization were. Kalot tremblingly answered. The spies. The contact person with me is an undercover agent from the Southern Kingdom, right now. At Kalot's mansion. Long Yen is searching through everything. Recently, someone posted on the disk about Kalot's house having a shield, given by the king, with amazing attributes and special skills. So it must be here. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked down. The inside of the box was empty. Taken away already. Is there still someone who knows about this equipment? The knight began informing Long Yen that all the maids, including Thuong Hai, had been found. Only one person was missing. His tone was serious. And when asked who it was, the knight replied, Her name is Anna. Long Yen remembered earlier. Could it be that she was avenged by the outsider? Or was her initial guess correct? No matter what, we must find her. Someone can't just suddenly disappear. The most suspicious place is the secret path from the Marquis's mansion leading down to this underground sewer. Long Yen quickly moved to the room with the hole in the floor. He slowly walked inside. From the very beginning I sensed something was off. Thinking back, if the Lord was colluding with the outsider, why would he bring up the dream about snakes voluntarily? Suddenly, Long Yen turned around and looked behind. You're so slow, Anna said. In a hurry, why? The one who has to hide in the Lord's mansion isn't someone, so of course they come whenever they want. As he chuckled and spoke, that foolish Lord is doomed. And the system appeared, activating the invisibility spell. Long Yen was shocked to find the snake controller. Why did Anna meet him alone? Isn't Anna an NPC? As she continued speaking. True to her name, Anna. She is indeed a born actress. That foolish nobleman probably never expected the secret chamber was prepared by her own hand. She sent it confidently. Of course they couldn't have expected it. But there was a very unusual swordsman who somehow started to suspect I was connected to the distant envoy and even used snake venom to test me. So I had to let someone step in to handle it. When I opened my eyes and continued. Oh. Weren't those fools always being manipulated like a drum? What does that guy look like? Anna shows a paper with a picture of Lam Yen. In this pose, I still have to continue the spy mission to weaken the aristocrats of the Western Mac Kingdom. Oh right. How did your snake trap restore itself? As he held the paper and looked at it carefully, he gritted his teeth in anger. It's this bastard's fault if it weren't for him. My little wife wouldn't have had to leave me. He's the one who stole my hidden copy. Lam Yen pondered, realizing that Anna was a spy planted by the alien race to trap and eliminate the Western Mac aristocracy. But if she was so angry about the incident, why did the system report that I had completed the mission? Forget it. Just look for an opportunity to deal with them first. Anna continued. So you've also crossed paths with that guy before. Isn't he just a skilled warrior who knows a bit of magic? And you still can't handle this matter. When he gets angry and clenches his fist, He doesn't just know the basics, his strength is much greater than what you see. He could have summoned the Vong Lin. If those Vong Lin hadn't been guarding the hidden instance, I wouldn't be this worried. Anna wondered if he was a necromancer, then realized that's why she needed to borrow the Serpent King, and flew into a rage, declaring that she wanted him dead. Anna suddenly became agitated. Absolutely not. The King of Snakes has other tasks now, and once the King of Snakes is exposed within the scope of the Western Mac Grandmaster's sensing range, it is very likely that he will be destroyed by him, which would be an irreparable loss for our snake civilization. He sneered as he spoke. But I can't wait another second to eliminate him. You must give him to me. Anna's eyes narrow sharply. I won't let you do anything wrong. Lam Uyen thought to himself that usually NPCs wouldn't get too involved with players. So is the one controlling the snake, using Anna to boost the snake people's reputation. I can't let him have his way. He was about to charge forward, determined not to let him succeed. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead, and Lam Uyen stared in shock with wide eyes. A giant snake appears behind Anna, and the King of Snakes slowly moves closer to that spot. Anna muttered, Min Vuongza can sense my emotions. If you truly want to strike, I'm not even sure I can feel it. At first afraid, the two of them truly had a deep master-servant bond, and Anna's hand touching the skin of the King Cobra was all part of the plan. Fine. I'll find a way to deal with him myself. You just keep doing your mission, and don't forget what your boss told you. You need to cooperate with me, Anna continued. All right. Let me rest for a bit first. Serving those old men was too terrifying. This trip only earned me some temporary gains, but I had to endure those petty people until I vomited. It's really a loss. When he finally gave up and left, it's up to you. The small snake suddenly appeared, crawling out from Lam Uyen's palm. My invisibility technique is useless against the giant king snake. I can't act recklessly, so I can only let the little snake follow the one controlling the snake. Wait until he's gone before making a move. The little snake quietly begins to slither behind him. Anna and the giant king cobra pass through the pink hole. Slowly but surely. Very soon, you'll see the sunlight again. Lam Uyen watches from above. When it comes to the Count's affairs, I'll ask the knights later. But capturing the snake controller first is more important. So Lam Uyen quickly jumps down from her thoughts. He keeps thinking. With his subtle spiritual stealth skill, he should be able to ambush him effectively this time. System notification. The plan to paralyze the senses. When using strength on the small snake. From this moment on, it was him. His gaze turned forward. Being followed. Luckily, I prepared this item in advance. This time, I have to deal with this bastard no matter what. In the blink of an eye, Lam Yuan appeared in front of the moving small snake. The blue-green layer beneath his feet is a teleportation scroll. An expensive one-time use tool that he's using without hesitation. It turns out, the most devout believer is richer than I thought. I also need to quickly accumulate resources. It's time to gather powerful anti-electrical potions. Once the Thunder System dungeon opens, this batch will definitely be a hot item. We still have to keep grinding the hidden social dungeon. But right now at Kalo's castle, these homeless girls are suffering enough. Just let them stay. The maids are all crying bitterly. I can teach you how to sew tomorrow. After all, it's better than being slaves again. That's the purpose of our visit here. Thank you, Miss Edith. Lam Uyen turned to leave, still waving goodbye to them, then said, we will take our leave. By the way, has Kalo's confession been prepared yet? The knight asked. Yes. It has been handed over to the captain. I never expected him to secretly collude with the Nam Kui Empire. It's truly a disgrace. Nam Kui is our enemy we cannot share a common cause with. Lam Uyen silently thought that it was the Nam Kui Empire. In the world of immortality, Nam Kui and the Westerners are always enemies. I hope he will receive the punishment he deserves. Suddenly, a mysterious person in black hiding behind the bushes with a bird on their shoulder observes them. The target has left the night order and can act at any moment. The bird quickly takes to the sky. Yeah. I got it. At this moment in the evening sunset, Lam Uyen was strolling around the town, thinking to himself that the formula for the powerful anti-electric potion in his hand was unique, and that crafting this type of medicine required a high-level alchemist. But most of them belong to major guilds. The one-time use magic item formula is lost. If they learn it secretly and turn hostile, it could lead to a fierce battle. It seems safest to find a freelance alchemist to sign a contract, but high-level experts like that are hard to find. So I'll just post a bounty quest and see who's suitable. Suddenly, Lam Uyen looked up at the notice board. He looked at the paper stuck on top with the name Kuyen Nahan. In the previous dual memory, she was one of the top 10 alchemists of Western Mo, and the main suspect was Du Heap, capable of long-range attacks. Moreover, she has never joined any guild, and the system automatically added her as a bounty mission participant. A message appeared on the system board. But someone dared to accept my mission. Don't you see the DM Society members deliberately hiding my mission board? This is the first time I've heard about it. When do we start the mission? At this moment, Mei Chao is brewing medicine. It seems you're also eager. All right. I'll send you the coordinates. And we'll meet later. The system displays the coordinates. There are not many high-level free alchemists. I hope she is someone who can cooperate for a long time. Lam Uyen finally appears in an abandoned place. And Mai Kyo waves her hand, saying, Yi. You're the one taking on my mission, right? You're all alone. Huh, the powerful golem is quite a strange guy. Can you handle this alone? Lam Uyen's face turned cold. She's the drunk girl from the bar that night. She's the mysterious beauty. Isn't she? Mai Kyo approached and continued. Well, who would have thought that Little Earth is actually a handsome guy? So this mission is counting on you. You have to be careful. Later I will cover you with a bow from behind. He replied coldly. No need. This one doesn't look trustworthy at all. If there are no better candidates, I guess we have to choose her. Mai Kyo said from behind. Those fierce golem clones are hiding among these rocks. Experts in ambush. The two of them continued walking slowly forward. When suddenly Lam Uyen looked back and said, Don't worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't blame you. The system appears, showing an elite golem level 15. HP 3,600. Attack 300. Defense 410. With skills in sturdy body and strong defense, Lam Uyen and Mai Kyo quickly jumped into the air. Mai Kyo ready to shoot. Watch me now. I told you to let her protect you. As expected, compared to alchemy, the combat is really tough. And suddenly, many powerful golem enemies are rushing toward us. Lam Uyen quickly appears. Hides carefully. Let me handle them. A blue light appears in his palm, which is their granite-like trait. The defense of the strong demon golem is very high. So let's exploit their characteristics and fight fire with fire. Mai Kyo stared in amazement, wondering why she kept feeling that she knew him. With his handsome, cold face, and such decisive actions, I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me deal with the gang at the tavern before? Is he really planning to handle all these monsters alone? And this fan base will definitely get scolded by him after this. Don't be afraid, little brother. I brought healing potion for you. At this moment, Lam Uyen suddenly flew down from above, preparing to attack. Suddenly, the dog-headed leaders rushed out and lost control, fiercely attacking the powerful golem. The shimmering golden stones lay quietly on the ground as Lam Uyen slowly picked one up. His face was serious. This is the dry core crystal with the diamond pattern you need. Right. System notification. Lak Kuyen Han's reward task has been completed. Mai Kyo exclaimed in surprise. So it's done. Or is it because I stayed up all night brewing medicine and my eyes are all puffy? Lam Uyen calmly replied. They're just some petty little monsters. Mai Kyo continued. Oh right. The last time you took me back to my dorm. That was also your younger brother. Wasn't it? This time you've owed him a big favor again. But you're so strong. Why did you take on her mission? You could easily handle much higher reward tasks. Lam Uyen replied slowly, straightforwardly telling her I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a potion-making contract. But I can't trust the people in the guild. Only I fit your criteria. This is a lucrative deal. Isn't it? Mai Kyo smiled and replied. Alright. I've already tested your character that night. So do you want to go have a drink and discuss your plan now? Lam Uyen continued. The detailed plan will be discussed later. But for now, let's sign the contract. The system interface appeared before Mai Kyo. And although she wasn't fond of these contracts, if it was her younger brother, it wouldn't be an issue she signed. Lam Uyen's gaze turned serious. Just keep doing that to be sure. As if I also have someone to share the burden of my heart. The notification screen appeared, confirming the contract was successful. The Lost Lian player agreed, and a rental relationship was established with player Lam Uyen. While Adi remained hidden, she smiled and said, Now I'm your worker. What do you want me to do? He reached his hand behind his coat. I have a recipe. Suddenly, Lam Uyen hesitated. Wait a minute, this feels like I've seen this scene before. The golem Hoa Kwang's appearance follows a pattern. A giant monster suddenly appeared behind Lam Uyen. And Mai Kyo, standing below, watched him ride the creature before it disappeared. Lam Uyen's face was thoughtful. No wonder. It turns out the corner of the photo on the forum was from here. His eyes looked down at the scattered stones. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lam Uyen and Mai Kyo enter a cave together. Mai Kyo says, I didn't expect there to be a hidden dungeon in this rocky forest. But we're only 2 people. Do you think it'll be okay? Lam Uyen thought to himself that the previous picture on the forum only showed a photo of this dungeon's entrance. Besides that, there's no other information. The hidden dungeon may be risky. but the rewards are extremely generous. So even without details, I still have to go in. If I remember correctly, it was you who wanted to come along, my Q said shyly. Just curious. Don't worry, the loot is very valuable, and no one will fight for it. I just want to follow and broaden my horizons, he sternly ordered. Now that we're here, follow my lead. The entrance is right in front of us. His feet finally showed signs of stopping, and Lam Uyen looked down seriously. This is an underground relic of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. In the context of the immortal world, the Aztec civilization is a culture that worships death. They pursue the transcendence of the soul, an immortal state achieved through extremely powerful necromantic techniques. But this civilization has already declined hundreds of years ago. My Q's voice sounded a bit frightened. I just have a bad feeling about this. Both of them looked up at the dog-headed miner opening the hatch. Suddenly Lam Uyen turned around. A whistling sound in the air. Wait out of nowhere. A blue light was rushing toward them. Lam Uyen quickly dodged the attack with incredible speed. Then the blue light shifted its target to Mai Kyo and struck her body with swift precision. Protect the spirit. Common level 17. 4,000. 500. Health. 530 attack. 45. Defense. Skills. Wrapping Grudge. Infinite transformation. Countless monsters appeared, surrounding the three of them. Mai Kyo was badly injured and unable to move anymore. Lam Uyen immediately stood in front of Mai Kyo, the head of the dog, and quickly got her out of the dungeon. The dog-headed leader immediately embraced Mai Kyo and rushed away. She quickly took out a few bottles of medicine. Mai Kyo immediately threw them towards Lam Uyen. These bottles and medicines can temporarily boost your stats. Lam Uyen charged forward right away. The system announces the use of Agility Boost Potion for teammate Lam Uyen. ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. And an Attack Boost Potion is used for teammate Lam Uyen. ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Using a Defensive Boost Potion for teammate Lam Uyen. ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lam Uyen immediately attacks a group of black armored spirits. That monster is very good at ambushing. Just clear out these monsters first and then focus on dealing with it later. With a simple move, he took down a large number of monsters. Lam Uyen continues to charge forward at incredible speed, and with his sharp senses he quickly notices something approaching. In an instant, Lam Uyen spun around and blocked a surprise attack with his sword. This guy is smarter than I thought. He even knows how to seize the opportunity. A large beetle roared after Lam Uyen's attack. He was surprised to realize it was just a beetle. With no defense but still unable to take damage, surely it has some special defensive mechanism. The system once again announced that the Atec Empire's Divine Beetle, a special monster of unknown origin, with 100 health, 1,000 attack, no defense, and execution skills, is being chased by Lam Uyen. Incredible speed and extremely powerful damage can definitely make up for its weaknesses. I will absolutely not let anyone escape. Lam Uyen shouted loudly, summoning a giant scorpion to block the path of the Divine Beetle. With agility, it easily escaped from the beast that Lam Uyen had just summoned. Lam Uyen refuses to give up. There's no way you'll escape. He summons another beast to attack the dung beetle god, and as its speed drops, Lam Uyen leaps high and plunges straight into its belly. The final spear finally pierced the most vital part of the beetle. No matter how many demonic names it bears, Lam Uyen then forcefully thrust, causing a long gash right where the giant beetle was struck. Lam Uyen exerted all his strength, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to shatter and fly everywhere, creating a powerful shockwave, and died. Lam Uyen gasped for breath, knowing that although each wound bled only a little, there was no escape left. Death was just a matter of time, and in front of him lay the wreckage of the recent battle. System, is the blood returning? Lam Uyen reached out and said, well done, fight for me now. A blue light emerges from the corpse of the scarab god. Its spiritual will appears. Lam Uyen is surprised. Oh, it even has its spiritual will. Quite a surprise. Where do you want to take me? The spirit of the scarab god flies towards the coffin, and Lam Uyen quickly follows. That coffin. Could it be? You managed to open it. The scarab god lies on the coffin lid, and a fierce beam of light erupts from the coffin. Faced with this unexpected power, Lam Uyen marveled. No wonder the 2-star players on the forum didn't have any information about this hidden dungeon. It turns out, this step requires the Guardian Scarab to actively cooperate. System notification, congratulations. You have received the Cursed Book, which allows you to pay a price to choose the skill you want to learn. A strange book containing immense power appears from the coffin, and the system lists it one by one. Increase damage by level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing them to take 50% more damage. The cost is a blood limit reduction of 200 points, decreasing vision range level 1. cursing a group of enemies to reduce their vision range. The cost is a vision reduction of 50 points. Level 1, curse on a single enemy to decrease the damage they deal. The cost is an attack reduction of 100 points. Reflecting attack level 1, curse on a group of enemies to cause their damage to bounce back to themselves. The cost for strength is minus 10 points. Fear level 1 causes the enemy to flee in terror. And the cost for spirit is minus 5 points. Lam Uyen looked at the system and realized that this civilization venerates death. All the skills are just negative effects. And in terms of effectiveness, they are not easily dispelled. Lam Uyen stops at the skill that increases damage, and he decides to choose the one with the strongest practical combat effect, even if it costs him 200 health points. It's not a big deal for him. Abandon the love god to compensate for my weaknesses in assassination and finishing. While the curse spell is more suitable for mass combat, adding Lin's skill to dispel control effects, I can target key enemies more accurately during battles. The system displays details damage increase. Level 1. Effect. Curse a group of enemies, causing their damage to increase by 50%. Consumes 40 energy. This afternoon. 8 seconds. Cannot upgrade with mastery level. Need to find it. Carry the next curse to unlock. Lam Uyen looked down at the blackened corpses of the spirits he had just slain. Their race was undead, unable to be revived. But that didn't matter. He just walked away, thinking that the paralysis effect of the evil spirit, combined with his high-speed stealth ability, means next time he encounters the snake controller, he won't escape so easily. System notification. Atec Empire. Replacing the evil spirit with the ferocious god. A special monster with wind level. Blood. 100. Attack 1000. No defense. Skill. Immortal execution. Undead body. Skill effect. Immortal. All damage dealt to the ferocious god is transferred to 1. Execution. Dealing damage to enemies equal to 200% of attack. 50% chance to activate paralysis effect for 60 seconds. Undead body. Immune to fear. Poison. Fire. Pain. And bleeding effects. Lam Uyen confidently steps out. Now it's time to prepare for the shop. I need to start collecting herbs for alchemy. Suddenly, a scream from Mai Kyo rang out, and her injured body was pushed away to Lam Uyen's side. He asked with a worried look. Somewhere far away on the mountain cliffs, a group of people are watching down at Lam Uyen and Mai Kyo. Are you the leader at the edge? Little brat, do you not know that girl has already been marked for death by our fanatical guild? Looks like you're desperate. Mai Kyo calmly advised Lam Uyen to find a chance to escape later, as they were targeting her, and these fools kept taking on her missions only to get ambushed by monsters. Now he's turning around to extort me again. The damn leader roared. If it weren't for helping you fight off those stone people, my brothers didn't all fall in level. You have to pay this debt for me. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, today the two of you will leave here alive but empty-handed. He suddenly stiffened, grimaced, and a dark aura surrounded him. He looked back and saw his teammates also being attacked by the mysterious dark energy. What's going on here? A healer woman panicked. She's dead. This is the turtle curse spell. The curse has fallen. Lam Uyen strangled and let go, leaving Hongmang alive and retreating, Just in time to try out the new combo skill with the divine dung beetle, while Mai Q stood there sweating nervously. System notification. Damage boost skill activated. The healer on the other side is still struggling with the turtle curse. The leader is furious. Useless trash. A familiar turtle curse spell that can't be dispelled. The healer is gathering her strength. No. Boss. I've never seen this kind of turtle curse before. And at the same time, the system notification sounds, declaring the dispel failed and cannot be lifted. While he kept trying to lift the turtle curse, the leader still refused to give up. Beware. Don't think you can get away with a sneak attack. He still looks dignified. Just an ordinary turtle curse spell. We have 4 people on our side. Defeating you is easy. Suddenly the mage was hit by a massive surge of power. Everyone was stunned. When did he make his move? The healer was knocked into a rock and couldn't move. Lam Uyen raises her hand, unleashing a surge of power, using the turtle curse spell to increase damage, then sends the extremely agile fierce beast to focus on the enemy's healer. This way, her tactics become much more flexible. The leader of the Kung Diem Guild still isn't rushing in. Hurry up. He's probably waiting for his cooldown. But now, he's in a hurry. He endured a whirlwind. This guy always fights with summoned beasts. Probably a ranged attacker. Go. The other 2 follow the order and rush forward. There. Lam Uyen just slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, drew a sword from his hand, causing the members of the Kung Diem Guild to panic. And he even pulled out a sword. Lam Uyen gently swings his sword. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. His team's attack made them scatter away. Let the raging demon keep attacking non-stop. This. What the hell is this? How am I supposed to know? Fighting it just leaves me with a little blood. Ah. The leader takes a heavy blow and screams out in pain. Lam Uyen confidently steps forward, looking down with disdain. The leader still can't believe it. No way. How could he have defeated my entire team so easily? Who are you really? He cowardly continues. I can't believe that woman found such a reckless person like you. Or maybe you should join my Burning Flame Guild. I'll pay her double. No. 5 times more. Lam Uyen sensed something. There's still someone hiding here. Without hesitation, he summoned the beast and charged forward. Silence now. Then go die. The leader couldn't react in time, and the system activated the deadly skill, causing him to shout out. Ah. And then, in the forest, the trees swayed violently. The 3 cloaked men running away suddenly stop, one of them panting. Is this a coincidence, or have we been discovered all along? Lam Uyen suddenly appears. As expected, there are still 3 scared rats here. One of them shouts, "Careful. Scatter quickly." Lam Uyen strikes the ground with a powerful blow, stunning them. He carefully examined it. No. These guys are different from the other Burning Society factions. Could they be a different sect? All 3 of them panic and retreat. Suddenly, the 3 of them decide to attack. One with a bow gives the order. Since they've been exposed, just go ahead and use it. The other 2 follow suit. There. Lam Uyen easily dodged the incoming arrows. A dart suddenly shooting straight at his leg. He lightly supported himself on the ground, his body springing into the air, completely avoiding their attack. Lam Uyen tauntingly says, "Come on. Show me your best move." An angry man with an axe jumps at him. "You arrogant fool. Go die." And he simply swings his sword lightly,